Interrupting a lot of it there. You see Hamjam do it again, just catching it before the shot comes through, and he's going to carry it for a counterattack. So chance to get in front of the net. Good defense from Central Alpha. Rook still looking to keep that play alive. However, Shambo carries it away. Back down the other side. Hamjam post to post. Can't sneak it past Nexity in front of the net. Chill goes close. And that's Chill finding the near-sided angle on that shot. 3-1, Central Alpha.
Nexity does really well here. Just bullies the two defending players in the goal mouth backwards. Leaves that gap open for Chill. And despite the save, it just drops kindly. Slots it home. Making it 3-1 now. 2 minutes 20 left in this half. We know that Team Eastern can score goals, which is a lot better than we could have said yesterday. There are improvements, but it's those little mistakes that are happening. At least 2 goals, you could say, have been because of errors. And Chambo fakes. And oh my lord, somehow it hasn't dropped in when it looked a certainty. That being said, Nexity close this time. Just the wrong side of the post. Going to bounce off the backboard and away. But still in possession for Central Alpha.
Yeah, trying to find that clear. Hamjam bounces it over the defender. Chill, just a mistouch on the flip. You see Rook trying to pump Chambo out. He is going to find Chills. However, all heading down opposite end of the pitch. Where do the defenders find this clear? Rook off the roof. Nexity going to take this one. Shot on net. Saved by Chipslayer. Another one kept in the corner. Chambo not going to give up on it. Over the defender to Hamjam. Hamjam puts it high. Chill. Still keeping that pressure on. Finally a clear out from Team Eastern.
50 actually going to fall. It looked like it was going to be beautifully for Hamjam. And then, unfortunately, Rook doesn't get there on the follow-up. A little bit of a counter coming through for Central Alpha. You see the numbers scramble back. That's going to be an investment of a hell of a lot of boost, though. So, Eastern divide their time just a little bit. Hamjam will do well to retrieve the corner boost, get himself back to ball. Knocked up in the air and cleared away. But Nexity, he loves these little long-range efforts. We saw this yesterday. Or 2 or 3 from that sort of range. No such luck this time. Just 40 seconds to go, though. Team Eastern, they're going to have to find one quickly. Otherwise, this is curtains.
35 seconds, and Central Alpha have completely turned this game around since getting scored on in the opening minute. Unfortunate own goal from Team Eastern, and that should seal the deal. Chambo sends it up. I think Hamjam tried to put it off the backboard, but instead a perfect redirect right into his own net.
If unfortunately, it was an offensive header, then perfection, really.
Yeah, you know,
lucky that you're a defender. Hamjam tries to make amends immediately, and well, Chambo has to knock it off the line. I will say, I mean, obviously at this point, we're well aware that Central Alpha are taking this one, but it has been better from Team Eastern, not just because of that first goal, but a lot more contested. You've had 2 or 3 mistakes that have resulted in goals for Central Alpha. You cut those out, you never know. Could keep the game incredibly tight, contest it till the very end. Also sent up in the air. This is all but done. About whether or not Chill can get a goal just for himself. And you can send it into the deck. I'm sure it only finishes at 4-1 if you are West, and Central Alpha will walk away with a Game 1 victory.
And everything started off so well for Team Eastern in this game. I got hope off of that early goal from Chipslayer. You know, a couple saves from Chipslayer as well was fantastic in this game. Number 1, it seems like the amount of shots taken, you look at the shot side for Central Alpha, is a little too much to handle for Team Eastern at time. A little bit slow on those rotations back to the net. You're missing out on some of these big plays that Central Alpha just continue to send home. And I think that a lot of it comes down to where you're putting the ball for these teams that we are noticing. I mean, right away for Team Eastern, and they did good off the bat to clear those shots on net to the corners. But as soon as you see Chipslayer go off the roof right in front of the net, that's where Central Alpha are going for those strikes. And those open goals, those free goals, basically what's keeping Team Eastern so down at the dumps right now.
Yeah, it's a shame as well because it's such a small mistake in the grand scheme of things. He's intended to just send it high and long. He's gone too high, not enough length on it. Clips the roof, drops back down. And it's one of those tiny things that players of our ability, we're going to be thinking, all right, well, you know, I thought I'd done my job there. But when we start talking about top-level players, high-level players, Central Alpha see that as a glaring error and will have to capitalize. So, and I do think genuinely, like, it finishes 4-1 in the end. I got to say, at least 3 of the goals for Central Alpha come from mistakes. So if Eastern can cut those out, we're in for a lovely little matchup here, which is a lot better than I could say at any point through yesterday. So hopefully, marching on, if you are Team Eastern, got an opportunity with a clean slate here in Game 2. And while Nexty will have it high and just feather that throttle, control it down, Hamjam gets it all wrong, and it's not the most convincing clearance afterwards. Chipslayer to do the damage, do the job, sorry, and get it out.
Chipslayer's going to get that corner post too. Champo just... Mario jumps him out of there. So low boost on the side here. Rook's going to actually miss the midfield pickup too for that pad. Next he steals it away, and Hamjam to the corner. And to find that clear for Team Eastern. Boost on the side of Hamjam. See what he can do with it. The rooftops too. He's looking to get fancy, but it's right away. Nexity clears it away from that goal. It's number 2 for Chipslayer up the wall. He's just not able to put things on target right now. Chill doing a good job at keeping it away from their net. On these rotations, Eastern trying to keep up with these moments.
Great little inception there by Chipslayer through the middle of the pitch. Just as Central Alpha looked like they had a counter attack on, he actually gets across, cuts it, and actually counters on the counter. But Session will now return to Central Alpha. Chambo's going to flick one off the hood from the backboard. Nexity's arriving. Doesn't really get the purchase that he wants, but the double touch is there. Unfortunately, an errant third. Still be sent into a dangerous position here, and Hamjam does the right thing. Gets up tall, sends it down pitch.
Look at Chambo just sitting in net. He knows his teammates are up there. He doesn't have to really dedicate himself away from this goal. You don't want to get one of those weird clears into your net, so he's just waiting, trying to go around them. There is Rook, not able to get that shot off. Nexity off the back wall, he carried away. It's from Hamjam to pick it up on the ground, but no control. Amount to a clear from Central Alpha. Off the car of Nexity. Chipslayer looking for the shot. Nexity a little bit quicker to it. Takes it off to the corner. He gets that corner boost as well, trying to work it down pitch with Chill.
Gonna drop into a central position. Chill will get there late. Miss time if you Hamjam, but Chipslayer will cover. Rook lacking boost in net. Going to need a half second if he can get out. Unfortunately, the 50-50 won't really drop kindly, but again, no damage done. We're halfway through this matchup. You're sitting at 0-0. Again, this just starts to put a couple of question marks into Central Alpha. We can't be putting ourselves in a spot where Team Eastern can hit us on the break. They've already proven they can score from one of those, and Chipslayer's going to get very aggressive, but Campbell squeezes that ball out, threading a needle type stuff. We'll keep it even.
And ball off the wall, finally out of net, and good pickup there from the defenders. Chipslayer with boost, not able to get it. Chill around him, tries to cut it close, and Hamjam barely gets a piece of that ball. Into the corner, Rook doesn't get that mid boost. Won't have a follow-up shot. Chill trying to subtly take it out slowly and controlled. Slayer and Hamjam, see if they can connect here. Nexity gonna interrupt this one. Is anybody back? Rook. Oh, barely gets it away. Minute 30 left, scoreless in game number 2. Team Eastern holding on to this one. Can they find the back of the net?
Incredible play on both sides here. Defenses holding out. Nexity sends it up, and oh my lord, incredible work from Nexity. Takes it into his own hands. Jambo's going to clear here. Nexity off the side. Just floats through the air with it. Off the backboard. Sends it low. And despite 2 players being on the line for Team Eastern, gets it through for the first goal of the game. Now Team Eastern have to be on the front foot. That could open the floodgates. You get one quickly, though, and just resets the whole game. So what have you got in your locker? What are the improvements you brought into today?
Question here, Nexity. Looking for number 2. Demo onto the defender. Looks like you're going to go back to get boost here if you're Chill. Slayer, open net for Chill. He's going to cut things into the short side. Not able to get the shot, though. Good bump from the defenders of Team Eastern. 43 seconds to tie things up. No boost there for Rook. Trying to take it up the wall. Misses the shot. Slayer has to burn a little bit of that tank. See if he can Carry it back over. Going for the dribble underneath Chill. Not going to find it. Instead, Chambo off the clear. Has Nexity on his wing. Up to Chill. Chill for the crossbar. Just over it. It's Chipslayer again for the save.
Incredible save. Gets across in the nick of time. Now back in the air. Nexity's going to send it down the field. And again wins the 50-50. Just battling his way through gritted teeth forward. Rook on the clear, but it's not clearing that you want to be doing. You want possession of this ball. Nexity's going to send it high, pop it into the center, and knock it down himself. Showing that Central Alpha recognize the threat that Team Eastern are bringing right now. Not willing to gamble on that. And being ruthlessly clinical about the way in which they end the game. 1-0 matchup. And while, yes, Team Eastern are still, unfortunately, on the wrong side of that scoreline, the improvements are clearly there with the fact that Central Alpha are having to slam dunk things down to close it out.
Yeah, I mean, that's way better than game number 1. I mean, a 0-1 loss, it's as close as could be. Opportunities for Chipslayer at times. I mean, you thought he was doing good on those dribbles. Just can't get past that last defender. And for Team Eastern, for Central Alpha, you always had somebody back there to defend every single time to make sure that Team Eastern can't take those shots. Nexity, what a shot from the roof. I think he's been fantastic for Central Alpha. I said it yesterday. He's like the glue guy for this team. X Factor indeed. And, you know, yesterday, even though it was Chill and Shambo who early on were just taking the show, the limelight for that superstar for this team, Nexty was there playing defense, playing offense. He's been all over the place. And even today for day number 2, now on the forefront of that offense, it's great to see him doing what he does best.
Certainly is a superstar for sure on this lineup in this tournament. Looking forward to when this Central Alpha roster play against their other front runner. However, we've got game 3 to worry about. So, Team Eastern, there have been improvements. This is a lot better. We have, though, witnessed in this tournament some of these under-favored, underdog teams make improvements, and then suddenly in the next game crumble real fast. So, gotta treat it very much so as it stands, 0-0. Hold out again, keep it as contested as possible, and force Central Alpha to respect you.
Here we go. Rook's going to actually steal that corner boost. Jam trying to set up that pass a little too high for Rook. Just going to easily bat that one away. Chambo over the backboard is their third. Yeah, Nexity for the shot. Crossbar down. Going to bounce way high. No rebound opportunity. Jam for the long clear. Not going to get it past Chambo in the neutral. And Chill on the back wall. Takes a shot. Can he find the second one? No, Jam won't let him.
I feel like those kind of moments, though, where Central Alpha would definitely have scored yesterday. Sure, if they're feeling the pressure a little bit, just warming their way into today. Team Eastern, for all their hard work, they'll get away with that one, but not for long, because Nexity to pop another beauty home. Shambo's going to battle, contest on the 50-50. Nexity reads it, gets high, off the backboard, straight down. Almost a rinse and repeat of his goal from map 1. Go up 1-0 again. The defense broken much earlier this time round. Team Eastern's response, I don't think it has to be throwing the kitchen sink just yet. I think you can kind of stick with the same game plan. 1-0, because you can force overtime. Feels a lot like that 0-0 situation. 2-0, then you're suddenly chasing. Got a lot to do.
Jambo's looking to make it 2-0 for the shot over the defender. No chance to stop it. Well-timed execution from Chambo off the roof. He gets that secondary shot. He has the flip. He doesn't even need it. And I think that was Rook there attempting to meet him off the ground, but the fact that Chambo times it perfectly to miss out on that, Rook's going to be feeling that when he wakes up.
Three-man basic commit for Team Eastern. Just all trying to desperately surge this ball forward. How do we score goals against this side? How do we get on the front foot? Great defense. It's a great offense, really. And unfortunately for Team Eastern, despite some of their defensive prowess, they haven't threatened enough going forward. That's got to change in this one. Chipslayer does well. Be back in time. Chill's effort just too high. Chambos goes wide. Shot after shot rains down on their opponent's goal. Team Eastern, at this point, it feels desperate. It feels like we're trying to send bodies, and, well, the demo comes through. Nexity tries to knock it down. Chambo won't get there.
And Nexity looking for that passing play. Chill in the air. Can't strike it towards the net. Out to the neutral, looking to take a shot there. Ham Jam just barely whiffs on it. Bill says, I'll take it. And here's Chambo for the shot, far side. Not going to get it past Chip Slayer. Another save coming out from the Star of the East. And in front of the net, it's a scramble. Unfortunately, nobody on the defensive side is able to get a piece of the ball, and it just sails into the net here. Nexity. What a control of that Fennec off that side wall, just making sure that if they do miss it, he's got it.
Incredible work there. Nexity again. Doing what he does best. A little bit of style to it along the way, and this time he's going to chill further back. Chip Slayer, not sure if that was intended fake, and oh my god, you sweet Jesus. Nexity's just having fun at this point, playing keepy up all the way down the pitch. 3-0 up. Knows that he's waking up with every single second that passes in this one. I don't know if Team Eastern really have a response here. Any answer. What gets it clear?
Actually not able to follow that one up off the wall. And yeah, I mean, it's been all defense from Team Eastern. I feel like every single time they take a shot, it's just not really too dangerous. Always playing on their back foot and really truly having a solid shot on net. Ham Jam, this is his chance. Nexity gets there. No boost. Does look like you have a member. I think that's Rook, who just continues to steal that boost in the corners. Rook now trying to get it underneath the defender. Shot far side. Nexity again just barely gets it. Maybe that was their opportunity. No, not this time. It stays scoreless for Team Eastern in game number 3. 1 minute remaining. Chill looking for number 4, but won't find the back of the net just yet.
Just when it looked like the stars had aligned and pretty much everybody had fluffed it on the pitch. Nexity holds his nerve. He's done incredibly well here, by the way, to force Jambo into the post. Essentially, foot first. They bounce one off the side as well. Should set up the teammate. No, Rook cannons one off the post when it looked like all but in a sitter if ever we've seen one. And unfortunately, it results in a counter where Chill goes up the other end and rubs salt into the wound. You're walking away from this situation if you're Easton, shaking your head. How the hell did we just not score?
Yeah, I mean, they say the hardest shot in Rocket League is the open net. The guaranteed goals. It seems a little too good to be true. Yeah, overthinking 100%. So, we've all been there. And, you know, even on the big stage, sometimes the lights are a little too bright. So, that is a feels bad man moment for sure. Ham Jam, no. Not going to relent just yet. 10 seconds left. And for one last attack down the pitch, Rook picks up a small pad, goes for the boost for the 50-50. Almost squeaks that one in, but here's Chambo. The backflip hits the crossbar. That's going to be game 3 in the books. 4-0 for Central Alpha. 3-0 inside of this best of 7. Team East. I mean, it is just so difficult to play offense when you are playing defense 90% of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it says there 13 shots, and we all know how this works. That usually doesn't register about half of them. So you're probably talking 20 efforts on goal, 20 threats to the goal if you are Central Alpha. So for Eastern, you're largely on the back foot. When you then do get your chances, if you're Rook, you get yourself those 4 efforts on target. But yeah, you're gonna look back and be haunted a bit, I think, by that one towards the end. Just as kind of, okay, can we at least put a silver lining on this cloud?
Yeah.
Can we at least add a little bit of sunshine to a rainy day? No, we kind of the wrong side of the post. So yeah, it's tough right now if you're an Eastern fan. Again, this is better than yesterday, and I think Central Alpha are a better team than a squad that Team Eastern lost to yesterday in more convincing fashion. So there's definitely a step up there. It's just, it feels like a little bit too much too soon. And, well, predictions looking pretty.
You go back and you think about, you know, maybe you score that open net goal. Maybe you're kind of putting a couple more thoughts into these offensive drives from Team Eastern. I mean, it's very far and in between, you know, seeing offensive attempts from Team Eastern. But when they do happen, you have to see a member set up for those passing plays. And every single time, I mean, you either have Rook trying to steal the boost of the defenders, or you have, you know, Chip Slayer a little too far behind what Ham Jam's trying to do. Ham Jam a couple times just whiffing on those important shots on net, and it's difficult to kind of think where you need to step up as a team. Really comes down to those micro moments in front of the net, just making sure that you can connect on some of those shots, that you can set up for these passing plays. And for Team Eastern, it doesn't seem like it's all connecting too much.
Well, I was about to say, comebacks start with one. Reverse sweeps begin when you're 3-0 down. What I was trying to build up to there was going to be something along the lines of just hold nice and rock steady early. Don't concede anything. And, well, Central Alpha popped one home within the first minute to apply a hellish amount of pressure to Easton. You must now start to find ways to score goals. It has not been your strong suit. And Chip Slayer's going to get up. And no, Chambo's there in time. Ham Jam now trying to send that central. Won't get there. Chambo yet again with the clearance. Like he was largely the man playing front foot yesterday. Largely an attacker. They left him playing goaltender. And still excelling out there on the pitch.
Oh, bro. Steals the post. Chip, no, this is where you have to score that. My friends, please, open net goals. Just put it in.
Yeah, that's got to go in. That's got to go in. You even get the demo as well. The clearance is on. And it's just, I think it's taking your eye off the ball for a second. You're paying more attention to that defender coming across you, not really trusting that your teammates got that covered. As such, you're trying to basically redirect for it. And oh my God, Chambo's going to squeak one in style. And even exits on his roof. But this is, yeah, ridiculous control. Just gets that the lightest of touches. Just enough weight on it as well that it will cross. Squeezes it between Ruck and the opposing defender. So 2-0 now. Team Eastern. I just want to see all players forward. That's what it's got to be at this point. I don't even think Central Alpha can contest on the kickoff. They're happy to just keep the numbers back. Try and play off the backboard. I like the attempt to set something up. Ham Jam's going to follow it in. Ham Jam to tap it home, and no. Bounce goes the wrong way. Central Alpha very much so just sitting in the back here, and well, all three of them just going to start to defend this line.
It just clips the corner of Nexity's car there, yeah. Ham Jam getting some shots here. It's it wide to the right. Ambo pops it up the wall, looking for the long clear. Nexity backwards, driving down the pitch like Dominic Toretto. Ham Jam going for the shot. Oh, another one from Chip Slayer, and Chill gets there this time for the save. And Chambo's backwards as well. Is everybody just driving backwards?
Well, whatever Central Alpha are up to, and we saw some shenanigans just yesterday. Ham Jam will capitalize, make it 2-1. So there is that. Team Eastern won't care. They've at least finally scored. Despite some incredible efforts, apparently not to. Now, Ham Jam and Chip Slayer, they read this time. There will be no contest. You start to move forward, but XT does get out and block the play. And that sends Chill on his way.
There's no contest because they're literally driving backwards off the kickoffs.
Yep.
Just can't get there in time. Rook for the demo. Not happy with what he's seeing. Chill hits the half flip, goes for the shot. Not gonna land it. Little chip up there from Chambo. Nexity off the back wall. Not able to put it at the net. Chill with no follow-up. Rook lots of boost in the tank, but won't be able to beat Chambo to the ball. Chip Slayer has a shot off the backboard. Anybody here? He goes for the demo, and it's a shot from Rook. Chambo saves it. Another one. This time it's Ham Jam to put it in. Open net for Central Alpha. Team Eastern tying things up.
This is now a case of Central Alpha likely abandoning their reverse-only strategy and full sending this final 96 seconds. I say that. No one's contesting again because, no, we are actually going to continue this reverse-only strategy. I'll be honest, when you were 2-0 up and looking like you're going to sweep the series, I understood it. At 2-2, I feel like it's just downright disrespectful. So,
yeah.
Gentlemen,
keep doing it. Minute 17 here, and Chip Slayer won't get it past. Rook cuts it. Over Nexity. Chill. Clears it away. Slayer sidewall. He can feather somewhat of a shot. Backflip towards the net. Nobody gets there, and the lead for Team Eastern. Central Alpha and in 3 goals away. Having fun in Game 4.
Okay, surely now we abandon the reverse only strategy, because there's no way that Team Eastern will feel good about a victory where their teammates have essentially handed it over. But yes, this level will now begin to contest. 50 seconds on the clock. Going to have to pull one back to at least force OT. And Jam's going to get back in time. And the problem is now a little bit of a triple commit, and you're all stacked up together. And Chipset does incredibly well. Drives the hammer down to just smash Chambo into the deck.
He said, "Get down from there, sir. You're gonna hurt yourself. Chill." With the shot on net. 31 seconds left into this game. Finds it, ties it up. You can see just a beautiful shot there to find the goal. Short side on the net of Team Eastern. Will this go to overtime? Are we going to see a regulation finish? From either side, Rook has a chance here. Goes for the fake up the wall. This is a great opportunity. Sniped, though, away by the defenders.
Oh, my God.
Snatched out of the clutches there from Team Eastern. Chip Slayer goes back for boost. Back wall. Shot on. Save. Chip Slayer. Into the corner now. Back on down. I get fancy with it, but not able to get it past Chambo. Side wall. Touchdown. Nexity. Chance to put it away in regulation, but no. Not done just yet. Chill. Shot in the back. Hits the ground. We got overtime.
Nexity with a ridiculous double save on the line, and then the follow-up clear as well. Because otherwise, all of your shenanigans would have left you to actually losing one of your matchups. And while you can laugh and joke about it all you want, you never know how match difference might come into things when we talk about tiebreakers. So definitely not one you want to lose. And Nexity times that one a little bit. Pops it up though. Jambo and Jill arrive at the same time, and Hamjam gets across. So he's just going to take his time with this one, but won't be afforded it. Also going to drop back into an awkward position. It's just a clear from Rook.
Yeah, a good 50 from Chill. Allowing for the full clear from Team Eastern in front of the net. Chill should be able to get it through Rook, but excellent from Rook to get over the ball. In the corner. Chip Slayer. Looking for the shot on net. Not able to fully redirect it. And ball gets this corner boost, and last one defender goes for the flip over Rook. Shot, off the crossbar.
What? Not really sure how that's not gone home, to be honest. Jambo, though, with a beautiful redirect. Hamjam's there. It was going wide. Not that he was entirely convinced. Hamjam with another save. Next, he's going to bounce it back in. Chip Slayer now with a full tank to try and drive this away. And Hamjam, I thought for a second there, he completely misread it, but Rook's going to get across.
Good lead for his teammate, Chip Slayer off the roof. Rook looking for the shot there over Nexity. Not going to happen. Chill steals away from Nexity. Slayer pops over the back wall. Dangerous shot as it drops on down Hamjam. No, it's Rook that gets there. Hamjam trying to clear it out. No boost for Rook. Chambo going to meet him there in the same battle. Everybody just flipping around in front of the net. Over the top is Nexity to drop it on off the post. This time, Chill. He clips it in. Finishing this series 4-0 for Central Alpha in overtime in Game 4. You can see Chill just needs one opportunity with those defenders dragged off of the rebound. Team Eastern, opportunity in overtime to steal away a game from Central Alpha, but it won't be.
Yeah, I definitely think Team Eastern have improved coming into today. Hoping to see plenty more of them and see if they can steal a couple of these series away. But right there, you saw the difference. Central Alpha, as soon as they decided that they were driving forward with all 4 wheels again, looked very different indeed. Just Nexity, obviously a superstar. We've touched on that quite a bit, but Chill and Jambo feels like every time they're involved as well, there's something special to be delivered. Chill with that incredible long range effort, that deft touch just to guide it inside that far post for that goal to tie things up. And to be quite honest, we can sit here and deliberate all we want, but a skill issue, a skill gap, is essentially the name of the story for this one.
Is that first goal from Chipslayer was such a tone setter on what to expect from Team Eastern, and Chipslayer is a fantastic player for this team. I think that you do see a little lack of experience in Rocket League from some other members there. I mean, Rook was doing a great job at like stealing away that boost. You see Ham Jam attempting to take shots on net, but it is the quality of the shots, the amount of power behind those shots that just are allowing, players like Nexity or Chambo to just get a piece of it to clear it away. And, then you look over and you see Chambo off the top wall doing things like that. So it's just, you know that Central Alpha are pretty confident in themselves to take a series like this. For Team Eastern, I'm not sure where the realm of their ranking might be for Rocket League in terms of, how much they play this game. But for a couple of them, you can definitely tell that, this might not be their main game of choice.
It is one of those, you talked about at the top of the show, you can see sometimes in games where there is a skill gap existing. And for this series, it was definitely Central Alpha. You had players, double touching, flipping it off the ceiling, the wall, getting themselves incredibly creative with their goals in order to break through those defensive lines. Whereas it felt like whenever Eastern were knocking them back, or in situations not knocking them back, much simpler efforts, such as this one that comes through. But yeah, Central Alpha clearly possessed a level to them that unfortunately for Team Eastern you just couldn't get to. That being said, again, very happy with the progress that has been made. You had a couple of games yesterday that certainly didn't go your way. You could have walked into today, head down in the doldrums, a little bit feeling we're out of this tournament. Instead, they at least put up some fight. We end up with that incredibly close second game, of course. And although some shenanigans, you'll take the overtime in the fourth.
It's nice to see that Central Alpha are having fun with it. I'm sure for Team Eastern, they understand the situation sometimes in these games. They're like, all right, let's put some shots in the back of the net. Let's take what we can get here. Another 4-0, though, from Central Alpha, and they're going to be feeling good in terms of their standings. That should at least push them into a 3-1 ranking in the group stages, with their one loss being to Team Western. They did steal a game off of Team Western, which is impressive, knowing, how strong Team Western looked on day number 1. However, for Central Alpha, I mean, for them to look like this, be doing what they're doing, Andy, and still lose to a Western team, I'd like to see this rematch at some time.
Am I seeing the same scores as you? I've got Central Alpha being 3-0 coming into... Oh, no, wait, hang on a minute. I'm looking at the wrong screenshot. That is COD standing. So, yep, that is on me. Yeah, I agree. It's, telling right now that where everyone kind of sits in our power rankings, if you will. I remember we tried to do that yesterday. I think we nailed it, actually. First time round, I think we got it pretty spot on. Maybe one or two teams moving around in the mid-pack, but those ones are always the most difficult. So, yeah, Central Alpha are going to be a really good team. Expecting them, of course, to march on straight through to World, but... it's all about whether or not they can up it that level to contest Western and ride this whole thing home.
It looks like we are going to be bringing on one of these members from Central Alpha to have a little bit of a chat with us, Andy. And, it's going to be good because I think for you and I, we can, pick the brains of these players and, what's going on for this, what happened yesterday in that matchup that they lost. So I'm excited to hear from them. It looks like we got Chambo joining us in the interview booth for this one whenever he's ready. So let's bring him in here and hear from Chambo on what's going on. Chambo, congratulations on the win, my friends. I gotta, just start things off. Loving the jersey, loving the vibe of CONUS just in general. Talk to me, how's it feeling on Keesler Air Force Base?
Yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful location. The weather's amazing here. We've had a little bit of rain, but it's been refreshing for the hot days. And so far, we've been having a good series.
And before I throw it to Andy, too, are you a golfing guy?
I'm not a golfing guy. Golfing guy.
I saw the driving range. I had to ask if you got over there and saw it. It looks beautiful.
No, it is beautiful. This entire base is honestly gorgeous.
And my friend, I am a honorary golfing guy for about 2 months of the year. So I will join you and also not hit balls down that range, even though it looks sunny. Obviously, yesterday, you lose to Western. Now, if I was to ask you the question generally of who you think your biggest threat is, I'm going to assume that Western would come up. So instead of that, let's remove Western from the conversation. Who do you think your biggest rivals are right now? Because, of course, you've got to get that top 4 to march on through. And it's all about, okay, who's contesting you, who's also sat inside that group stage.
Right, absolutely. With the rankings and with how everybody's been playing and the scrims leading up to the tournament, I would say that the Space Force team, so J Dubs, Fruit Loop, and Andre, they were definitely taking some games off of us. Obviously, we ended up taking them 4-2 in our day one series, but we don't want to play them again.
Okay. All right. Understandable. To be fair, me and Seymour have indeed had a lot of love for that squad. So I like the call. I think they're a very good team. Fruit Loop in particular looks very impressive. And speaking of individuals, I guess I point to your roster. Me and Seymour have waxed lyrical about just how good all three of you are. But if you were to give an MVP to your team right now, who would it be?
Gotta be Nexity. That man is doing wonders on defense. He just lets me and Chill go up there, do whatever we want, make as many mistakes as we have to get that ball in the net, and we know that home is safe.
And I gotta ask too, for being at CONUS and like with your team, the whole environment there, what does something like this mean to you? Like how has it been for you, being able to participate in something like this?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is my first LAN for any sort of gaming event. I love it. I love the camaraderie. As soon as the day ends, the competitive spirit seeps away, and we are all going out for food. We're going out for drinks, and we're all best friends here.
I love that. And you've been a gaming guy for a long time, right?
A little bit, yeah, a little bit.
Yeah? Do you have like I know Rocket League might be the default answer, but if not Rocket League, what's your favorite game?
Man, I might have to say the finals right now. Embark Studios is pushing out some good FPS. And I was a big Overwatch 1 guy back in the day, but yeah, Rocket League.
Man
for
after
now.
my own heart rate there. Big Overwatch 1 fan. I know Speed the Kid somewhere is like, yeah, finals mentioned on Air Force Gaming. We love to hear that, Champo. Thanks for coming on, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you very much, guys. Have a great day.
You too, man.
The finals, I would, of all the games I was expecting, maybe like a Last of Us, maybe, you go back, have some Ratchet and Clank, some classics, but for the finals to come up as your favorite game right now, that's an interesting one. I wasn't expecting that.
I can understand you thinking that the finals is left field, but you think that the Ratchet and Clank series are not more left field than finals? To be fair, the finals, it's a very slept-on title. I actually, I gave it a go when it first came out, didn't touch it for a while, and a couple of folks turned around to me and was like, you really should give that another run. It's a hell of a game. So,
it is good.
Yeah, it's, yeah. Maybe if we're looking to add titles, I don't know. Let's get Jambo on the roster for the finals and see how everyone stacks up against him. But yeah, also a big Overwatch 1 guy sitting there with my Reinhardt tank. So yeah, it looks like we could all share a nice little gaming session ourselves if we ever wanted to.
Oh yeah, we can have some fun in Overwatch any day, my friend. But if you think Ratchet and Clank isn't an all-time classic, I don't know what to tell you, Enigma. That is something that I'm kind of disappointed that you would even think that that's a left field take to say. Anyways, we got another match coming up very, very shortly as I take a look at where we are headed. It looks like we're going to be seeing, after this break, Team West take on Central Bravo. So big one for Central Bravo to take on, see if they can take the crown off of the Kings so far. We'll see you guys with some more CONUS up next. Welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of the CONUS Esports Championships. My name's Seymour, with me, Enigma. And through one series so far in our round robins for round number 4, we just got to see an incredible match from Central Alpha, as well as, a great interview from Chambo himself, crowning Nexity the MVP. I said it yesterday, man, that this guy is like the X factor for this squad. There's a reason I was saying it. You just notice how good Nexity is as a player.
Yeah, and all-rounder as well. Like Chambo was talking about him there. He's like, oh yeah, he's a great defender. And he's like, well, yeah, without a shadow of a doubt, does some insane things out there. Does let Chambo and Chill kind of do their business, go about their work, knowing that home is safe is the term that he used, and I really like that. But also, we've watched him score some ridiculous goals in that series alone. He had one where he basically decided to Thanos snap his team through just when the resistance looked to be there from Eastern. He kind of puts the ball up off the side, bounces it off the roof, off the backboard, spins, catches it, and drops it into the net. It's like, okay, yeah. All right, no worries, brother. You are just capable of doing pretty much everything to a ridiculously high level. So, yeah, Nexity, current MVP for that lineup. I think when they come to their big games later on through this tournament, all going to be eyes on him to see if he can get them over the line.
It's quite ridiculous that people can do this in Rocket League. I don't even think my hands can fathom doing something like that with a controller. But, for these guys...
32, mine can't.
It's quite old, my friend. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It's wise. Right. You got wisdom over me, and that's all. And your wisdom has so far given you quite the lead in the predictions. We'll get to that later. We got to talk about our series that we're getting to right now. We go back to see the Western team take the stage yet again. This time, they're taking on Central Bravo. Let's look over to Team Western and talk a little bit about these guys. Because they have been absolutely ridiculous when it comes down to playing the game of Rocket League. And I can't even point out one guy. I think that for me, sometimes seeing what Demoholic can do with the Fennec is quite nice in those aerials, looking for those double touches. But then you got Leggy Puppy, who just always hits the mark, and Crow, who sets them up for so many great plays. It's hard to talk bad about these three.
Yeah, it is. And, I mean... I'm trying to sit there and kind of go, oh, yeah, well, maybe there's this thing that they're kind of not good at. No, there's nothing. These guys are great. These guys are really good. We talked about the Central Alpha team in a very similar way. Very well balanced. It feels like there was moments where Demoholic would take over defensive duties. There was elements where like Poppy would do that. Crow would often play on the front line and kind of lead the charge, but all three of these players capable of scoring great goals, and the teamwork was very much so there. I think one of the things that Team Western did a really good job of ahead of pretty much everybody else in this tournament, every 50-50, every second ball was basically theirs, and it meant that pressure was relentless. There was no easy route out for their opponents. And so if you are going to contest this team today, you have to make sure you win some of those challenges, some of those contests.
Got to keep up with the best if you yourself want to be a champion here at CONUS. So let's look at their opponents here as we look to the Bravo side of our central region. We can talk a little bit about these three here: Aggie, Bannister, Jollipop. A team that, even against some of the best has shown quite a fight. I think for Jollipop in general has been, in my eyes, the most impressive out of these three. I mean, you have great moments from Bannister and Aggie as well, but when it comes to that offensive pressure, Jollipop, he has been quite a joy to watch.
Certainly has. For me, I think I'd maybe lean towards Aggie, but I could see an argument for all three players here. I think Aggie's done some incredible defensive work. But as a guy who used to play a lot of football back in the day and was that defensive midfielder type, that's what I value a hell of a lot. Those last-ditch efforts to really save your team and put your body on the line. I think he certainly summed that up. So that's maybe why I'm leaning that way. But yeah, all three players have been brilliant. And what I am surprised to see is that they're so far down the standings with a 1-2 record. Not that it gets any easier when you step up against Team Western. The 6 players lining up here, all very talented. It's difficult to kind of sit there and say that the Central Bravo team maybe put in a spot where they've got either awful seeding or don't scrape through. And as we glance over towards the left, it could go from bad to worse just yet.
Look, I think one day I'd love to sit down with you and watch a proper game of football with the proper crowd of football behind it. But we got to make that happen sometime, Andy. I think that it's...
Anytime. I unfortunately support a terrible team, so that's my hometown team. So I don't know if I can provide that to you, but I can provide you a game of football with a half-filled stadium. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get you into like one of the big games. We'll see what we can do.
We'll
Let me know when you're
figure
coming
something
over.
out.
And we'll get something sorted way in advance. It'll be all right.
Hey, I'll come over. We'll watch a good game of football, and we'll have a good time at the end of it. You know what? I think I'm grateful that in my lifetime I've been able to watch a match of football with Lionel Messi on the pitch. I think that is one thing that I will always be grateful for. But on top of everything, I get to watch some fantastic Rocket League alongside you. Let's look at our predictions for this series. Central Bravo taking on Western. I think you and I both are going to be favoring this Western team. I have Central Bravo taking a game against them. I know it's going to be quite difficult, but you know, I think as the days go on and teams progress, they're going to start figuring out this Western squad and, you know, ways to get around them. So maybe they're scrimming behind the scenes. Maybe they're, you know, watching and kind of studying the way that Team Western plays. You know, whatever it is, I think Central Bravo will come out and surprise us.
I'd like to see it talking about the same way that we did the last series. It's a case of I'd love to see this be more contested than I'm building it up to be. I think 4-0, hopefully at least all 4 of those games are closely thought. It's just a case of I don't see any weaknesses in this Western lineup, and the fact that they also dealt with Central Alpha the way they did, I think that they're the team to beat right now. And while Central Bravo have a lot of talent inside that roster, I just don't know if there's enough to get them over the line. That being said, the 4-1 prediction there from you does leave me a little bit nervous going into it.
I mean, I think that I'm going to start having to do some like voodoo magic behind the scenes to catch up to your predictions. You got twice as many points as I do. So I got to do something to catch up to you. And that means that I can't be predicting the same amount of points as you. So, you know, maybe I'll slide Team West like a Chris Fiver and, you know, hopefully they let it happen. Or maybe I'll like just give Central Bravo the greatest pep talk they've ever heard.
Maybe we'll just load into game 1 and Laggy Puppy will score within 6 seconds. Maybe that'll happen. No, that's ridiculous, right? Of course not. Laggy Puppy takes it all on and just buries it. Jesus Christ. These guys are so good. And again, the thing is about the Central Bravo team, they are a very good squad. I'd say great things about all 3 of them. But unfortunately, under pressure early. When you're up against a team, when you're an underdog, you want to just hold out for as long as possible. Keep it a bit of a stalemate. And put a couple of questions into your opponents, but well, that won't happen here. And Demoholic's actually just going to roll through pretty much everybody. Takes the flood on the way. And sets Laggy Puppy up for an easy one. Laggy Puppy walking away with the plaudits, but Demoholic does all the work. And without boost here.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as he sees Laggy Puppy right there, K-Rush anticipating the shot on net. I think 9 times out of 10, you're going to expect that attacker puts it over your car. K-Rush figures that's exactly what's going to happen. Instead, with Laggy Puppy there, quick 1-2 pass to the back of the net, 2-0 lead for Team Western. Only a minute into this game so far, and back onto the offensive pressure right away. A couple of shots that we've seen for Central Bravo have been quite quality, to say the least, and a good flip from Turnip that we look to make those offensive plays. But, Turnip Turner. I keep getting his name wrong. Turner has been great for this team now.
Yeah, I think you stick with Turner. The whole Turnip thing seems to be throwing you for some reason.
Yeah.
I don't really know why. But either way, Vegetable Turner will get the ball up into the air. And, well, Eggy is not even close. Mahalik can drive it forward. Off the backboard, Laggy Puppy's waiting, but well read by K-Rush, who makes themselves very big in front of that ball. The deny, but only holding out for so long as Demoholic scoops the knock into the center of the park here by Crow. Lovely lofted pass. Demoholic controls it down, walks it home.
3-0 start. Just under 3.5 minutes. Central Bravo looking to see if they can find a goal in game number 1, but off the kickoff, it's going to be won by Western. Secondary shot dumps it in. Laggy Puppy looking to center it out. Eggy should get the clear. Demo reaction to this one. Eggy not able to contest that shot from Crow. Saved by K-Rush. Looking to get it underneath Laggy Puppy. Pops it up in the air. Turner is going to shoot that off the backboard with Eggy. Brings it back down the pitch.
Crow up and over. Off the bar and in. Just redirects that on the way down very well. Reads where he's going to apply the pressure. It's just, again, such a tiny touch to take it over the first defender. Dip it on the underside of that crossbar. My lord, this squad is so good. 4-0 up. Central Bravo. Gotta play at this point. Every time you step out there, we go again. It's 0-0. Make it happen. Well, it's 0-0. We go again. We make it happen. Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. 5-0. Throw. Sploosh. In the net. Turner. And a lot of players are going to have that read off the, top of their net. Sometimes you can take the save there, but really hard to time the depth of that off the shot. Aggie not able to get it done. Turner not able to get it done. So far, shots not really there either. K-Rush off the back wall. Turner looking for the shot. He's going to pop it up too. If he can set his teammate up. Third one in line is K-Rush. He doesn't have the boost though. And Aggie not enough to get up to the ball. K-Rush contests the shot with it off the backboard. Aggie should find the clear here. K-Rush not able to beat out Demaholic just yet. Turner going to send it high. Nothing on net. It's been nothing but backboard so far from Central Bravo in this entire play.
No, holding out for longer than he did at pretty much any point of this matchup. And K-Rush, no, might set up Turner though. And oh my lord, a little bit of a 1-2 on the way up. Not sure it was fully intended. K-Rush, I think, is going for goal on the first effort. Sent to the way of Turner, who directs it back away from Crow, who's out of boost. K-Rush will at least put one on the board. So it all starts with one, starts with something. I don't think you're getting back into this matchup necessarily, but it could be a bit of momentum to build in through the rest of the series.
It could be. One goal. Finally getting the job done there. First one's always the hardest in a series, and Mahalik going to leave that boost for his teammates. Off the roof, resets his flip, has another shot. Crossbar again. He was looking for the dunk, but Turner denies it. Demo onto Turner after the land comes through. Aggie saves it in front of the net. A dangerous shot. Turner swipes it away. Throw this time denied. Turner's going to have it the other way and trying to work alongside K-Rush to shove it into the net for goal number 2. It's not going to happen. Crow booms one at that high angle for the goal. Not going to be in the net. Instead, K-Rush gets number 2 for Central Bravo. Suddenly you're seeing some holes in the defense here. Leggy Puppy with the pass in. K-Rush reads it. I think even Leggy Puppy didn't expect anybody to be there from Central Bravo.
Yeah, superb interception there. Gets across, sneaking through on that flank. I don't think it's read at all. Leggy Puppy just walks straight in from kickoff. Shout out back to the first goal of the game. Just contest. We'll just see it drop in towards a central area, and Demoholic's here, and we've watched him do this before, but Leggy Puppy won't arrive in time. I think it's definitely a foot off the gas situation for Team Western. That being said, Central Bravo handling pretty much everything through the back half of this game incredibly well. Just Turner pumps one long. K-Rush just trying to control that. Does very well, but Crow's there to meet it.
30 seconds left. See what Central Bravo can keep doing with this momentum. A little bit of a whiff in front of the net. Demaholic sets up at Leggy. No shot, though. K-Rush knocks it down, trying to get it past Crow. Demaholic now. Over the top to Leggy, wide of the net to the right side. Knocks it down in the corner, keeping control of it. Back out front, K-Rush looking for the clear. Central Bravo haven't been able to get past these offensive plays just yet in the neutral zone. 1 second left. Looking to keep the play alive. Doesn't get the shot, though. Won't keep it up. And West, as soon as the ball drops, taking game 1 versus Central Bravo.
I think Central Bravo showed us that they have a bit more to offer in this series, to be completely honest with you. I think they get off to that incredibly slow start, right? Leggy Puppy scoring within 6 seconds. It's just tough from there. Look at some of the individual statistics. 13 shots registered on one side, 5 on the other. It kind of spells the dominance. Really felt like until basically the second half of that match, Central Bravo saw pretty much nothing but their own goal mouth. So, yeah, I mean, again, I talked about it. I didn't see Central Bravo managing to get their way back into that game. They were too far behind. But maybe that's something for the series. You walked away technically winning those last 2 minutes.
Maybe it is. And, as long as you're defending your net and stopping those shots from the slot, I think that's what you're kind of looking for here. The hardest part against Team Western is defending their shots from above the net. I mean, they have so many angles where they just thread the needle on the crossbar, and you see that from either Demaholic or Crow both taking shots like that. Leggy Puppy, he likes to take shots from anywhere on the pitch. It's just defending the skies against Team Western is the hard part. And towards the end there, Central Bravo weren't giving them chances from those slots like Leggy Puppy wanted. Instead, they were forcing Team Western to make those aerial plays, and a lot better from a lot of the defenders on Central Bravo at matching them in those plays. Turner doing a good job, K-Rush doing a good job, a couple goals towards the end there, and I want to see them limit the start from Team Western in game number 2. Try to deny them from these early goals.
Well, it's better than game 1 at least already. Holding out to 0-0. Leggy Puppy won't meet that cross attempt. So Eggy now, it looked like he was trying to get an angle on it. Unfortunately beaten to the ball. Demaholic shall retrieve. One contest by Turner. Punted back across by Crow. Down to this little midfield battle that we saw through the back end of the last match. Will eventually fall to Team Western near side corner, but Turner shall retrieve full boost as well, and it's just a little bit of back and forth right now. And honestly, I don't mind that out of Central Bravo. It doesn't play to Team Western strong suits at all.
Just my issue is just keeping up with the boost. I mean, you can see a couple of these rotations from Central Bravo where they're trying to back check without boost in the tank, and moments like this from Aggie, what can you do off the wall with just 23? So leaves it for K-Rush, knocked down from Leggy Puppy, and you can see that an attack full boost from the side of the Western is going to be hard to defend here, and a couple members to challenge it. K-Rush pops it up for Turner. Down the other way. Trying to drive the net here. K-Rush not able to get past Leggy Puppy. Knocks it down into the corner as Western are looking for the clear back out. Aggie, shot to the left. Crow picks it up. Good posture here from the setup of the offense. Central Bravo denying these clears, and Turner just threading these passes over to his teammate. Aggie with a shot there. Crow in net. Easy save. Not on target there, so nothing to worry about. And starting to see a little bit of passion from these plays on Bravo's side.
Well, for Team Western, it also felt a little bit desperate, and that's the first time I think we've seen this in the entire tournament. At least what we've witnessed on main broadcast. So, Central Bravo giving as good as they get. The ball gets punted Central. It's again cleared emphatically down the other end of the pitch. Leggy Puppy now, though, to drive. K-Rush is back with a little boost. Turner doesn't have much either, but does enough to put off Demaholic, who was arriving. Looking to just smoke that home. Crow's actually going to pick up the demo here, and oh my lord, Turner just up and over the bar. Will also buy enough time to get Eggy back into the field. We continue at halfway, 0-0.
Starting to fumble over each other a little bit. You can see panic on Western's attacks here. Crow to Leggy Puppy nearly gets a piece of it to the net, but tough angle for that shot. Central Bravo denying now 3 minutes of play from Team Western. Front of the net again, cleared by K-Rush. Aggie, plenty of boost to start this one. He's going to take it up the wall. Can't pinch it, though. He does find the demo, and might split up a little bit of this defense if there is a shot, but haven't been able to break past the rest of the defense. It's cleared back down. Leggy Puppy's going to demo K-Rush, and that's 2 members off the pitch for a second. As soon as you spawn up, you're spawn killing now.
Yeah, Leggy Puppy looking to turn this into a bullying contest. Smoking that back line pretty much every time they try and get themselves set up. If you're Central Bravo, Western in possession. Crow's going to push forward, but Turner yet again gets clear. Air rush goes high. Drops it low. Will now square up with Puppy. Eggy knocking forward. A minute 10. Crow. No, K-Rush gets back in time, and you're right to call it. Eggy probably wanted a bit more purchase on that knock. It will at least pop up for his teammates to drive down the pitch, and Leggy Puppy has enough boost to control this. Heads up for Demaholic, who takes over and heads downfield.
K-Rush is there. Backboard away. Crow, it's his turn. Nobody in net. All 3 members of the attack. Leggy Puppy a little too far ahead of the ball. Booms down to Demo. Sneaks away that save. Aggie on the wall. Carries it forward. Looking to drive this attack again for Central Bravo, but struggling are they to get it past that 3rd defender. Every single time. K-Rush goes for the 50. Leggy Puppy with boost. Gets it past him. Crow. His turn now. Into the corner. Turner keeping it away from the slot. making Western work for these shots. Up the wall again, Crow. No boost, front of the net. K-Rush knocks it up. Turner with the chip over. Demaholic, easy save. Full boost in the tank. Eggy, his turn to try to get something off this offense. Stuffs the 50-50. K-Rush in the one-on-one, but he's got to help Turner this time. What a help. Demaholic hits the ground. It's overtime. That could have been a goal if there was just another second. Western could have been up 2-0.
I think that would have been the match right there. It looked like it was dropping in. Unfortunately, hits the deck before it crosses the line. That means we go into overtime, and how none of us saw this one coming. Central Bravo putting up a hell of a fight. So much pressure being applied from both sides. That being said, Demaholic might get a tap in, and no! K-Rush saves! Tips it onto the post. Turner's taken out in the process. Laggy Poppy now up high.
Back
3
wall.
players back. If you are Central Bravo, the setup's there. Crow won't get it home.
Post again. Demo tries to get over
my
K-Rush.
God.
Another demo from Crow. K-Rush is going to get that corner boost, so it's Aggie there. Turner in net. Another save. Double commit, though. Aggie's going to expend all the boost in the tank to make that happen, and there's a demo onto one of the members there of Team Western. Should slow down this attack. Crow doesn't want to let that happen. He's going to keep the pressure in. Puppy this time finds the back of the net, and it's overtime in 53 seconds. Team Western taking it quick with nothing but pressure in the offensive zone. I feel like that was 100% offense from Team Western since overtime started. Central Bravo couldn't buy themselves a clear.
I think you're entirely correct. I mean, the numbers are going to tell us right there. Technically, Central Bravo get 4 shots off. I felt like they applied a lot more offensive pressure, but 7 saves come through. K-Rush in particular with a heroic, gallant effort and the back line. But I feel like all 3 players we could talk about making ridiculous plays happen, whether it's little deft touches, just taking it away, nipping it off of the toes of Team Western, but they still come out on top. They still looked dominant, I'd say, for 2/3 of the matchup. It's the biggest threat we've seen them face thus far on the main broad, and yet they still overcome, willing to run that gauntlet time and time again. And whether it's pure domination or sheer resilience, they get the job done.
Yeah, and man, it's quite the game in number 2 from Central Bravo. So much defense, not allowing themselves any chances to strike on that offense very often. When they did, it was oftentimes trying to drive from the corners, and that's where a lot of the struggles will come from. If a team can't, find a pass into the central slots, it's really hard to get those good shots on net. And every single time you're trying to drive from the corner, that third defender was just getting an easy clear there from Team Western. Central Bravo slowly are piecing together a really strong game against Team Western. I mean, you're 2 games through, you forced an overtime. Game 3, if you keep up with that pressure, if you keep up with this game plan, eventually you'll find the back of the net, and Turner nearly does it in the first 7 seconds.
It feels like they're really following that wave of momentum right now, on the right trajectory. Laggy Poppy going to have to expend all the boost to get back. Only scooped 12 off the deck. Unfortunately, well, everything just comes to a crawl at the goal mouth, and you'll get it over the line. K-Rush essentially fakes it out, just pauses for a second, lets everybody almost assess the situation, and while they're thinking about it, K-Rush is acting on it, and Eggy will arrive in time to knock it back.
That's a weird one from Demaholic, because he doesn't get that early chow. You expect K-Rush to take that shot, but I think K-Rush learns a little bit from his mistakes back in game number 1. Learns from what Team Western are doing, waits out the save, forces the pass, and Aggie's there for the shot. I mean, it's a great opening from Central Bravo. Team Western, though, won't let you sit in that glory for too long.
This demo is insane, by the way. Just as the block looked like it was coming in, Crow sends Eggy to the nether realm. Good lord. Tied up at 1 apiece, so the instant answer is there from the current throne sitters. K-Rush also punted for 6. They're just actually going to send this central. Unfortunately, nobody there in support. Eggy had backed off after Rush had been demoed out. Well, no support. We'll settle back into this contest. Ball's going to bounce awkwardly. Demo's going to have to scramble for that. Will clear. Should drop for K-Rush. It's what are you going to do with it? And it felt like an errant touch to me, but Crow won't capitalize.
In the air, Laggy Poppy going to carry it over. Demo forces K-Rush on the defense. Over the net, K-Rush looking for the clear. Soft touch, though, and won't get it past the neutral zone. Leggy Puppy, full boost, takes it off the roof, gets the flip reset. Another one, trying to force a goal, and K-Rush denies it this time around. Leggy Puppy doing a great job at giving these offensive opportunities somewhat of substance. Haven't gotten it past for that second goal in these early seconds. Demo on both sides. Leggy Puppy flips it over off the crossbar this time. And Crow, man, every time we go to him, he is just bullying. Throw another demo from Crow. It's an open net.
I genuinely think that Western have 10 demos to Central Bravo's 1. All of a sudden, recognizing the threat that they're under, they've sent Crow out on a hunt just to bully their opposition. Even there, you see him trying to cut off K-Rush. His role has changed completely. The strategy now is, all right, this team have a great defense with 3 cars on the field. Let's see how they look with considerably less bodies in the way. And there's very little of a reply. K-Rush has managed to counter once, but other than that, it's been a bit of a battering in front of your own goal. 2-1 now. Team Western have turned it around, showed that they're willing to get dirty, get this series over the line.
Leggy Puppy over to Demaholic. Aggie enters it. Leggy Puppy is just going to dribble his way back on down. Crow alongside him goes for the bomb. K-Rush gets by, hits the save early, and forces it to the corner. Demaholic challenged out as a double commit. Still holding control here. Will be Team Western. Demaholic, though, contested off the roof. The 50 drops it low. Leggy Puppy will pick it up. Goes for the double touch and hits the redirect, but Aggie able to sneak away that save. Backboard blocked by Turner. Still Aggie needed to make that save. Leggy Puppy again going from coast to coast with that ball, looking for his teammate to grab it out of the air, but it's a demo on both sides. Leggy Puppy looking for the shot, not going to find it this time around. It's wide to the right. And Turner looking to clear it, hasn't gotten it past that midfield just yet. Demaholic again making it impossible for the offensive side to switch.
Back and forth we go, while the pressure's certainly on from Team Western. Bravo handling it in the moment. Western have for now given up on that demo game, as I call that. Crow smashes, I believe it's K-Rush, out of existence. So Ian Turner to hold on for a moment. What's going to loft up? Aggie's just going to bring it down, let everything kind of reset, pops it up, lets K-Rush take over. Boost in hand. Can you get there first?
Bro.
No. Crow is just muscling his way through pretty much anybody that is near that ball in a shade of orange. Turner's going to contest 50-50, bounces off towards the corner. 1 minute and 5 to go. Could be anyone's game. And Central Bravo going to have to find some of this offensive pressure that we've seen from them at points, especially early on in this one. Turner is here to contest.
This is practically a duos game, the way that Crow's playing it. Another demo from Crow. Aggie knocks it down. Turner should be able to cut this one. Shot downfield. Leggy Puppy over to the corner. Last demo. He's got 10 boosts. Sneaks it over one defender, looking to pinch it off of K-Rush's car, and he gets it centered. Aggie to the other side. K-Rush up the wall. Offensive drive for Central Bravo, and Demaholic stalls it in the corner. Turner this time. 30 seconds left. You need to find a goal here to tie it. Turner stalls it in front of the net, but no. Nobody's there for the shot. It's another demo from Crow. Shot from Holic. That's a powerful angle, but no goal there. 10 seconds. Last 10 seconds of the game. And Crow just will not stop playing the body.
Anyone decides to touch it, though, Turner's going to try and juggle, going to force it up onto the wall. Can he get back down in time? The answer's no. I think sends that boost to ride it up the wall. Unfortunately, gets very little of the ball, so it will drop before he does. Incredible contest between these two teams. Etches on, and I talked about it before we came into this. Did I predict 4-0 for Team Western? Absolutely. Did I expect all those games to be very close? First one, you'd say, has arguably been the least thus far. Second and third, my lord, we have rode the lightning. If we are Team Western, they'll just about fall right side. Walk away 2-1 victors here. But despite the fact that, again, a lot of possession for Western, a lot of pressure from the blue side, Central Bravo, they were more than happy to match him and meet him there. And it took Crow basically taking over and taking things to fisticuffs in corners to get this team unlocked.
just funny to look at Crow's score. He's got 40 score because the entire game is just going for demos. Unfortunately, there's no stats for demos. I think you get like an achievement at one point if you can get 7 demos or 10 demos in one game.
You got it there.
Well, yeah, but like, man, did Crow make that game annoying for Central Bravo. Because essentially you're taking an entire player out the whole time. You're trusting the rest of Team Western to play a 2-on-2. And in duos, like, that just opens up so much freedom for Leggy Puppy to make those plays like we do see. Demoholic as well. I mean, you know that they're good for those aerials. You know they're good at setting up individual plays. Well, with their whole defender gone, that just makes those individual plays even more impactful. So, I mean, it might look like Crow is trolling a little bit, but it's got some substance to the play, and it certainly is throwing Central Bravo off their game.
One of the things is, as well, of course, Central Bravo just has to keep an extra eye out at all times. Where the hell is Crow? Communicate where Crow's gotten to. Because otherwise, it might send me 5 seconds down the line in the respawn bucket. So, at this point, you were controlling this other team incredibly well. Crow just adds that extra variant. That being said, Central Bravo decides to come out and exchange blows. They get a demo on the board, but Crow will drive this into the corner, buy time, let the respawn come through. Almost bags one, actually. It's going to be Turner with another clear inside of this matchup, inside of this series, sorry.
Eggy sent to the stratosphere off the wall. Okay, Rush, though, looking for somewhat of a play here on the offense. K-Rush off the wall. Ball boost, looking for pad. Not able to get it, though, and has to force the touch there. Crow with Leggy Puppy looking for the defender bump. Demoholic waiting for the shot to come down. K-Rush swipes it to the wall. Demoholic going to keep it in play. Aggie in the air. Hard clear back down to the side of Western. Centers it out. Shot on. It's a post. Another one for K-Rush. Contested. 50'd out to the side. Turner not going to be able to pick that up in the neutral. Instead, it's K-Rush who has to put himself on the ball there. Turning things around in front of the net. Crow, no boost. Not able to shoot this one. K-Rush trying to carry it out of their zone. Crow, half tank of boost. It's the flip reset. Won't have a shot, though. Demoholic underneath everything. And K-Rush again for the save. He's been outstanding so far.
K-Rush as well there because had to retreat off to get the boost out of the corner. And times it to perfection to get across and make the save. Eggy now looking for this corner boost. Also trying to play for the ball. Well, you might have gotten the boost, but unfortunately you also had your life ripped from you. We'll see you in a few. That being said, it will be answered in kind. K-Rush happy to mix this. I don't think you've seen much of the demos coming out of Turner and Eggy. They're just looking to play clean ball. K-Rush said, you know what? I'll give as good as I get. Crow now knocks it central. Eggy off the line. Back out into a safe position. And Eggy now to drive, and Puppy does get there just in time.
They're just barely getting this one. I mean, it's great boost in the tank for Western every time they're on defense. And you see that Leggy Puppy able to feather it, but it's that second touch. Makes it awkward. Has to force the play, and Turner reads it. What a shot. Opening up game number 4 with the goal. The Central Bravo 1-0 up. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. Off the draw, Eggy up top. Leggy Puppy will get there. Looking for the answer every single time that Central Bravo's been able to score. It's been an immediate answer back from Team Western. This time, though, they don't get the kickoff goal.
They don't, but as K-Rush tries to drive forward down the flank, there will be a demo come through, and Demoholic will now take over proceedings. Unfortunately, 0 boost for you, but you've left Crow through off the bar again. And Demoholic doesn't have enough to get high, but Leggy Puppy will follow up to tie things 1 apiece. And the answers continue to come back from Team Western time after time. And doesn't matter. It can be dominance. It can be sheer resilience. This squad get it done. 1 minute 50 seconds to go. Far too close to call. What a set of games these two teams are producing.
That's a fantastic fake from Demoholic. He had not enough boost to get over the ball. If he did take that shot, it was going to go high to the backboard. Instead, you leave it for Leggy Puppy. He booms it at the net, and you trust that Leggy Puppy's going to hit it from anywhere on that pitch. Always a sharpshooter for this team. 1-1, minute half left in game number 4. Central Bravo looking to put one up into the win column. Deny the shutout. Mahalik doesn't get the flip reset. Still enough boost there to carry a shot. Crow pumped away by K-Rush. A little taste of your own medicine. Turner picks up the mid boost. Won't get there to beat Leggy Puppy to the ball. Cornered yet again from Western. Looking for the clear here. Leggy Puppy hoping Crow can get that. Instead, it's going to be dropped back to Demaholic. Carrying it through the air over to Leggy Puppy. Interrupted by Aggie this time. Cornered yet again to the Western zone. Centers it out. A shot from K-Rush. And it hits like a truck. 2-1 for Central Bravo. What a play from Turner again.
Aggie does so well initially just to contest and force it down the flank through gritted teeth. Then Turner with that beautiful central ball. And K-Rush ain't going to make a mistake from that range. 45 seconds on the clock. Team Western staring down the barrel. What I believe will be their first loss all the way through this tournament.
Another
one!
one!
K-Rush ain't done yet. Nips in, interrupts, and bags a second to give yourself a bit of a cushion.
Electric plays coming out from Central Bravo in game number 4. And you can see they are all over the body this time. Crow, he hasn't been on his demo game in this one, so you've had a little bit more freedom for Central Bravo to set up these passing plays between K-Rush and Turnip. Turner.
There ain't no way.
This is a complete 180 from what we've seen in the past, and this is the biggest deficit we've seen against Team Western in a game. They have completely opened up the floodgates for game number 4. And Andy, I mean, with 30 seconds left, I mean, if there's any team that can do it, it's Team Western. But I got a feeling this is going 5.
Well, certainly is. Which makes me incredibly nervous about your prediction. But we'll come back to that because Central Bravo might have a hell of a lot more to say. And just going 5, to be completely honest with you. What a performance this has been. A battle tooth and nail for every single ball. K-Rush just rolls this one clear. Team Western fully understand the situation they're in. Turner with another heroic save. That will be all she wrote for game number 4. And Central Bravo put one on the board. An incredible effort from all 3 players. We'll get a look at the board here. Goals through the entire team. Assists as well. Pretty much everyone doing a little bit of everything. And I know that we say this so often about the top teams, but Central Bravo right now come into this with a record of 1 and 2. And to see that from all 3 of these players, again, stunned that we're looking at that kind of record. They're a far better team, and they're showing it right now.
Oh, we got ourselves a match between these guys. It's Team Western. I don't expect the reverse sweep to come through, but that's going to be a little shakeup of what to expect from Central Bravo, K-Rush, and Turner. I mean, talk about a duo there. Aggie rounding out the trio, but the amount of plays between Turner to set up K-Rush to find that second goal alone. I mean, you just look at the timing for Turner to clear that into the Western zone. He interrupts the pass to Leggy Puppy from Demaholic, sends it to the corner, gets a follow-up to center it, and K-Rush immediately there, trusting his teammate to get that pass through. And so he does. K-Rush gets the second goal, third one as well. Just right place, right time, contesting Crow in front of the net, just making it impossible for Team Western to find these clears for free. And that's what we like to see against this Western team. Playing aggressive, playing the body, denying those attempts to get those aerials up. And when you're kind of grounding Western, you can see that they're more human than we expected.
One of the things we talked about at the very top of the show, what is it that Team Western were doing better than pretty much everybody yesterday? Obviously, we could say pretty much everything, but one thing in particular was those 50-50s consistently on top, applying that endless pressure. Central Bravo have given them very little of that. They're not making it clean. If they're not taking ball, they're taking car.
Pass.
So, Aggie, nope, won't get it home. Aggie Puppy in position, but yeah, Central Bravo making this very, very messy, despite the efforts from Western with the demo game. They're here to draw as much blood as they give by every second of the way.
This is wonderful. I mean, this is complete change up. This is straight up watching a team evolve. I mean, Team Western still going to open up this game with a goal, but Central Bravo, I mean, this is like the evolution of Jamie Tart and Ted Lasso. When you see your striker instead looking for the goal, he's looking for the pass there. It's just it changes up the game. And for Central Bravo, recognizing that if they can find the angle of attack to shake up these defenders, a simple pass over to Turner, a simple pass to K-Rush can do justice, and it has so far. Demaholic finds a second one. Team Western back into their old antics. Central Bravo might be feeling a little bit of that weight now in Game 5.
That touch from Crow there is glorious. Gets between the two defenders, just looking to punt clear, drives it into the deck, and that forces the ball across the goal mouth. You don't get the finish initially. Demoholic's following in off of Laggy Poppy's effort. None of that comes about. Crow wasn't willing to throw himself into that very awkward position. So 2-0 now. Wild could continue going on and bring out the plaudits for Central Bravo. It is still going to be the same.
Oh my God!
What did we just get to watch?
Look at
The
this!
fadeaway attempt. The hell is this? Bounces it off the backboard and says, all right, see you later. I'm just going to drop this in. No answer to that, quite simply. Demaholic showing that he's a level above everybody on this server.
3 defenders, and none of them get the touch there. Demaholic. What a shot coming out from you, my friend. Turner, the demo onto him. Not happy with that play. Another demo from Aggie this time. As you see, Turner's going to pick it up off the wall. Pass back to Crow. Crow sends it high into the zone of Central Bravo. Cornered out. That's okay. He still has the pass to Leggy Poppy. Back wall. Crow looking for the shot on net. It's left for Demo. Poppy going to put it underneath. Oh, and everybody getting a piece of this one. You never know who's going to take this shot. Whether it's Demaholic, Crow, or Leggy Poppy, it could be any 3 of them anytime.
I think a sense that that early goal has just sucked the life out of Central Bravo a little bit. No doubt sapped from the Herculean effort that it is to take a match away from Team West and all the great stuff that they've done in this series. And well, to rub salt into wound, Demaholic slams this one home. Look at the goal difference at this point. After all, it was hotly contested through the earlier games, but game 4, 4-1 Central Bravo. Hadn't seen this coming. But Team Western. And just reminding everyone, all right, there was a chink in the armor, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing to worry about. No panic stations here. We're going to just smash this last game out. Head off for an early shower.
5-0 up with 3 minutes left. That's actually beating the time yesterday that we had for this team. Every single time that they were on stream, it was nearly every game they had 5 goals by the 2-minute 30 mark. This time they have 6 goals by 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
Yeah, it's not bad.
This team's pretty good. Pretty good
It
at
is
Rocket
not
League.
bad at all. And
So,
Aggie, that doesn't get there. It would have been too high and pretty awkward anyway, considering the angle of attack. And yeah, unfortunately, this one's going to feel plenty over before it's over. Bravo, probably considering right now. We just hang it up the towel. You know how this is going to finish, but at least contesting on the line. 2 glorious saves there out of Eggy. Double commit doesn't look particularly pretty for Central Bravo. Demo's just going to juggle, but Eggy holds himself, hangs himself up in the air for long enough.
well, dropped on down there. Central Bravo trying to get something going on the offense, but Crow's not going to let that happen with a pass from Leggy Poppy. Nearly sails it into the net for number 7. Drop down, Crow whiffs it. Demo going for the flip over. Aggie, and Aggie not going to budge this time around. Poppy going for the shot wide to the left. Picked up by Turner. Demo on a K-rush, but still finding the clear there. Demaholic is now holding on to their zone. Crow into the corner. Leggy Puppy up the wall. Mahalik on the backboard. Look at the shot in front. Not dropping it down for Crow just yet. K-Rush is going to take it out to the right. Looking to bash things past the defenders. Opening for the center, but with a demo onto Turner. No third player there. And come on.
Really?
Come on.
This team doesn't need that kind of fortune. I'm just going to say, Turner, unfortunately, with a complete misread. And only realizes far too late. Will be comfortable as you like for Team Western, without a doubt. But yeah, we'll be, I don't know, Central Bravo have given us one hell of a series, let's face it. This has been one of the best ones we've had thus far on main broadcast. And we just didn't see it come. Central Bravo walking into this 1 and 2 felt a little bit, and especially after game 1 as well, I was a little worried this was going to be a whitewash, but they've made it a hot contest, giving everyone entertainment they so crave.
Number 8 there for Crow. Still 40 seconds left in game 5. But Team Western are styling on them inside of this game 5. This is, yeah, tough to watch for Central Bravo after how hard they worked in every single game. I mean, talk about game 1 being the farthest deficit that we had, 5-2. Game 2 was a 1-0 difference. Game 3, 2-1. Game 4, it was Central Bravo sending it to 5 with a 4-1 win their way. You expect that trend was going to continue in Game 5. Team Western, you know, they said, let's just sit up in gamer position, get back to what we've been doing all day, take shots from every single angle, speed things up a little bit, and make sure that Central Bravo just cannot get any offense going in this matchup with 5 seconds left. Looks like this one's going to be over. And inside round 4, Team Western going to advance to a 4-0 record here in CONUS 2026. K-Rush taking one more shot, but it's going to touch down 8-0 in game 5. That's going to be a 4-1 win to Team Western yet again.
Yeah, tough reading for Central Bravo. Feels like an end to the story that they really didn't deserve. Even if it ends up 4-1 in the end, it feels like we should have had a hot contest because Central Bravo gave us such a great set of games, but won't get even a little bit into that game for Team Western, looking glorious. The unstoppable force that we came into today, recognizing they were off the back of their games day 1. Yeah, it's a perfect record for a reason. It will have a slight blemish. I doubt it's one that they care much for, all things considered.
They did drop a map yesterday to Central Alpha too, so haven't been flawless all weekend long so far. Another loss here to Central Bravo just kind of makes things honest for this team. You know, that mistakes do happen. You know, things in Rocket League are not always as it seems. But I want to talk about the Central Bravo team because, I mean, yeah, game 1 was a little bit of a blowout, but towards the end of it, you started to see them find each other in these passes for the offensive zone. The clears were a little bit more open. They were sending things downfield and clearing their zone a lot easier than they saw beforehand. They forced that overtime in game number 2, and then, you know, you go into game 3 and you start to see them actually making proper plays to find the back of the net. It was really well thought out, I think really driven from their angles, and you know, you had Turner as well as K-Rush just all over that offensive zone, making it really difficult for Team Western to set up passing plays of their own, which really seems like the key to knock them down a peg.
Certainly does. Yeah, it certainly does. And I wonder if a couple of other teams have taken a look at this series and gone, okay, this is how we build our way in against Team Western, looking at the likes of Central Alpha, because we know the quality on that roster. Could match this squad pound for pound if they manage to get themselves onto a solid run. So I'd be looking at that and learning a lot. As one of those rare moments where you VOD review an opposing team live in the arena and take a hell of a lot away from it. That being said, it's still one of those where you're like, okay, there was a gauntlet, there was a Herculean effort, there was this big contest, and you walk away 4-1 winners, and that includes an 8-0 and a 5-2 victory. So yeah, it's they're a different level right now, different gravy, but the better they play, the more pressure they mount on their own back. That target just gets bigger. The storyline keeps building about who can take them down. Yeah,
I mean, that storyline is pretty hard to kind of find where that Cinderella story is going to come from right now, but it does seem like we're working on getting now one of the members from Team Western into the interview booth. So, as we do know, it looks like we got Crow ready to go, so we'll bring him in here, ask him a few questions. Crow, another win for your team, my man. You guys just look so steady on the sticks. I gotta ask you a little bit about your Rocket League history, because you guys seem like you have a lot of Rocket League history so far, more than most at this tournament. What makes you guys so good?
Definitely our experience. I think out of everybody, we definitely have the most hours combined for sure. Laggy Puppy has the most hours at the entire event. in general. And then, yeah, I think we just have a lot more experience, especially with high level play.
Fair enough. I mean, yeah, we're definitely getting to witness that experience out there on the field right now. You guys are incredible. I will say, though, it felt like, of what we've witnessed on broadcast, at least, because we didn't get to see your game yesterday against Central Alpha, this looked like the closest contest you guys have played. Now, you, in particular, took a very interesting strategy at one point through this series and decided to basically become a wrecking ball. Why was that decision made, and how did it make you feel to play that role out there on the pitch?
Yeah, so we're actually sitting across from each other. So they went to go fist bump, and I went to fist bump them back, and they pulled it off on me. They said, no, I'm not a GG. So then I said, all right, I'll show you what a not a GG looks like, you know?
Okay.
So I just demo chased them the entire game.
Yeah, that you did. I think at one point you were sitting at 10s individually to their opposing teams, like 1 collectively. You were sending folks to the underworld, that's without a doubt. But yeah, obviously, fantastic stuff from yourselves. You've been pretty much flawless, 2 dropped matches in the entire, excuse me, tournament. Who do you think's your biggest threat right now, looking at this? I highly doubt that anyone's considering that you guys aren't favorites for the entire tournament, let alone the whole qualifying for Worlds thing, whatever. But you guys, you know, who are you looking at over your shoulder and thinking they might be the ones to maybe nip the crown away for us if we're not on point?
I guess Central Alpha would probably be the closest contest right now, but I think we're pretty sure to win, for sure.
I love the confidence coming out there, and you know, confidence in CONUS is looking to give you that, you know, that championship spot, that spot in Worlds. I gotta ask you, you know, I asked the same question in our interview before. You know, what does it feel like to you, just kind of being at CONUS at Keesler Air Force Base, around everybody, playing some Rocket League on LAN? You know, what does it mean to you to attend a tournament like this, being in the armed forces?
I've been to a few of them in the past, so it feels good to be back with everybody. It's my first time meeting a lot of these Rocket League guys, so it's good getting to know everybody and making new friendships and stuff, and just having a good time in general.
I love that. I love that. It's always about the camaraderie here. So, Crow, I mean, you guys still got a couple more matches in the group stages before we move on to the bracket plays. So good luck in those matches, and I'm sure we'll see you back here.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Absolutely. You will.
A very confident man coming out in there, Crow, with answers that I guess don't really surprise. I'm trying to, like, you know, all right, who's your biggest threat? He's like, well, really, nobody. We're good over here. We're sitting pretty. But hilarious to find out that the reason he decided to go and smash everybody to bits and enter a couple of people into the Upside Down was purely because they just didn't fist bump him correctly. So, yeah, well, God bless anybody who decides to get on the wrong end of that guy, because you won't be on the pitch for very long to find out.
Look, if you know, be a good sport, fist bump at the end. If not, you're just gonna get blown up off spawn by Crow. It's as simple as that. I'm sure that they turned around and hit those fist bumps going into those last couple of games there, because he stopped demoing. He got over it, and yeah, I mean, game number 5, they just locked in there 8-0 to close out that series in 4. You know what that means, Andy? You know what that means? Tell me what that means. You know what it means.
That means that your prediction was correct, Seymour. That means that we're a little bit closer. Although I will say to production, I'm still 3 points in the lead, all right? All right, I'm going to make sure I keep hold of those, because it often comes down to the wire, and it is important to walk away victor, of course. Seymour lets me know all the time that he's better than me at multiplayer ranked, and so I want to have the good grace of being able to tell him that he sucks at predictions. So
it's okay. You'll always be better than me at Warzone, so like, that doesn't matter whatsoever.
I don't know. You know, I reckon you'd be pretty good at Warzone. You can shoot, and if you just learn like the decision-making bits, I think you'd be great.
Look, we're a pretty good team. Let's just say when we do come together and we play some ranked play, you and I, and I'm sure that we'll be playing some on the horizon. But we do have another match to get ready for coming up in. I think we're still going on. In round number 4. Yeah, we're moving on to the Mountain matchup. We got Mountain Alpha taking on Mountain Bravo. A little bit of a break to get things situated, so we'll be back with some more CONUS very, very soon. Welcome back, everybody, to CONUS Day 2. We got ourselves a third matchup in our Rocket League group stages. Now, for this one, we're looking towards the mountainside. We got Bravo taking on Alpha. The first time that we actually see like an inter-region match on stream, Andy, and I'm excited for this one because I think that this might be the closest of the contests.
I agree with you. The Mountain Derby serves itself up to be an absolute beauty. I think that we walk into this with Mountain Alpha with a 2-1 record, Mountain Bravo with a 1-2 record, unless things have been updated since. But that was where we were standing as of this morning. And then I think this Mountain Bravo team's a little bit slept on. So yeah, I think this is going to be a really good series. We talked a lot about wanting to see those like Game 6s, Game 7s. We haven't had many opportunities to do that. We might be in this series.
We might be. I think yesterday was pretty close for a couple of the matches that we did see, but for today, I think that this one is going to be the closest. We got Mountain Alpha, though, to talk about. We haven't seen them on stream in a little bit now, Andy, and I think that for these three, it's quite a good conversation to kind of be talking about this combo between Buck and Water Mike. I think that, you know, even yesterday when we were seeing them take on Central Alpha, we talked about Monkey Man being that X factor, but I got to talk about Buck and Mike just being that driving offense for this team. Such a good duo to watch.
Yeah, certainly a dynamic duo. Feels like they almost work as a two-headed dragon, just pronging away. One pushes forward, the other drops back and kind of waits for that either pass across the channel or to set up the defensive play should they need to. Monkey Man, you all can see him further back, but does explode inside. Times it incredibly well when he wants to come into the picture. So I agree with you in terms of calling him the X Factor, and was certainly a difference in some of their series yesterday. But yeah, all three of these players have put on some highlight moments thus far. I'm thinking their one loss comes to Central Alpha, I want to say. I need to go through and check that back, but either way, right now, this feels like one of those teams that kind of slots in behind our Western and Central Alpha teams. Feels like those two are kind of top two. Mountain Alpha coming right behind, and as such, makes them a formidable force now in our made-up power rankings here.
Yeah, we did see them lose to Central Alpha 4-1. You had that correct, Andy. I went and looked at it for you to know. But let's talk about Mountain Bravo, because this is a team that yesterday started off a little slow, you know, losing out to Central Alpha 4-2, losing out to Western 4-0 on stream, and then they go into the round 3 match, and they actually take down Central Bravo in a 4-0 of their own. So we look at J-Dubs, Camilo, Fruit Loop taking the stage yet again. These three have been a joy, especially considering how good Fruit Loop has been to watch on this team. She is definitely the superstar here.
No, I agree. I think that Fruit Loop in particular has lit up our screens multiple times, and I'm expecting her to do so again in this series. Going to need her to do so if you want to get over the line in this hotly contested derby. But then you've got Camilo, who feels like was really put on an incredible defensive effort last time we got to tune in with his squad. So yeah, look and see what he can bring to the table in this one. I think J-Dubs comes in as X Factor. I'm going to apply a little bit of pressure here because I think that he can be the difference maker here. There's a little bit of inconsistency in that play. And it's when you're good, you're good. When you're not, you're a little bit off pot. So I'm looking for J-Dubs to be that player, to really step through, deliver big, and I'll bring home for the mountain region.
Well, we look at these three to take on their alpha team, see if they can knock them down a peg in this best of 7. Buck, Water Mike, Monkey Man versus J-Dubs, Camilo, and Fruit Loop. Andy, going into this best of 7, we have ourselves what we think is going to be close. I'm excited to talk about our predictions, though, when we do get into it, because I've kind of been waiting for a moment like this where you are confident on the other side of me, and I am confident in my pick as well. We got disagreeing predictions now going into this one. We could bring that up and talk about it. I got Mount Alpha taking it 4-2. You're going to take Bravo in 4-2 fashion as well. So, I mean, hey, like we said, it's the closest one. I agree with you on that. So I can see it going both ways here.
Agreed. I'm putting all faith in Fruit Loop. I think that Fruit Loop's going to come through for me and deliver some incredible performances. Get this one over the line. That being said, am I incredibly comfortable? Am I sitting here pretty? Well, only because I'm leading by 3, but no, not really. I can see this going pretty much any score in this series. I think this is going to be the truest test for both of these teams thus far. You're facing the squads down low. You're facing the squads towards the top. I really want to witness what it's like when you both face each other as a grudge match in the middle of the park.
No, I agree, and I think it's going to be really important for Mountain Bravo if they do want to take this win to come out hot. We've been seeing a lot of those teams that may be regarded in the underdogs for this match coming out the gates, losing game number 1, sometimes losing game number 2 as well. Then we go into game 3 and we're like, okay, how do you come back from this one? I think for Mountain Bravo, it's game 1, game 2. You need to see them steal one of these 2 games. If they do want to be the victors in a best of 7, it's got to be an early win in that column, Andy. If you let this Mountain Alpha team get off to a good start, I just don't see them breaking later on.
I agree. And I think what we saw in that last series, despite all the fantastic efforts that come through from Central Alpha, it will be... sorry, not Central Alpha. I'm forgetting the team that just lost in that last series. It was Western against Central Bravo. Despite all the efforts that come through from Central Bravo and just how good they looked, left themselves no gas in the tank by the end because of the Herculean efforts required to overcome. That being said, concern riddled across my face as Mountain Alpha take a very early lead in this one.
17 seconds in, and Mike's going to find the back of the net. Off the kickoff, 1 into the zone of Mountain Alpha. Buck going to carry it over the defender. Banked away to the rooftop, up and down. Camilo now looking for the shot off the backboard. He won't get there. Cleared out by Buck. Fruit Loop onto Camilo. Not able to get a piece of this one. It will hit the wall. Sends it high and flying. Demo onto the defender. Nice pick onto Buck. Nearly just sails in itself. Mike of the back wall setting up Monkey Man. No shot there. J-Dub's going to make sure of this one. Defense playing really good now after that first goal.
Certainly is. Just needed a second to steady yourself. Get your feet under you. Your wheels, as I should say. Miller will hook it forward. Sent back by Buck, though. Fruit Loop to arrive. Tries to get the bounce off the wall and off the ceiling and off the post and the demo and everything except for a damn goal. And as Camilo arrives, he's going to be taken out, but J-Dubs sneaks in for the score. My God, just the ball looked like it had to drop pretty much anywhere except the net. You will arrive in time. What a scramble for a goal that will tie us up.
That was a lot. I feel overwhelmed watching that play.
I feel a little bit sick.
Everything happened, and then the goal. So, ties us up 1 apiece. Fruit Loop now seals the corner post, and this guy, Camilo, wastes no time. Chance number 2. It's an easy one. What a play from Fruit Loop to set it up as well.
A superb pass. Camilo reads it perfectly. Keeper goes a bit high. Maybe expects the touch early. Camilo pops it down low, drills it into the bottom corner, and will now give you that 2-1 lead. Now the turns have tabled, and J-Dubs now denied on the line as well. But Fruit Loop to follow it up, goes top corner, and Buck just about tips it away.
Buck's going to make sure that that stays 2-1 so far. No boost. Going for the challenge. Will bump away the first defender, but all stays neutral. Fruit Loops up to the backboard. Mike sends it high. Buck going to clear it. Fruit Loop on the other end has plenty of boost to work this clear, but Buck's going to get over that ball and deny that clear right away. Still out of the zone. Mountain Alpha backed into their net. Buck up the wall again. Here you get over in the center. Fruit Loop's going to get demoed on the way down, but does interrupt that clear, so will have a chance off of spawn. Get back into an offensive play. Nearly leaves it for Fruit Loop to take the shot. Luckily, Buck was there. That could have been 3-1.
Yeah, superb challenge there by Buck. Looked goal bound. Just makes himself very big at the right time to win the 50-50. Milo now to push forward. All will break into the opposing corner. Monkey Man's just going to try to shove this high. Fruit Loop won't afford him the time, though. One thing right now, if you are Mountain Bravo, is complete lack of boost available. So you're going to back off, reset yourselves. Allow the ball to break kindly, and I think Fruit Loop just times that one all wrong. We'll get there, though, before Monkey Man, despite Watermike's best efforts. J-Dubs push it clear.
It's a quick cut.
Still on the clock, and it just hangs in the balance so well here.
Does. Watermike doing a good job at keeping it away from that danger zone in front of the net. High playing ball. Nobody there for the shot. Buck backs down. Buckman's actually going to whiff on this one. Camilo carrying it, going for the bump in front of the net. Buck avoids it, hits the clear. Back to the corner. Demo on both sides. No boost there for Buck. He's going to allow Camilo to take the shot, but trusting in the teammates to be there to make the save. Minute 38 left on the play. Mike for the shot. Fruit Loop there. Wonderful save coming again for Mountain Bravo.
J-Dub's almost caught out by one of those long looping efforts. and will actually just go up the other end and score smoothly. And this is what I was talking about as potential X factor. Some of those chances yesterday were not dropping home. This time basically sets himself up off the sideboard and between 3 defenders sneaks it home. You can be as efficient as that through this series. Mountain Bravo are running this derby all the way home.
This is kind of what we were asking for Mountain Bravo. If they were going to come out and win this series, it had to be an early game win. Game number 1 looking pretty set in stone with 1:17 left to the way that they're playing defense. Nearly another one sneaking by, but Mike carries it up the wall. Camilo out front, Fruit Loop shot. Just wide to the right. Mike looking for the clear out on himself. Has really struggled at finding Buck in these passes. You haven't really seen the two of them together on the offense since the start of the game. Buck here has lots of boost. See if he can get over the defenders. Nope. Fruit Loop matches it. Monkey Man not going to get a piece off the roof either, so Mountain Alpha down to 42 seconds to get a goal on the board to give him a chance in this game, and Shea Dubs with the wide clear, long bomb out. Tries to go for the redirect to the double touch off the backboard, but won't find it this time. 30 seconds left.
Up as well as going to clear initially because Fruit Loop looked set to punch that back into the box. Milo now basically bullied in the corner. Will walk away with the boost at least, but very little else. Buck now send it down. Double touch as well. Monkey Man was arriving, but maybe was actually put off by that second touch out of Buck. Honestly, looks pretty much over unless it goes in right now. And there's a Hail Mary play. You'll just get it onto the ground, hit it into the deck, and that will be all you wrote for game number 1. Mountain Bravo come out on top despite the very slow start and needing to find their footing in this matchup. 3-1 in the end. J-Dubs with 2 clinical strikes, and Fruit Loop awarded MVP for good reason. 3 saves that ensured they were in this contest all the way through.
Yeah, and Mike opens up the game with a goal that was 17 seconds into the start of this game, so the remainder, they find nothing after that. That's a lot of time without scoring, even though there were opportunities. You see a couple shots there from Buck and Mike, but just as a whole, I think that you look at this Mountain B team and you kind of recognize that if Monkey Man isn't picking up those shots and continues to just whiff these really easy touches that continue to sneak by that defender, you can see that Mountain Bravo aren't doing that on their side. All 3 members doing a great job at staying consistent across game number 1. Going into game number 2, you imagine that's going to stay true. So I now look at Mountain Alpha saying that's a little bit of a surprise. Weren't expecting to come out and lose in that fashion. So you're looking to see if all 3 can get on the same page going into this next one.
Yeah, there's a hell of a lot of talent on that roster, so I'm expecting them to kind of sit down for a second. And I will say we rotate lobbies incredibly quickly here in Rocket League. But yeah, at least sit down, have that conversation. Okay, what's going right? What's going wrong? How do we fix this up? Is there a change up in strategy coming out of Mountain Alpha? Maybe a little bit too early yet to ring any sort of alarm bells or panic systems. We're getting our second game off and underway. And well, Mountain Alpha will go again for that incredibly quick score. Great on these kickoffs. Mountain Bravo will at least get the contest in. Mike's pushing through. Camilo will nudge it clear.
Walk up the wall. Flip reset. Oh, doesn't get it over a Fruit Loop. Mike's going to carry it out of the air, but not a lot of boost for the follow-up. Camilo keeping it in the corner. And even with a little bit, booms it back on down. Looking to get it over the top there. Fruit Loop waiting at the neutral zone. Denying that clear right away. Mike, nowhere to go with the pass. Buck on the other side, though. Still has it. Looking to drive it in for a goal. It's Buck this time to kick us off. Takes a little bit more time than Mike did, but results, nonetheless, you're going to like that if you're Mountain Alpha.
It felt necessary as well, of all the momentum that Mountain Bravo built towards the back end of the first match. That's a reminder of the quality Mountain Alpha do possess in front of goal. That being said, we talked about it. Same result. An early goal from Mountain Alpha. Didn't.
The preset
flushes in the second, and never mind what Mike pulls off something with complete technical prowess. And you called it there. The flip reset comes through. Great work. Just gets underneath it, nudges it over the defender. Thought it was dropping right to them. Great control there. 2-0 up within a minute. A very different story to last time out.
2-0 up. Fruit Loop looking for something there. Shot high. off the backboard. Buck, though, picks it up. Dangerous one. You're just giving a lot up now to Mountain Alpha in game number 2. Monkey Man drills one to the right of the net. Up front, Mike won't hit a shot there. Buck gonna rotate with him. Fruit Loop bats him out of the skies, and here's the clear for Camilo over Buck. Stuffs it down into the zone of Mountain Alpha. Mike's gonna pick it up and look to carry it, but a lot better on these contests. The 50-50s on Mountain Bravo, keeping control away from players like Mike and Buck.
Miller with a lovely little touch there, just to send it in the opposite direction. Sends everybody for a hot dog, means he gets a little bit of relief from the pressure. J-Dubs now wins the 50. That being said, you'll be uncontested if you are Buck. Miller's trying to drop on top of this, but Fruit Loop in an important place at the right time. Water Mike, bring it up, drop it down, trying to send it central, and J-Dubs snuffs that out quickly.
Well, J-Dubs with the demo too, so chance here, drop down from Fruit Loop, can't connect with Camilo, but it's a shot from J-Dubs, waiting in the shadows, hits the demo, rotates back, sets up, waits, and here's the shot in. Representing G2, J-Dubs harnessing a little bit of J-Naps.
Looked like the opportunity had gone when Camilo passes by that ball, maybe a little bit put off by the defender. J-Dubs wraps back, gambles on the break, is rewarded. I was just about to say, it feels like Mountain Bravo really struggled to get their star players involved. Fruit Loop with that knockdown announces her presence in this second game. We are halfway through at this point, 2-1. And despite Mountain Alpha's great work in front of goal thus far, looking over your shoulder nervously because Mountain Bravo have already pulled off a comeback in this series. Looking to do so again.
Now, why not do it not just once, but twice in a row? And what a heartbreaker that would be. It's to lose out on 2 games that you're leading. Good demo there from Buck. Turns around to catch it in the sky. J-Dubs was there. Fruit Loop's looking to pick up now in front of the net. Buck, no boost. Still with the clear. Out to Mike. 1-2 pass, looking for the shot in, but not able to put it on target right away. Swiped away, and a little back and forth we got. Chasing it down the pitch. J-Dubs gets bumped out. Barely gets the recovery. Camilo there just in case. You start to see that Mountain Alpha are getting a little aggressive in these plays in the offense. Touchdown by Buck. Is anybody there? Mike, oh, nearly gets a piece of it. Fruit Loop this time finds the save.
It does incredibly well. But J-Dubs will need to just cover over this one, but the follow-up's in from Buck. Fruit Loop this time to knock it clear, and Camilo there again. Riding the line if you are this Mountain Bravo team. Squad numbers will now start to break, and Fruit Loop, well, unfortunately, she's going to be essentially bullied out of this one. Not win both of those 50-50s, and it will drop for Water Mike. Center of the park. J-Dub's going to fight over it. Now all about this next contest. And Buck will get there first. That'll break very kindly for Water Mike down into the corner. And Camilo
Monkey Man
backs it off there. Doesn't drop nicely. And oh my lord, a break goes through. But now Fruit Loop, I don't think that was intended play. And it almost breaks, but Camilo's across.
Camilo able to make that save. 35 seconds. Mountain Alpha holding on to this 1-point lead. Oh, nearly there. Fruit Loop trying to tie it up. 30 seconds left in game number 2. And here's Mike in the neutral zone. Buck not able to keep that on the offense. It's back down into Mountain Alpha zone. Fruit Loop looking for the center field pass. Camilo won't get that. J-Dubs now into the corner. Tucked away by Buck. Last 10 seconds in, last chance out. Buck looking to call game. Put the dagger in the net. Slow play in front. 3 seconds. They gotta keep it up. And Mike's just gonna let the time run out. Mountain Alpha with the equalizer in game 2.
Beautiful work from Mountain Alpha there. You felt like it's a little bit same old story, right? We got an early lead, comebacks on. They might get a little nervy, but I felt like, if anything, they dominated possession of the ball and were largely the more offensive team. You see the number of shots there, registered 8 Mountain Alpha, just a 3 Mountain Bravo. So, yeah, very much so on the front foot, and I guess the best defense is a great offense. Keep your opponents hemmed in their box, in their half of the pitch. That means Mountain Alpha will walk out of this one with and ties up, sorry, at 1-1 in the series. For Mountain Bravo, I think we know what it is, Seymour. Just don't get off to a slow start.
Yeah, I mean, easier said than done. I think that dictating a lot of the tempo in this game was key for Mountain Alpha. Like you said, the good defense is a great offense. And in that side, you never really saw a great breakout strategy from Mountain Bravo like they had in game number 1. You're missing out on a couple of those passing plays. It took a lot for J-Dubs to find that back of the net for the only goal that you get there in game number 2. And I think that in game 1, the difference is you had Fruit Loops taking those shots, setting up some passes, making sure that it's either Camilo or J-Dubs taking those shots on nets. And I think in game 2, you didn't give it as many of those chances. And when you did, I think Mountain Alpha were pretty apt in saving those goals this time around, learning from those mistakes in game 1.
Certainly were, but now both teams should have had an opportunity to study each other thoroughly. You know what Mountain Bravo need to do? It's not concede a goal within the first minute. Mountain Alpha, well, they've managed to fix the whole not falling behind after you've taken the lead situation. But also, I felt like in the last game we struggled to see Fruit Loop and Co get involved early. This time, and you get your star players straight into the match. And J-Dubs will pop it high. Camilo will try and drop it low. Doesn't get enough purchase on the ball. So J-Dubs will recenter it again. Might drop fortuitously. And no, Water Mike has enough to get rid of it.
Yeah. Camilo pops it up in the air. Just going to keep that on the offensive side. In Mountain Alpha zone, J-Dubs looking for a piece of that. Sent back down. Fruit Loops on the wall. Not able to get it past Bach. In the air, Bach looking to knock it down in front of the net. Good save from J-Dubs. Stuffs it into the corner. Loops with the chip out. 0 boost, but leaves it for J-Dubs to try to attempt to clear. Won't happen. Back on the offense for Mountain Alpha. It's Water Mike. 50 boost in the tank. Looking to get past Camilo. Can't get it through the corner, though. And Mountain Bravo doing a good job at keeping their defense away from their net. Flick up from Camilo. Bach has to go for the save. Back into the corner. 50 from Fruit Loop. Up in the air. Camilo trying to go for the knockdown. Buck again knocking it away.
So hotly contested by both teams. That shot from Camilo had everybody scrambling, and a soft one, if anything, from J-Dubs. Does well. Just punches it low. Just so you think he's probably going to go high for this. I think Buck and Monkey Man are both expecting, that top corner effort. Instead, J-Dubs goes relatively simple effort. Doesn't overcomplicate it. And I think every now and again, that works. That does the job. Goes your opponents off. So 1-0 up. The Mountain Bravo's turn for the first time in this series to lead. And what do you look like? Well, you take 2. J-Dubs. Great effort. Leading the front line with aplomb. And Buck will want that one back. He'll be wondering how that touch got away from him.
Oh, it's just in the top right corner of the net, too. It was such a hard shot to make. And Monkey Man, I think he expected J-Dubs to take the shot head on. Good way to give some variety there from J-Dubs. He goes for the hat trick in record time, but this time the defense will prevail. Camilo keeping that drive on. Green light means go. Buck, it'll mean clear downfield. Picks up that mid boost. Tries to anticipate the clear from Fruit Loops. Instead, just carries over. Camilo demoed. Get back into Bravo's side. Monkey Man, front of the net. Won't get past J-Dubs, though. Buck up the wall. Just barely knocking it to the right side. Fruit Loops to J-Dubs. Fruit Loops back in front. Buck will easily carry it. And a pinch off of Fruit Loops' car. Sent back down to the Bravo zone.
That touch, though, was interesting. J-Dubs accidentally sending it towards the center of his own goal mouth. Now we'll just scramble in the corner and does well in pretty much every 50-50 there. Fruit Loop gets none of the ball. All the man. Doesn't give a damn. We'll send Mike off for a few moments. Gets back as the midfield contest. Unfortunately, Camilo's going to basically land on top of Fruit Loop there. And basically rob her off the ball. Stops again. The thing is, right now, yes, you are seeing a little bit of pressure on Mountain Alpha, but I don't think anything that Mountain Bravo necessarily concerned by. Very much in control of this contest.
The contest, it sure is. From both ends of the field. I mean, Alpha with the answer back in game number 2, but Bravo back on top for game 3. And another shot from J-Dubs. There's the hat trick in game 3. He finds it from the top left shot. Up the wall. Reads the corner perfectly. The jump off. Flicks it. and nobody in the net to defend. Alpha have just been so off point in game 3 for these defensive rotations.
Beautiful work from G-Dubs here. Thoughts about him. He would be the X factor for this team. In the 2 games where he's really been alive, the squad have profited massively. Luck now going to try to do all the work by himself, so Fruit Loop moves him from the field of play. J-Dub's just going to pop this one up himself, then bumps Mike, who tries to clear it on his return. Gets nowhere with the ball.
Fruit Loop, there's nobody in.
Fruit Loop, that's incredible work out of you. Gloriously sexy stuff. Flicks it up over one defender and then just dinks it over Monkey Man, who's come out to contest. Try as you might, Buck ain't getting there. 4-0, the most dominant game so far this series.
Yeah, I mean, in game 3, who would have expected this one? But, you know, I don't want to call one player to be making these mistakes. Maybe it's the full team missing out on these rotations, but Monkey Man just continues to whiff on the defense. Mountain Bravo punishing off of these small issues. Water Mike on carry, bumped by the defender. This time on the wall. They're going to keep the pressure in. Goes for the shot off the ground, but it's Fruit Loops this time to bump him. Monkey Man gets the boost. Tries to pass it out. Mike gets it past 2. And he connects with his teammate. Fruit Loop doesn't let him. Doesn't even give him the time of day for this shot. 20 seconds left. Scoreless for Alpha.
Fruit Loop might add a little bit of a cherry onto the cake there. It takes all 3 players scrambling across the goal mouth to deny a 5th. And while the ball will continue to be contested for the last 5 seconds here, we know the end result. Mountain Bravo will take the lead in the series. Look and see if Mike could have given you anything at all, but no. It will be a J-Dubs masterclass. A hack trick in game 3 to get you in front or back in front. 2-1. Incredible work here. And look at the amount of shots. I feel like even when Mountain Bravo won that first game, it didn't feel like it was over that much pressure. They didn't really dominate anywhere near as much as they did in this 3rd game.
Oh, I agree. It's just continuous shots from J-Dubs, just finding the back of the net. That last one from Fruit Loops really sealing the deal. An easy carry over that last defender, and Monkey Man just could not get up in time with that boost to contest the shot. A Buck and Water Mike in game number 1 really struggled at making those individual passing plays to each other to take some good shots on net. Game 3, you see that again. I mean, whether or not that's them just not synchronizing as good today in day number 2, or if it's maybe Mountain Bravo doing a good job at interrupting a lot of these passes, which, to be fair, they are doing a fantastic job at interrupting a lot of these infield passing plays from Alpha. You're going into game 4, and you need to start figuring out ways around Bravo. Game number 2 obviously was a little bit of a grace for this Alpha team, but you're going into 4, and I need to start to see some of that connection between Mike as well as his duo in Buck, because that is what made them such a dangerous duo back in day number 1. And it just seems non-existent today.
I agree. Don't seem on that wavelength that we have already witnessed in this tournament. Mountain Bravo, the answer last time round, and we spoke about it, you had to get Fruit Loop and Cole more involved early on. Not just trying to scramble around the goal mouth in defensive efforts. Burning through boost, just keep you in the match. And well, if there's going to be a reply or any answer at all, a great one will be Water Mike sneaking in at the back post here. Off of what felt like a little bit of a scramble from the defense of Mountain Bravo. 2 players commit and get nowhere near it. Water Mike slots it home to give you an early lead. Now, the last time you managed this, you went on to see out the game. We want to repeat that here if you're a Mountain Alpha fan.
Good things happen for Mountain Alpha when they score within the first minute. We saw that in game number 2. We saw that in game 1 as well, and Mountain Bravo wasted no time at finding themselves an answer. Nearly bumping Mike out of the way for a shot there. Camilo creating a little bit of a disruption on the side of Alpha. Fruit Loop. It's the corner boost, a demo into a teammate. It's a semi-open net, and Buck was looking to sneak it past Camilo. J-Dub spawns right on top of where the ball lands. Out we go into the Alpha zone.
Hey, J-Dubs, welcome back, brother. Oh, there's a giant ball about to land on your head. Rips that one away from Mike, though. Who thought he'd just guide it all the way home. Says, no, thank you. I'm just going to scoot the whole way back myself. And no! Almost a beautiful bit of work. Fruit Loop, though, cannons it off the crossbar.
Yeah, dribbling it from over the top there. Tries to beat the defender. It's a good job at giving an attempt there for Bravo, but still scoreless on their side. Crossing the 3-minute 30 mark. Mike in the corner. J-Dubs pops it over his car. Monkey Man with the shot on there, forces the defender high, and it's a double commit too. J-Dub's out of position, sailing forward for Mike, and it is an open net for Alpha to go 2-0 up in game 4.
Feels like you just get this wrong, unfortunately, if you are Camilo. You go high when J-Dub's already covering your front post. Means that you essentially both committing to that. When no one gets it, it just drops on. It feels like both goals have basically been that. Defensive errors out of Mountain Bravo. So rare out of this team, but as soon as you hand opportunities like that to Alpha, while they haven't been firing on all cylinders today, they'll snatch those up without a problem. And Buck, oh my lord, just lifts it up and over, and Watermike smashes it home. The floodgates are well and truly open on this one.
This is what I look for from Buck. Just plays like that, then he plays the contact on Fruit Loop, sets up Mike. It's such a selfless play from this duo that was missing in games 3 and game 1. 3-0 in for Alpha here in game number 4, looking to tie us up yet again in the series. Buck in the corner, Monkey Man flying high, drops it on down. He doesn't even get a piece of it. He leaves it for Buck. Whether that's intentional or not, it mixes up the defenders. They don't know what to do.
I think considering how good this front line have come out here in game number 4, we'll call it as intentional. And then what it is these two coming online, which should be concerning for any Mountain Bravo fan. My faith in Fruit Loop does persist, but I can understand why you like this front lineup for Mountain Alpha when they start to sync up like this. Beautiful stuff. That being said, J-Dubs ain't done just yet. Tries to dribble forward. The Fruit Loop will kind of off the corner, and no, Buck will get across. So a consolation prize or a route back in yet for Mountain Bravo. Need a glimmer of light in what is a very dark, long tunnel for game 4.
Yeah. I mean, a little taste of your own medicine for what you did in game number 3, but unlike game 3, 4 will not stay scoreless out of Bravo. Milo finally putting one away there. Look at this shot. Just over that last defender. 2 players committed onto the right wall. And Monkey Man not expecting to be needed in net. So 4-1, 2 minutes, 10 seconds. Lots of time to play. Lots of time to bring yourself back, especially with how fast Alpha found their lead. In 4, you know you can do it just as easy.
We'll lose some test there. We'll just ping that into an awkward spot for Mountain Alpha. Bravo. Not really with the bodies there to scramble that home. So counters on, and J-Dubs and Camilo recognizing that, well, really one more goal would be the nail in the coffin. Get themselves back on that line. 3 efforts. Not coming through, and Camilo will pop home a second. Waits, bides his time, and then springs into action, recognizing that all 3 players had pushed forward for Mountain Alpha for some reason. Drives it back to within 2, 90 seconds on the clock.
Still time for Bravo to decimate this lead. Mike, though, back onto the attack, looking for the double touch up high. He's going to whiff on it. Buck cuts it into the neutral, looking for a second clear. Needs Monkey Man to get it done, though. Fruit Loop bangs it down. Buck in the sky. Not allowing it to cross the mid zone. Monkey Man won't get a touch there. Back into the side of Alpha. 1 minute left in game number 4. 2-goal lead for Mountain Alpha. Bravo just trailing close enough to feel possible, far enough to still feel pressure. They just need to find the back of the net in the next few seconds. The closer it gets to the end game, the harder it feels that this comeback's actually even going to happen.
All 3 players tucked inside your own half. If you are Mountain Alpha and you refuse to step out even once, possession or not, it doesn't really matter. And Mike might have just actually spotted a gap that released Buck, send him on forward, but slow this down. No need for a wild effort. Pops it over the top of Fruit Loop, but actually Dobbs is going to send it in her direction. Can you do anything with this? You get the boost, but Mike's already retrieved the ball. J-Dubs will contest, sends it into the middle, and no, just on the outside of the post. Means Fruit Loop now is trying to set up Camillo. Doesn't happen. 5 on the clock, and this one's likely over.
On the car, one last chance for goal. On either side, J-Dubs, though, Fruit Loops could have bumped him out of the skies. A little bit of awkwardness coming out from Bravo, and it's going to hit the ground to tie us up yet again in this series. 2-2. The best of 7. Talk about Mountain Alpha putting on the pressure here in game number 4, answering the call that we both had after game 3 was gone. Where was it? Well, it was just waiting for the next game there. And for Mount Bravo, I mean, they started to pick up towards the end. Some pretty quality shots there. Some fantastic saves coming out from Camilo as well. But not enough with how far away Mountain Alpha pulled quickly in that game.
No, I agree. I think that this is probably the most dominant one of the series thus far. Mountain Alpha, it will say 4-2 on the board, but being up 4-0 and then conceding 2, largely through your own errors, I feel, is one where you think, all right, that never really looked like it was getting away from us. Nothing to really be concerned about at this point. I think that, unfortunately for Mountain Bravo, you just don't get Fruit Loop into the play at all. It feels like, you know, there's not those kind of numbers coming out from the saves, shots, assists, whatever. There's none of it, really. She's largely just involved in the contest game. And that's, while she's great at that, of course, that's not where you want your star player to be. You want them to be involved either creating or producing goals. So, yeah, it's a moment for Mountain Bravo. They slip. Mountain Alpha, again, I see why you like that front duo. When they look hot, they look real damn
Oh, they look so good in that game, too. And you want to see that consistently happen for Mountain Alpha. I mean, so far it's been back and forth across this best of 7. Bravo, if history repeats itself, should look to pull ahead in this series. But Andy, for you and I mean, this is the breaking point for our predictions. We had one of these teams going 4-2 in the win column. So if one of us is going to be right, somebody's going to have to win 2 in a row now.
Honestly, couldn't call it. We've flipped back and forth so much through this game, through this series. Wouldn't surprise me, to be honest, if we go down to that game 7. Effort will slam off the backboard, wrong side of the post. Milo's up first before everybody. We can't get to ground quick enough before Mike can punt it away. And I will say, just not conceding an early goal would be pretty solid effort from both teams. Both been guilty of it, particularly on the Mountain Bravo side. Left themselves too much to do at times in this series. Hold out. Even keep it at 0-0 for a while. You reckon they can build their way into it? They're strong finishes.
Yeah, fuck. Gonna send this away. Knocked down in front of the net by Monkey Man. Buck carrying it over in the skies. Can he dribble it all the way through the air? No, it's Camilo to meet him. And now for the drive back in. Buck off the side wall. Deny entry to his zone. Rope loop. Third one in line. Carries it, though, to the Alpha side. Monkey Man in the corner. 50-50. Out to the center field. Fruit Loop there to grab it. Before boost on Mike. Waits out the challenge. Dribbling it. Flicks it over. J-Dubs. Can you get it past Fruit Loop 2? No, she's going to beat him to the shot through the air. And a whiff from Camilo on the wall. Monkey Man going to pick that up on the ground. Back into the Bravo zone. Looking for a teammate. Won't knock it down. And this is a long flying ball back in. And Buck just going to the soft touch in. And continue this back and forth. Really hardly seeing any shots hit the net.
Barely seeing anything on target at this point. A lot of near misses, but hasn't required any heroics either. Fruit Loop wins that contest, puts it into the corner. Can he get it central? Camilo's way in. Camilo arrives, but Buck followed in. Had lost his man initially, but made sure to follow in for the second challenge. Does enough, and Dubs actually will scoop the boost and loft the ball skyward. Not before Buck can clear. Will there be a touch from Mountain Bravo? So, Milo now, what do you have? Soft touch, drops it down, and, well, you do enough. 2 bodies in the way.
Oh, Buck. getting a good read on these shots. Water Mike fighting for his life in front of the net. Buck with no boost will pick up the midfield boost, so see if he can get another shot here. J-Dubs in net. Knocking away that shot there. Fruit Loops with the flick over Water Mike. Buck gets there. Oh my god, Buck is everywhere in this game.
Looked like it was dropping home. Incredible work there. And a Buck. Fruit Loop will nudge this forward. Buck to contest. Mike decides, I'm bored of this clean stuff. I'm going to just smoke Camilo into the Underrealm. J-Dubs now blocking that effort on goal. It's so important to his team on the front line in this series, and might have just saved him from going behind there. Now going to drive forward, and met in the air by Monkey Mount. Just pushes it away. Water Mike's now redirect. Just a deft touch to carry it out through the flank for Buck to run free. Problem is, it's only as far as Fruit Loop, and another effort, and Water Mike just gets in off the double. Now it feels like a misplay and maybe a missed time or read from someone in this back line. Because how Mike gets not one. And I think it's J-Dubs, unfortunately, just doesn't get the purchase on the ball that he wants. I think he wants to come up underneath that and punt it skyward. Instead, it essentially lays him up.
And at 16, though, and Alpha strike first in this breakpoint game. Looking to go back-to-back. After tying things up 2-0 apiece, Mike with an amazing play, like you said, Andy, and that's exactly what the doctor ordered for this Alpha team. Save in from Camilo. Water Mike not looking to let up just yet. Out front, J-Dubs clears it. Walk now, picking it up across his goal line. Dangerous clear, but right into the hands of Camilo. Monkey Man low on boost. Looking to if his teammates can assist with this one. Challenges up front, and that 50-50 gives a chance there for Bravo. Still holding on to the pressure on the neutral zone.
Forward, pops it into the middle, but gets there, but not before Camilo arrives to make an all-important touch here. Give you a chance at a late equalizer. Fruit Loop. Back and forth. Camilo just says, get out of my way, son. Gonna let Fruit Loop on pass. Up goes high. Camilo, again, feels like he's absolutely everywhere right now.
Last chance.
Can you keep this ball in the air long enough to have one more bite of the cherry?
Up front, J-Dubs shot over the top. Mike saves it. Is that the only chance you get? Mike says, yeah. No chances. Back into this one. Alpha sneak away with a 1-goal game. Mike is the one to separate that difference. And you look at the two teams neck and neck now going into the back end of this best of 7. 3-2. Alpha find their break point. Take a lead.
Quite frankly, brilliant effort from all 6 players out there on the field, but Water Mike's got to take MVP in that one, not only because of the goal, which, to be honest, I think comes through an error, but you capitalize on whatever you give, and you knock the dominoes down however they fall. But that save there at the end as well. Gets across just in time, just as J-Dubs looks to have slotted home the equalizer to force us into overtime. So, yeah, great work from him. I know there's a lot of love out there for that player in particular. So, yeah, he's definitely delivering for his fandom, but my God, brother, we have got a series here. It's been ridiculous. We have 1 or 2 blowouts, really comfortable victories, you could say, on either side. But other than that, it's been hotly contested. And as I said before, I wouldn't be surprised if we walk into a Game 7 after this. But if we are going to get there, Mountain Bravo, again, got to find a way to build Fruit Loop back into this series. Started incredibly hot, bit quieter over these last 2 matches, and Mountain Alpha have seized on that to take the lead.
No, I agree. I think that that's the answer you're looking for, is where has Fruit Loop gone in this best of 7? Because games 1 and 2... even games 3, where you kind of find that second win, Fruit Loop was at the forefront of this offense, and it seems like she's been kind of forced into playing aggressive off those demos, playing for the defense a lot. Haven't really seen those plays to set up your team like you did in the past, and it's kind of cost this Bravo team a little bit of confidence out of their zone. So Alpha seem happy with what they're working with now, as Buck puts in yet another 10-second goal.
So Stark's just going to come back to haunt Mountain Bravo when they watch this series back. They're coming into this with a record of 1 win and 2 losses. Feels like a sleeper roster ready to emerge, but you can't let all that good and all that hard work be undermined with goals within 10 seconds. J-Dubs drops it down. You just don't get there if you're Fruit Loop. Milo now will battle with Water Mike in the air. Buck retrieves, looks to have lofted one up perfectly, and well, no, thankfully Camilo is there yet again. J-Dubs will start to drive forward.
J-Dubs out. Fruit Loops shot. Double commit there from Mike and Bach. Bach going to swipe it away. Camilo's turn to see if he can center it. J-Dubs underneath them, and there's the goal in. We might be talking a lot about how Fruit Loop has slowed down, but Camilo and J-Dubs happy to pick up. Well, their teammate might not be able to connect a little bit there, and J-Dubs with yet another goal in this series has certainly picked up the mantle for this team.
Without doubt. Sneaks that one home. Nothing clean about it, but they all count. One apiece. 4 minutes on this. Thanks as ever in the buzz. Has been basically the beginning of the entire series. What a contest. Fruit Loop will walk away with pretty much every boost in this corner of the pitch. Mike now will just dive this forward. Buy time, relieve pressure. For just a moment. Well, Fruit Loop might win the ball. Unfortunately, smashed it to pieces straight after. So, trying to control the pacing for a moment. If you are the Raider of the Mountain Bravo, line up, and if she gets back in, we can just nudge this towards the center. J-Dubs is waiting for the setup here. Can Camilo get there first? J-Dubs takes it into his own hands, off the board. Fruit Loop doesn't really have the momentum to get there.
Camilo gonna knock it down in the corner. Buck for the 50-50 out to Mike. Both Mike and J-Dubs whiffing on the ball. That's okay. Buck in their own zone, able to save it away from their net. Fruit Loops trying to make a solo play. Dangles it in the zone. Saved yet again by Alpha. Weird bounce out front. Going for the pump is Buck, but Fruit Loop high drive over Buck. Clears that ball yet again.
Feels like dominance right now from Mountain Bravo. Well, only in the pressure column, though, and those statistics count for nothing at the end. You got to turn this nice passage of play into a goal at some point. Feels like there will be that moment where Mountain Alpha suddenly come online again. You want to be leading at that time. Demo will come through. Camilo now with control out on the flag. Should set Fruit Loop up for the tap, and it comes through. That's the moment you needed so desperately. You've been great for the last 60 to 90 seconds. So dominant. And Camilo recognizing an opportunity to put this into the center of the park. Fruit Loop ain't going to miss that one. She's back in the game.
Really, that whole thing is set up off of the demo in front of the net. I mean, you are kind of flipping a 50-50 coin on where that spawn comes through. You spawn up short side on the play, and that really puts you out of position for trying to defend that net. I think everybody else from Alpha really was hoping that that spawn would be far side to get there in time, but alas, you live by the spawn, you die by the spawn sometimes. And now it's Alpha's turn to play from a deficit. Trailing by 1 in Game 6. Looking for that 4-2 victory here and now. Avoid that Game 7. Monkey Man. Taking it out front. Not going to intercept that clear. Looking for the pass in. J-Dubs gets a piece of it and sends it flying.
We're going across. Hit nothing but wall there. Hello. Nice little own bit of magic. Will be cut off. Watermite will remove Camilo from the board, but there's a demo in return on the other side. Fruit Loop taking a piece of the pie, so right now 2v2, and that spells gaps, and well, we'll close them in time if you're Mountain Alpha. Heading towards that final 60 seconds. 1 goal in it. Buck with a great little touch there, not only to save that, but to just push it out towards the corner. Otherwise, you're very concerned about the follow-up. As Fruit Loop sends this forward yet again. Mountain Alpha just struggling to really string any bit of possession together. Maybe a pass or two, but Buck's got it in the air.
Oh, nearly gets the flip reset too at the end. Good contest from Fruit Loops. Deny that shot. Mike with 42 seconds, trying to feather things into the zone. Monkey Man with a shot over Fruit Loop, and that's in! When you least expect it, it's the Wizard making magic happen for the team. What a shot to tie us up with 37 seconds left in Game 6.
Every now and again, you just get one of these goals. We saw them from J-Dubs in the previous matchup. Just a simple one. I ain't going to try and get fancy with this. I'm hammering it towards goal. If it's on target, it's going home, and no way. As the reversal happened like this, Mountain Alpha win the contest on the kickoff. Camilo, an errant touch on the challenge. It's just going to drop for Buck in front of goal, who nods it home. And from 2-1 down to 3-2 up in a matter of seconds. And importantly, just 30 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, this is troublesome waters for Bravo indeed, as this game is completely flipped on a dime in just seconds. So you got one more opportunity to send this one to overtime now, as you're feeling the pressure in this game after you've played so well all series long. The touch off the backboard for Mike. Here comes Camilo. Shot high yet again. Mike with yet another save there. It's Fruloop's turn. Going for the touch off the backboard. Buck with the defense. It falls. Camilo down low. And a nuclear shot from Bravo ties us up with 4 seconds.
Buck thought he'd done enough and looked to get the second touch. The punt clear, but Fruit Loop recontests and just shifts it downward, begging Camilo to run on to the end of it. Drives it home to tie us up at 3 apiece. 4 seconds, the recontest is in. And unless there's a moment of magic, we're headed to overtime.
There it is. Game 6. Do we go to 7? Or does Alpha call game? We've seen so many opportunities in overtime where Mike has snuffed out your opponents. Will he do it one more time here versus the sister team on the Bravo side? Mike for the shot. Camilo says no. Taking it back down into Alpha zone. Buck carries it up the wall. And here's the clear.
Camilo do that. No problem at all. Mike now to take his time. Just loft it, try and feather it. Doesn't really catch it or control it on the way down. Buck now just going to drop in towards the center. Unfortunately, completely into Mountain Bravo hands. So, what do Mike now? You do. Take 2 of this, and Camilo gets it all wrong. Timing isn't there. Fruit Loops across the cover and save. Mike's going to tap it. Oh, no, J-Dubs with an heroic last-second block. Just as it looked like this series was over. Oh my goodness me, what a matchup.
That could be a series-defining save right there from J-Dubs. Mike looking to take another shot from the corner. Fruit Loop this time meets him. Buck in the skies. Knocking it down. Good backboard defense from J-Dubs. Mike with the soft touch off the wall. Good dribble in from Camilo. Buck just going to knock it into the corner there. So a little bit of defense from Alpha. Bravo in the setup. Hello for Buck. 50s over to the right side of the wall now. Fruit Loop there with the mid boost, trying to make a play in. Low side. Buck was there. Gets demoed. Mike off the top, back wall. Buck, oh, there's an open net. Oh, but he's going to get there, and this is how it's over. In Game 6, Alpha taking the series. It's a long shot from Buck. And Camilo just sits and watches the game fall off the wayside.
So harsh to Mountain Bravo, who have been phenomenal all series long, to then gamble after the demo on getting that one over the line. As such, send 3 players on the hunt. And as that appears, just the open goal moment, it just gets tapped forward and we're watching it roll. Surely not how this incredible contest ends. Mountain Alpha get it done and take a 4-2 victory. But honestly, I think considering just how close almost every game was, you could have written any scoreline underneath this series and I'd have just said, yeah, sure, no worries. That's exactly how it went down.
Yeah, you couldn't have asked for a better series than that against these two. I mean, we knew it was going to be so close. This one is one that I'm sure both of these teams will remember. And for Mountain Bravo, we got to talk about this team and how close they've been in so many of this series that they've had. It's been such a great contest from them every time they're on stream. When you talk about the way that they started this series too, just opening up the floodgates with that game number 1, 3-1 victory over Alpha. You go into game number 2 and yeah, they sneak one back onto you, but game 3, 4-0 for Bravo. These games that they were winning were so dominant. We thought that this Bravo team was reinvented on day 2 and sticking it to their Alpha side. And man, did they give them a good run for their money. But as the series went on and the game just kept on gelling for Alpha, it seemed like slowly they were building back into their devious ways, especially between Buck and Mike.
Yeah, they had moments where it just reminded us of what we saw yesterday. That teamwork coming through, some glorious stuff where we talked about him as a two-headed dragon. And at points, yeah, working away in tandem, putting the sword to their opponents. And that's where this Mountain Alpha team are really going to come alive and get themselves through to Worlds. But off the back of that front line, just being the difference in incredibly close contests like the one we've just seen.
What a series we get here, and finishing moments in for 4-second goal. Drops down for Camillo. Low side short against the defenders there. And in overtime, unfortunately, this is the way it ends. Buck's going to send one far for the OT to close out. 4-3 in Game 6. It's a 4-2 victory, and we got Buck in the interview slot to join us in there, Enigma. So let's welcome him here, Buck. What a game. What a series. You look as cold as ever, though. Not bothered whatsoever at how much of a contest that one was. I gotta ask you, though, because, you know, we got some notes here from the staff that they asked you some questions going into this tournament. It says that you peaked 41st in the world in Rocket League. You've won 2 Rocket League tournaments. What were those tournaments that you won?
The tournaments were the Germany AFB LAN. And there was also a LAN in Alabama when I was doing college Rocket League. It was a bunch of Alabama schools. It was a good time. Won both of those.
That's awesome.
I mean, can certainly see that prowess coming through, right? Like with how good you look at the moment, Buck, your team as well, just coming online. I got to say, that was a gauntlet of a series. It felt like almost every game, down to the wire, overtimes, massive contest. How does it feel to walk away from one of those? Are you elated or drained at the current moment?
I'm excited. I'm drained. I'm everything. I'm still shaking a little bit.
I don't blame
series. I think my teammates play so good.
Yeah, no, I mean, you all had fantastic moments out there. Of course, yourself played that very, very well. But yeah, I'm not surprised you feel a little bit of everything. On the desk, I think our emotions are up, down, and everywhere, and we don't have to control ourselves inside a game. So great stuff out of yourselves. And speaking of controlling yourselves, we got a note come through that your mouse and keyboard. So talk me through that and how you feel that plays for you as opposed to, you know, your opponents who might be on the controller over there.
I mean, it's different for sure. I'm not really sure like the difference is like how. I know it's like not very common, but I'm not really sure how like the differences in like play style would be. I feel like you could choose your own play style, and I think I have mine like pretty aggressive player.
I'd certainly say so.
Yeah, it does vary. I don't normally hear of a lot of people, across competitive Rocket League in general who still play mouse and keyboard. It feels like that's very rare thing. So it's awesome to see you make it work. I do have to ask though, because going into the rest of this group stages, your round 5 matches against this Western team that has only dropped 2 games across the entire tournament so far. With your matches so far, yesterday you lost to Central Alpha. What kind of things are you working on going into today to maybe take a few more games off of Western than most would expect, even take them down in this round 5?
I would say consistency. I think at our peak, we could beat anybody in this tournament. Obviously, Western's probably the team to beat right now. But I think if we're consistent and we play well, I think we can beat them.
I love that. I love the confidence coming through. And I like to see you guys in such a close game play so stone cold in an overtime like that. A shot to close it out in OT. I mean, you just got to take every shot you can at that point, Buck. And way to win it for your squad and close out this one. And thank you for coming on for the interview, my friend.
Thank you.
So we're getting ready in for our round 5 matches. We got Central Alpha versus Central Bravo, Eastern versus Mountain Bravo, and of course that Western versus Mountain Alpha game still looming in the woodworks, waiting to kind of close out before we get into the bracket of Rocket League in day number 3. Andy, I mean, that interview just in general, I think it's cool to hear that Buck has, collegiate Rocket League level, especially in Alabama. He's won a tournament there. He's won a tournament in Germany as well. This guy's been all over.
Yeah, plenty of experience, and I think that's one of the things you lean on when you come into a series like that. It's like the experience, the hours that you've put in, the moments you've experienced on LAN, whereas it's all very different. You just got to react to it, not in many ways not react to it. Just allow yourself to continue to play your game, be ice cold, as you said. as important. And that's going to build into that consistency that he's talking about. And I love that he mentions it because that is kind of something we picked up on, right? During the games, we were talking about how when these guys are on form, they look great. They look pretty much untouchable. Every now and again, though, there is that dip. So consistency would definitely be what I'm eyeing up as the way this team goes from a contender to a real top threat.
Well, it doesn't surprise me because, you know, it was their first series of the day. So maybe working off some of that rust in the first couple of games. Hats off to Mountain Bravo for how well they played throughout that series. I thought that one was going 7. Everybody thought that was going 7. And I can't wait to see what they do in their matchup versus Eastern in the next round as well. But as we get set up for our next round, we're going to take a step back here from the desk. A little bit of a longer break, folks. So we'll be back with CONUS very shortly. Welcome back, everybody, to CONUS. A little bit of a longer break. We got to step away and have some food from the desk side. And, you know, it's a good refresher, Andy, as we get ready for the back end of this Rocket League for our day 2 matchups. We're heading into round number 5. This is kind of crunch time for a lot of these squads because we're coming into it, obviously, with Western on top of everything right now, 4-0, have only dropped 2 games so far in their best of 7s. Central Alpha, Mountain Alpha, both tied 3-1 apiece. Obviously, Central Alpha right now holding that head-to-head, but this is going to be a big one to see who's going to scrape away to get that 2nd seed.
Yeah, certainly will be. And of course, not only just the 2nd seed, but then a mental blow about being better than your opponent when it comes to bracket play, when you're likely to square up once again. So, yeah, I mean, this is going to be a hotly contested one. The one Call of Duty series that we got to cast over yesterday was, of course, an absolute bang out. So looking forward to plenty more that we're going to witness today.
Yeah, I know that's going to be after our Rocket League matches are done. When we get into the bracket for that one, the upper bracket's going to be waiting for us, which is nice. You know, I wish I could have seen a little bit of that, more of that group stage for COD for sure, but we get right into the juiciness of the eliminations of that bracket play, which is going to be fun to see. But we have our first match ready to go. For our round 5, we're going to be going into the battle of Central Alpha versus Bravo. Let's take a look at Central Alpha, talk a little bit about this team, Andy, because this trio has been not a schedule, but a trio to talk about across the schedule. In Chambo, Nexity, Chill. We had Chambo on stream to talk to him a little bit after his win earlier on the day, and he was saying Nexity, truly the MVP, but overall, just here having a good time, playing as good as they possibly can.
Yeah, no, that basically sums that team up. Nexity has been that star factor for them, able to do pretty much everything out there on the pitch, but is without doubt going to be supported by Chambo and Chill, who are leading that front line very well. Nexity's just cropping up with those long-range efforts as and when he basically needs to. So, yeah, very balanced squad who did a great job earlier on. But their opponents, they're no, pushovers. They're going to be a pretty good side. Rolling into this, it's Eggy and Co. and what we've witnessed so far. Solid stuff in the back line. I think I'd like to see a bit more of a front foot threat here, but I don't know if this is the team that you're going to pull that off against. It's going to be a tough series.
Yeah, it is going to be a hard series for sure. I think that if anything for Central Bravo, I'm looking at them to maybe steal a couple of these games away, but it's an uphill battle for this team. We saw them earlier in the day play Western. That's quite the beatdown to kind of deal with to open up your series for the day. So this one might be a little bit of a step back, but even Western said, like, the next team to Western is Central Alpha. So Bravo not really catching a break on day 2 for the groups.
No, they probably came into today being fully aware that this was about to be a hellish run for sure. So, but look, again, they do have plenty on the defensive side, and if you can keep these games level, the counter-attack plays, we've seen it happen before, where 0-0 comes down to those final 60 seconds. The more favored side tries to get over-aggressive with it. You spot that gap, you counter, you slot one home, and you just got to consistently do that. And we've already talked about it with a few teams today, where it's a case of if you can just avoid one of those early goals creeping through, you should be able to set yourself up for the game plan.
Yeah, you should. And we should be able to set ourselves up with our predictions for this series as well, as we're going into another derby for the Central region. I'm only 1 point behind you now after what was graciously gifted to me in our last series from Mountain Alpha. We're going into this one, and Central Alpha is going to be the team that we both look at. I think it's going to be a 4-1. You think it's going to be a 4-2. Talk to me a little bit, though, from your perspective here in seeing Bravo see through two games.
I'm going to be completely honest and hold my hands up here and say that I thought for a second we were going over to Call of Duty because we got a bunch of Call of Duty stuff spammed into the talent chat. So I was like, all right, this is how I think the Central Alpha team are going to perform. And then it was like, oh, hang on a second, we're doing Rocket League.
Not done yet.
If Gatesad was in my ear earlier being like, okay, well, actually, do you mean 4-1? And I was like, no, I'm going with 4-2. I'm going with 4-2. So if it turns out to be 4-1, I'm going to be crying real hard when we get back to this game.
Well, you know what? I may be able to take the lead now off of this one. Or no, I guess it would be a tie game if I get it properly corrected and you still get that extra point. So, hey, yes. I mean, I will take this all day long. This is a full comeback from my side today, and, you know, I'm happy with it. But for this two teams, I mean, I just hope that Central Bravo come out here and show their merit against a team like Central Alpha. We saw Mountain Bravo nearly take down their sister team. So maybe Central Bravo got something cooking here.
We'd love to see it. Again, the series that we just had did suffer from an incredibly early goal that left us all scratching our chins, and then it turned out to be one of the best things I've ever witnessed. Hopefully, a bit of deja vu here. Central Alpha knocked one back in 5 seconds. For all the talk that we were trying to give about Central Alpha being great defensively, that's going to change the game plan just a little bit.
A little bit of a shake-up. See if they can shake it off, though. Rush is going to knock it down into the corner. Chill up top, keeping the pressure in. Oh, nearly sneaks away off the ground pinch. Exity interrupts the clear. It's one wide to the far side off the crossbar. Chill picks it up. Back into the corner. Central Bravo looking for a clear from their zone, which they haven't gotten just yet. A miss hit from Nexity. Goes for the pump onto K-Rush. Nearly gets the goal from it. Everybody fumbling to get this clear. K-Rush underneath the car of Nexity, trying to get out of the zone.
How the hell that hasn't dropped in, I will never know. Off the woodwork twice. About 3 missed plays. I think it comes from moments like Turner. Never mind, won't even get there. Jambol slams one home and takes a demo for a good measure. Just keep an eye on him after he taps this up and over. All right, sweet. Yeah, we're all good. And lands on K-Rush to make a very early statement about his dominance. That's 2-0. Central Alpha, very comfortable, very, very early.
Very early on here for Central Alpha, taking a 2-goal lead. Very different from what we got in our game 1 for Mountain Alpha. So their first goal was immediately answered by Bravo with 2. Turned out to be a 3-1 win for Mountain Bravo, so a bit more work here to do for Central Bravo just to find the back of the net to start things off. Still lots of time, 3 minutes and 30 seconds, and Nexity nearly makes it 3 off the crossbar yet again.
I feel like the warning signs off for Central Bravo here. You're already 2 down. This could have been 4 or 5 at this point. You've basically profited from some misplays out of the Central Alpha front line. And, yeah, I'm seeing last second heroics. That being said, Turner says, all right, let's get our game started. Clearance comes through, and we talk about this all the time. When you pop it back into one of these central zones, it's asking for trouble. And while Nexus tries to get back in place, no boost means you just don't have the momentum. So Turner's effort will result in a goal. That goes back to 2-1. Well, an early demo here actually is going to have you scrambling, but Eggy does enough to punt it long.
Eggy's going to knock this one away. 3 minutes on the clock. Turner out to K-Rush. No boost. Still just the ball. Turner going to get past Chill. Shambo next one up. Off the demo is a missing defender, so Eggy's got to get back there. Long drive back into the Alpha zone. Eggy won't be able to read the full clear. Interrupts Shambo, though, on the cross, and might give K-Rush a chance to take it back into the Alpha zone, but Bill's just going to bully his way through that front of the net. Nexity 50 away from the Bravo zone, and they rush out to Turner. Turner tries to look for the shot. That doesn't connect fully, and it's wide to the left.
I think K-Rush actually blocks Turner's effort on goal there. If that doesn't happen, there's a bit cleaner work between the two of them. Maybe nicer on the comms. Either way, try and get a goal and tie this up. We will have to continue onward as we enter the final 2 minutes of this game. Chill. There's no way that after all that work, we're just leaving an open goal off of a clearance. Eggy punts this one. Turner's looking for boost. K-Rush isn't back in position yet. Gaps like that, so easy to exploit.
I think you're just looking for connection there with K-Rush through the middle. See if you can get a fast break back to the other side, especially with Turner going for that boost. But it's a risky play, which you like to see. Central Bravo taking some risks, but Alpha are not going to let that happen whatsoever. And Chill happy enough to pick that one up. Open net goal. Brings it back to a 2-goal game with 1:30 left.
So over. Rush tries to stop home with XT with the save, and oh well, Jambo kind of gets across to try and bump Turner. I think it then ends up actually helping out with the save. So there are your lines. This is one of those moments right now. 2 goals in it, a minute 10 on the clock. You have to bury within the next 30 seconds really to make this interesting. Otherwise, we've already watched these alpha teams do it consistently where they just end the game instantly. They'll slam it down into the deck, give you no chance to build your way back in.
1 minute left. Game number 1 here. K-Rush snuffed away by Chill. Sent down the field by Chambo. Turner looking to see if you can turn this game around. Chambo knocks it down with Nexity. Struggling to clear this one now is Bravo. Is Nexity going to keep it in the zone? Chill in the corner. Not able to get up there in time. No boost. We're going to drop on down to Turner, who chips over Nexity. Finds the demo. Lessening the defensive edge here. Eggy still clips the ball. 30 seconds now to find 2 goals.
Eggy does incredibly well there. You're a little bit worried. He's gone too high initially, but he's worried about the lofted effort. Recognizes it's actually going to drop low and kind of positions his vehicle in a spot where, all right, I'm kind of covering a little bit of both angles here. As big as he can possibly be, and does clear, but yeah, 8 seconds left on this, and well, that one from Nexity will be all she wrote. Essentially, just puts himself in a spot where the clearance is going to ricochet off of him. And up and over. Make it 4-1. Central Alpha cruising through this first match.
Cruising into a 4-1 lead. 7 seconds left. Maybe some consolation goals here for Bravo, but that's all she wrote. In game number 1, the Central Alpha looked absolutely lights out in their offense. Chill's going to knock it down. 4-1. Finishing score for game number 1 there. You can see it too. 6 shots on goal from Chambo. 2 goals. 1 save as well. So a little bit of defense coming out from our interviewed player at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at Central Bravo there. You get 6 efforts on goal. Only score 1 of them. We've got to be seeing a better turnaround than that. And I think of like 1 or 2 moments where you could easily have turned efforts home. I think you get an unfortunate block on your teammate's own effort if you are Turner and K-Rush. But it's one of those, you got to take those opportunities. If you know you're going to be on the back foot and absorbing pressure most of the time, when you eventually break or get yourself, you've got to be so efficient, so clinical with those chances. It just didn't seem to come together. Also, giving up early goals, we spoke about it. This is not the way to get off to a sure footing when you are the underdog team. And unfortunately for Central Bravo, they found themselves 2 down very quickly.
It took a little bit for Mountain Bravo to come back as well. I think that you're going into game number 2, a little bit of a better idea on how this Alpha team does play. So I wouldn't imagine that Bravo stays down for long. There was a good lull throughout the mid portions of that game where that back and forth did start to favor Central Bravo at times. They struggled to find the back of the net. They finally got one in there. Turner with a beautiful shot in to at least put 1 on the board for that game number 1. But I agree with you. I think going into game number 2, you just need to generate a little bit more offensive pressure, try to find each other in these passing plays, which, to be fair, K-Rush and Turner are looking for these passes. It's just more often and more execution is to be looked for.
And it's an early threat from Central Alpha's Repel. It drives this forward. Repel by Chambo. Oh my lord, I thought for a second there Chambo was going to get that completely uncontested. It looked like basically both Central Bravo defenders left it to one another. Thankfully, Turner's back there. Now going to dribble this beyond. Shifts it right, pops it left, sets it up for Eggy. Chill gets across. Lovely bit of teamwork. Will turn into nothing in the end, though. And Chambo, well, removes Turner from the equation for now. Chill's going to pop it up. Chambo's there. Tries to drop it. Little death one near post. And, well, you don't fall for it. You keep it at 0-0.
Oh, Chill's going to knock this one. It's got to be a deep bomb from Aggie off that powerful clear. Turner redirects it towards the net. Light touch, though. Is it sailing? 3 minutes 54 scoreless. Don't get that opening goal from Chambo this time around. Turner with the interruption nearly gets the shot on. A second one from K-Rush, and he finds it short side in the bottom left corner. An opening goal for Bravo in game 2.
Kind of comes back to him there, straight on. Chambo couldn't really get back in time, but I think K-Rush was almost surprised by how simple an opportunity that was. Oh, fellas, I'm going to pass that up. Appreciate it. That's it. Again, being clinical. is you might not get a hell of a lot of those forward moments if game one's anything to go by. I was about to say, you can't concede an instant answer. Nexity going to juggle this up in the air. We've watched him pull off heroics many a time. Eggy's going to meet this one and will also meet the rear end of Jambo's vehicle. Both of them come crashing back down to earth.
Moments here for Bravo you might not find throughout the entirety of this best of 7, so leading 1-0. Only something you don't want to give up for free. Nice toss from Turner. Chill knocks it away. Another shot from Eggy. Jambo this time sends it back down the other side, and as much as that offensive pressure was fantastic, nobody's back on the defensive side. You see Turner there thinking of cutting that early. K-Rush goes for the boost, and because of the indecisiveness on that rotation, it's a wide open net for Jambo.
Unfortunate as well. I think that's mistimed out of K-Rush. I think he had another half second before he could hit the jump there in the boost. Would have let you just get under that ball enough to loft it. Easier said than done, of course. We get the luxury of sat at our desk comfortably watching on.
Another one.
Well, I can tell you, whether I'm up at my desk or not, that one's pretty inexcusable. Another moment where all three players caught out of position. It is a counter. Chill just pops it off towards Nexity, but where's the defense on that play? I feel like at one apiece, we don't need to be sending all three players forward.
Oh, and it's moments in game number 1 that you said those free goals are going to come back to cost you, and Alpha find one in game number 2. Looking for number 3 is Nexity, trying to get across the Chill, whiffs it. Post to post, side to side. A-Rush not able to sneak it under Chill. All in limbo. Sent back down into Bravo zone. Nexity into the corner. A little bit of a powerful pass in. Chambo goes for the shot. That's saved by Turner. Breakout attempt now. Eggy 50'd by Jambo. Still in the skies. Nearly looking for a shot on the Bravo net. As K-Rush pass attempted to Turner. That's going to go wide. And it's a shot from Turner finally on net here. Follow-up from Eggy, and just barely getting there is Nexity. Turner not going to be done with this play. Drops it in front of the net, and there's the clear from Nexity all the way back into the Bravo zone.
You can see in that moment that Central Bravo have learned from the previous mistakes because two players back off. Unfortunately, your boy actually wins it and pops it down to the center of the park. If one of you had gambled, you'd probably score a goal and tie this whole thing back up. That being said, Turner isn't done just yet. It's going to get Eggy into the play. Here comes K-Rush. Great save yet again. Jambo there to deny. We are back and forth affair. Less than 90 seconds to go. Feels like you're Central Alpha, all of a sudden you're just under the cosh a little bit. You know they possess the potential, and well, Jambo's actually way under that one. Maybe a misread or just not enough boost. I don't know, but don't get there. Not even close. And then Chill pulls something out the bag, and I love the angle of attack on this because I think that the keeper makes the correct play. I think Turner hits the right route. Chill's just so aggressive with the downward angle. It bounces back up and just under that bar.
I mean, 4 or 5 attempts on the net of Alpha, and Bravo just can't get that second goal. You go back down the field and Chill dunks it on your head. That's a bit demoralizing to deal with. Pass in for Nexity. Nexity to Chambo, and another open net. Things are quickly falling away for Bravo here in game 2. Again, I mean, you go like 2 minutes straight with no goals. Some excellent defensive presence, good clearing, opportunities from the offense. As soon as you lose that goal and it's back to a 2-goal difference, I mean, Bravo seemed to loosen things up. It looks like they're checked out of this game.
It's a pill to swallow right now. In game 1, what you needed was a bit more efficiency, clinicalness about finishing your opportunities to keep you in the matchup. You don't do that, you end up losing. You come out the second game, think, okay, what we're going to do is dominate instead, be on that front foot. They do a lot of that correctly. They're just not clinical enough. It's actually their opponents who teach them a lesson, essentially, in being ruthless in front of goals. So it's, yeah, right now you're thinking, okay, we've done a lot of good in both games, but we're still going to be walking away 2-0 down. And also, by the way, if I'm next to you, I'm looking over my boys. You've stolen 2 of my goals so far on the line. So... yeah, can we just not? Can we let them be handed over to the MVP here?
I mean, MVP Nexity for Central Alpha. Handling business in game number 2. As soon as they're out the gates, It's full steam ahead. Next, he's going to take one more swing at it with Chembo sending it wide right. And it's still up in the air, but that momentum was a little too much to keep it any further in that play. 4-1 in game 1, 4-1 in game number 2. Both times Central Alpha leading now 2-0 after they finish.
Yeah, I come back to what I was talking about before. I think for Central Bravo, you're probably looking at game 1 and thinking, well, what we needed to do in game 1 is exactly what Central Alpha just basically did to us in game 2, which was take our chances as they appear. Eventually, the shot numbers are going to look comfortable for Central A, but that doesn't tell the story of basically 3/4 of that matchup. Central Bravo were on the front foot, and you're going to look back at 2 or 3 of those opportunities and think, how the hell have we not put that away and at least tied the game up?
Yeah, and it's going to struggle a little bit for Central Alpha, or sorry, for Central Bravo and trying to figure out how to put shots into the net. I mean, you're seeing them attempt different variations of these shots, passing plays, individual attempts, so many angles being dominated by Central Bravo throughout that 2 minutes that we saw these two teams go scoreless. But it's Nexity, like you said. I mean, he's on the offense. He gets back on the defense in time, and his rotations are so on point for this Alpha squad. He's really making life easy for Chambo and Chill to set up wherever they'd like and not have to really worry about the game's nuances.
Well, we got a beautiful POV of exactly that. There's a moment where he's trying to push forward, basically involved in a half clear, ball goes up in the air, and essentially Chill and Chambo are on that defensive line. He's thinking, all right, okay, you could have forgiven him for kind of sitting around the midfield and just, all right, I'll just gamble on a rebound or something, play it out. Instead, we watch him wrap all the way back down the flank, hits pretty much every boost on the path, and gets himself back on the goal line just in time for a save. And it's that involved in pretty much everything presence that really does make Nexity this X factor. Again, Chill and Chambo, great players, but yeah, when Nexity's looking good, he's pretty much unstoppable right now, involved in everything.
Yeah, and you know, can Turn Up Turner be the one to kind of turn things around going into this game number 3, because he's the one we talked about for this Bravo team earlier today, yesterday, so often in the offensive drives that he's able to present for his team. You're seeing those passing plays with Aggie, with K-Rush. They're using the amount of tools that they possibly have to attempt these plays. It's just, as soon as those plays fall flat on its head, it seems one good clear, and that counterattack is really hard to deal with sometimes from Central Bravo's point of view. So you go game 3 here, hoping you can steal something away. You're starting to see the puzzle pieces fall together. It's just that consistency, like we heard in our last interview, that a lot of teams are missing. Just got to keep up with the tempo the entire 5 minutes.
Agreed. It's just one of those moments that you and me have played a lot of games over our lives. You know those very simple mistakes, those simple lapses in concentration where you suddenly go, how the hell have we thrown that one away? It's like being up 3v1 in S&D round and you all challenge it one at a time and you go, the hell did we just do? Like, this is the basics. Why have we just let that slip? And Central Bravo be feeling that way right now. They'll be kind of kicking themselves a little bit of like, we've had great opportunities. We've had great defense. We're 2-0 down because we've been kind of dumb in tiny moments. So you just got to clean that up. They've got plenty of talent on the roster. They've just got to, again, be ruthless in front of goal and just keep that concentration locked in on the back line. And they'll be all right. They'll make this series a really interesting one. That being said, it's just a case of how much you're kicking yourself right now because Central Alpha 2-0 up. That's going to be a tough one to swallow. You got to just basically go, look, it's 0-0. We walk into the next game and play it as if we just started fresh.
Yeah, and as we get a little bit of a break in this one, it seems like the lobby did crash. I mean, we're talking about Central Bravo here that loses a couple of their matches earlier on in the tournament. I mean, you lose to Mountain Alpha, you beat Eastern, you've lost to Mountain Bravo, and you've lost to Western too. So you're going into this one with one win under your belt over Eastern. You know, hopefully you can play Alpha, get that map differential a little bit better to have that record against Mountain Bravo kind of even out.
Well, riding on the line here, and for a second, Chill's 50 there was about to just drop inside the post. Doesn't in the end. Oh, K-Rush does very well because Nexity looks certain to score. Chambo's going to take K-Rush out of the play entirely, so Turner's going to do well here to just get this ball away from goal. And full boost now for K-Rush on the respawn. Play this. Won't get through the second challenge after breaking the first.
Turner. Break out of the zone. Chill's going to carry it to the left side corner. Off the wall. Aggie intercepts it over the top of Nexity, and there's the first goal of the game. Bravo kicks things off with a nice one there. Chill thinking you can pull a fast one there over Aggie. He reads it off the wall. Beautiful shot teed up there by Chill for his opponent.
The opportunistic work we're looking for. Look at a couple of those back. Could be the difference. Now applies the pressure to Central Alpha. What do they look like when they're behind? How do they turn things around? That lead to a hell of a lot of pressure. Does that leave them open at the back line? As K-Rush's long-range effort has to be stopped by Chill, who's desperately crawling their way across the line there. Next, he's going to bring that ball back down. Completely bamboozles the opponent with the fake. And Jambo, and well, I don't think many people got that right, I'll be honest.
Just looking at this one, I mean, Turner maybe thinks that's going to go high, but I mean, even if you did get the shot high, it's not going to change anything. That was a really weird approach to that defensive setup.
I'm going to assume he thought he had more time.
Maybe, yeah. It's just ties us up. Suddenly this game swings again off that early opportunity that you got. Another opening goal that might not amount to anything.
Air's going to pop it off. Turner's going to pick it up, dribble it forward down this right flank, cuts inside, and well, I like the idea. Well read, hotly contested by two of Central Alpha players, and okay, that's one of those moments where in the past, literally in the past two games, you've conceded goals, so we're going to be in back. That does the job. You start one apiece right now. No need to overcommit. I think he's going to bide his time. Push Jambo to clear. Rush going to drop it down, and well, this midfield scramble will ensue.
Tries to go for the pitch off the ground. Turner, top of the car. It's a weird dribble. Jambo's not going to have any problem picking this one up, and a wide open net for Chill. Second time's the charm here from the skies. A little bit of a fumble there from Turner, and Aggie, K-Rush both caught up in nets. Not going to be able to recover for that save. 2 minutes, 23 seconds. Alpha go back-to-back in goals. They reclaim their lead.
Tough one. Potential Bravo. Feels like, again, you do so much right, and then little moments where you just let your opponents either back into the game or take a lead that keep throwing it away yourselves. I think we can pop this up, try and control it high. I think it's Chill and Nexity rarely lose aerial duels. Nexity, I think Bodied actually knocked that one home. Pops back just off the top of the crossbar. Rush now gets forward, knocks it central. Won't be there if you're Turner. Eggy will arrive, but Nexity's clears.
2-on-1. Chill. Trying to get to Nexity. He's in the sky off the backboard. Where's Chambo? He's back down the field. A breakout attempt from Aggie. Chambo pops it up. Rush actually tips it on down to his own side there. Turner tried to go for the light touch in the corner. Pick it up. Brought up the wall. Aggie pinches it. He's in limbo. Go back down. Into the zone of Bravo. He gets a demo. Ball sits neutral on both sides. Bo gonna toss it up here, looking for another demo. Looks like Nexity's trying to play the body a little bit towards the corner, but with the minute 10 left, it is your offense coming out for the Bravo side, looking for their tying goal. Turner 50-50 against Nexity, back into the Alpha corner. Up on the wall, Turner trying to see if he can drive forward a play with his team. Aggie back into the zone on the wall. Can he get it past Chill? No, Chill's just going to dribble it in the 50s, get it past all three defenders. Aggie rushing back. Chill's going to find a shot, but Aggie challenges him it. He's going to send it back on down. 36 seconds. Bravo haven't taken a shot in a while.
Taking time that challenge incredibly well, by the way. It was out of boost. And recognized that first touch from Chill was a little bit heavy. So gambled on making sure he didn't get the second cleanly. Nexity does very well. Only tipped the first up towards the backboard, but then blocked the second effort. Turner now going to punt this clear. Up and over Chambo. Unfortunately, there's no one else here. There's no one gambling. 5 seconds to go. Central Alpha just looking to hold ball.
2 seconds up in the air. Chill lets it drop. There's Central Alpha putting away game number 3. A little bit of a closer contest this time, 2-1 over their opponents of Central Bravo. That's going to give a match point in this best of 7 series. And you can see there, everybody getting a little bit of a piece of the pie for shots. 3 shots out of Chill, Chambo, and Nexities. Chambo and Chill only ones to get that goal, but it was back-to-back simultaneous goals out of Central Alpha to take back their lead, and Bravo could never find an answer for the remaining time. Good chances. Great defense, too, finally is being shown from Central Bravo. It's just not enough.
No, it's not enough. I think one of the things there for Central Bravo as well, I think you struggled to get Turner into the game. There was a point very late on where he's only got about 70 score. Now, I know that score doesn't always tell a lot of the story. You get 2 points per touch and 10 essentially for a nice pass infield. So it very much just kind of a lot of 50s, a lot of awkward scrambles, but never really involved in any sort of build-up play or anything that would kind of maybe set up a goal or maybe even an effort on target. So yeah, it's a tough one for in Turner's sense. We talked about this before when it came to Fruit Loop, right? We were like, okay, you're one of those players that can really turn things on its head for your team and put you in some ascendancy. And unfortunately, Central Bravo just, yeah, as soon as they gave up that second goal, it felt like they lacked something, wind ripped out of their sails. So yeah, it's tough times for them. I really want them to get some games on the board here too, to be exact for my predictions, but also just because it makes it a hotly contested series, and those are the best ones.
Yeah, it just shows us a little bit light at the end of the tunnel for this Bravo team. You know, 2 games in a row, they take off with the first opening goal. If they can make it 3 in a row for game number 4. Bill carries it off that back wall. He's going to get the pinch underneath. K-Rush leaves it for his teammate who's not there. K-Rush actually demos him. Now Aggie's turn to see if he can spark a revolution from Bravo's side. Pinched out into the corner. K-Rush is the save. Another shot from Chill. Tees it up, actually. He's just going to leave it. Not sure if that was a miss hit or what it was.
Interesting play on the field, but XP will drive that away. No one has control over the ball right now. It feels like, okay, pretty much everybody has had a bite at it, but no one shifted it. And he saw a direction they seem to want to. Eggy now will just spiral his way down on top of that ball, tries to pinch it, punt it forward as much as you can. And next he gets it up in the air for Chill. Great block by K-Rush, though. Reads that play to perfection. Unfortunately, then loses the contest in the midfield. Right now, Central Bravo under a lot of pressure. Can't get this out of their own half for very long, and it will result in a goal. Chambo there. And honestly, if he hadn't been the one to make the final touch, Chill was lurking, because this setup by Nexity, absolutely top tier stuff.
Top cheese, left side, far side for Alpha to take the lead, 3 minutes, 34 seconds. And you're right to say, I mean, that was good passing plays from Nexity, who's looking for a second one downfield. Turner has all the boost in the world, doesn't elect to try for the save. Maybe he thought it was going all the way up to the crossbar or what it was, but flips his way into defensive stance, doesn't beat out the ball. 2-0 just like that.
Unfortunately for Central Bravo, it feels a little bit like the same old mistakes went back to bite you. For a second here, Aggie has set Turner up. Chill gets across the block. Oh, a homing missile there. We'll see you later, Aggie. Spawns instantly up, gets that boost, and gets himself out, but will be 2-0 down. You got to find something, I feel, within these next 60 seconds or so. You can't let Central Alpha just drag this game out. And even worse, you can't let them score again. Counter-attack play is on. And to be fair, it's Central Bravo. You kind of just have to send at this point. The player demoed as well. Just means you're down and out. And despite Eggy's best efforts, Chill read the clearance. Gets across it first. Knocks it home.
3-0, 3 minutes. Central Bravo's series life on the end of a string right now, holding on by a thread. Nexity clears it out of their zone. By himself, too. A wave dash over in. Bleeds out the corner, and really is a one-man wrecking ball. Damo interrupts it at the midfield. He's going to just put it up and down. Damo off of Chill. Drop down by Chambo. Aggie swipes it away. No goal for just yet. Nearly one from Nexity, and there he goes. He's going to rebound himself. Put him up by 4.
It just valiant effort from Turner. Tips it onto the bar. Is then just trying to recover. Can't get there in time. Nexity boost or not. Slides it home. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. Oh, Turner. All right. Answer with 1. There we go. Comeback starts with 1. Third if Turner will find it. Just does it all himself. And all right, you're saying I didn't get into that last game. Watch me make magic happen. Does here in the 4th. Great stuff. 2 minutes 16, a lot of work to do. You're going to have to be pretty much all-out aggression. Can't afford to basically drop the ball and give up a counter-attack. But just stranger things happen.
Off the wall. There it is. K-Rush, a second one. Here we go. Welcome back to the show. Bravo. And look at Aggie here off the backboard. Chill gets caught up there. A little tripped up on the top end of the post. And not able to get down in time. 2 minutes, 10 seconds. Don't call it a comeback because Central Bravo never left. Let me see if they can fully, though, bring things back into game number 4. As K-Rush is looking for the clear. Chill out to Nexity. Nexity high off the backboard. And the trifecta of Chambo not up there to take the shot. Instead, it's Chill. Beams one down left post. Aggie's going to save this one. Keep it into the corner.
Break. Nexity though, just try and slow this down for a second. Drag the ball off into the corner and buy time. Turner will not afford it. Gets support in from K-Rush as well. Unfortunately, Turner though clipped in that previous engagement. It means he was never in a position to really capitalize on the play. Eggie's gone low for this. Ball's gone high. Jumbo! Glorious stuff. Floats over the top. Uses the underside of the card to just guide it where he wants it to be. And it's pretty much postage stamp, really. Glorious stuff. Sends it home and up 5-2. And despite the fear of the comeback, that feels like the nail in the coffin.
It does. Real and true. Minute 20, 3-point game. Running out of time, running out of steam. In round 5, here is Central Bravo. Nexity could have run that clock even further. Send it to the corner of Bravo's side. Picked up by Turner. Up the wall. Looking to connect with either Aggie or K-Rush. Both down low. K-Rush going to pick it up. Sends it forward. Interrupted by both Chambo and Nexity. A little bit of a fumble in. Nexity, though, able to recover. There for the save. Keeps it wide. 50 seconds.
Brought down by Turner. 51 by Chill. Apparently that was actually a shot on target. I guess the ball was goal bound, but I don't think Turner's going to try and claim it. Jambo looking just war at this point. All 3 players sat inside their own half. No need to make this interesting at all. Eggie does very well to contest that. This could have been sent for the fake on the pass, but Turner now just gonna lift it over. Eggie sends it back to Turner. The 1-2's there. The finish, however, is not. The 5-2 down. 10 seconds to go. Despite Central Bravo's best efforts, it's gonna read 4-0.
Oh, shot in. That's open. Aggie, consolation prizes for Central Bravo in game number 4. A third goal with 6 seconds left. Hey, maybe you get 2 kickoff goals. Very unlikely, but maybe you do. You know, like how clean they can be. Really never out of this game. I mean, we've seen crazier things in Rocket League for sure, but with that one being sent high off the draw, time's going to run out. As soon as Aggie lets this one hit the ground, anybody lets it hit the ground, it's going to be Central Alpha progressing even further along the group side with yet another win in their column. That brings them to 4-1 on the group stage round robin. And a really good feeling against their sister team to have confidence going into the bracket.
Yeah, Central Bravo, again, they do have a lot of talent. I think you're going to look back at that series and go, 1 or 2 games got away from us purely from our own mistakes, which is a bit of a pill to swallow when you're the underdog. I guess that's also why you're the underdog. Whereas for Central Alpha, I think that we saw on the first day, right? I'm pretty sure these were the first game that we cast. And as immediately we were like, this is a very well balanced team. These three look great. I don't know what the varying standard is right now in terms of the rest of the league, 'cause I haven't seen these other players play, but you could tell that all three of them just had a system in which they worked. And we highlighted pretty quickly next was going to be their X factor, and how he has delivered so many tight games, so many tight series to see them into a great position for the playoff bracket.
Yeah, I was right there with you. I think that Central Alpha, they do look like the stock standard number 2 team coming out of the groups. Very deserving of that number 2 seed in general, because even if Mountain Alpha go 4-1 in their own right, they have the head-to-head over Central Mountain Alpha with that win that they had on day 1 that you're alluding to. But just alongside it, I feel like when you're watching teams like this, you can just understand that there's more weapons in the arsenal, more understanding and knowledge of what to do in these really tightly contested games. And longer a game draws out, the more thin the defense becomes of Bravo. And you can't really say the same for Alpha. It's just as the game goes on, they're just more and more dangerous, looking for shots on net from different angles.
No, I agree with you. You are right. Creativity, different play styles. It is what has led to some of these teams getting through those tough games. The squads that we look at, they're a bit more one-dimensional in their play, should we say. They're the ones that eventually come unstuck. Resilient defense, sure, but eventually you'll be picked apart. Central Alpha have figured ways in which to make themselves a threat on all sides. And, I mean, looking back at some of these goals, well, you did have consolation prizes if you're Central Bravo. If you were Central Alpha, I think this front line in particular, your goal-scoring ability will make you a threat against pretty much everybody, even Western, despite the fact that you lost to them before.
Yeah. And you know what? A few things to kind of patch up going into the playoffs for if you do meet Western again. And yeah, Central Alpha, you know, albeit like not the cleanest of games throughout the entirety, it was still, I mean, you're feeling pretty good going into it. So let's ask Jill a couple of these questions. Let's bring them in to the interview desk because, you know, we just had you guys on stream not too long ago. We had Chambo on the desk. Chill, another win for you guys means another stop for one of you on the desk here for an interview. And I got to ask you right away because obviously the team's feeling well. This rounds out your group stages. You guys are going to be 4-1 with that loss from Western. What do you think that next step is for your team to hopefully get that rematch and get some revenge?
I think the next step is honestly just going to be keeping our comms up, keeping the energy there, keeping the mental up, and finding our teammates. So we play a good game. We play a fast game. So as long as we stick to our guns, I feel like that's going to be the comeback for us.
I'm looking forward to that matchup when you get there, to be completely honest with you. I think that's building it up for a beautiful grand final type of situation that I know everyone's going to be tuned into inside the venue. When it comes to your system, now obviously we try and describe it up here on the desk, but talk to me about exactly why you three work so well. What is it that makes you different and stand out from most of the crowd?
We stand out from most of the crowd, first and foremost, because we have Chambo, big dog leading the charge, IGL. We have a lot of experienced players with Nexity and myself kind of having some CRL time and some competitive circuit. But really, what stands us apart is just having that unique leader in Chambo and listening to his adjustments.
I love that because I feel like that's not really been brought up so far, this whole idea of like the IGL kind of guiding us through the process. Yeah, I love it. I mean, me and Seymour, we've obviously cast a hell of a lot of different games over the years, and that's always a role that stands out regardless of title, regardless of time. So yeah, lovely stuff. But I've heard a lot, and obviously we don't get to be in the venue with you fellas, unfortunately, but I've heard a lot that it is a fantastic event going on out there. So you're walking out of groups 4-1. What's your plan for the evening? What are you looking forward to?
Certainly. So we're going to be heading back. Hopefully, maybe bowling, maybe swimming. We got a lot of stuff to work hard, play hard. Just get the mind right, come back in fresh, ready to enjoy it, and ready to compete and have a blast. So,
team bonding activities. I mean, that's only going to bring you guys closer together for these next couple of matches ahead of you. I mean, we put some highlight on Nexity. We put some highlight on Chambo as well. You yourself said that he's the big dog, the IGL for the team. Chill, you got to give some love to yourself, though. I mean, like, where do you fit for this roster? What do you bring to this roster?
Honestly, I feel like that I'm the support. I know a lot of our plays when we're playing good is me passing the ball around through the midfield, me making stops on the defense. So, I'm not the star player, but I'm definitely our X factor in the sense that if I'm not playing great, the team's not playing great. So I know if I'm playing good, our team is performing good. So.
Well, it says here that you've been playing Rocket League since 2016, my friend. Aside from Rocket League, I asked Chambo the same question. I mean, all time, what's your favorite game?
All-time favorite game is way too difficult. We could talk all day about games, but to give a brief top 3, I would go like Pokemon Leaf Green, Terraria, or maybe Minecraft. I love sandbox games. I love creative games. I love playing with my friends. So this is an ultimate environment for me.
The Terraria drop-in is incredibly based, Chill. I like to hear that. Thank you for coming on for the interview. Have fun with your evening. Have fun with the bracket as well. We'll see you on day 3.
Certainly. See you on day 3. Love you, honey.
A little bit of a shout out too back home for a lot of these players. We forget too that in tournaments like this, CONUS, PACAF, anything that we do have, a lot of family in the chat too, a lot of friends tuning in, a lot of fellow basemen too, just throughout watching, cheering on, and a big love, big support to everybody back home tuning in and showing up for these players.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. I think sometimes, I mean, obviously you and me are blessed to call this our job, basically. So it's one of those moments where it's like, I think we forget that, there are people who are stepping out here on this stage and getting to be up on camera and in the lights and everything, getting to sit there and be like, hey, I'm having this incredible moment and I want to share this with my loved one. So yeah, beautiful thing there coming through from Chill. And yeah, I'm hoping he continues to have an incredible tournament because he said himself, when he's playing well, the team's playing well. We've certainly seen that. He's delivered in plenty of moments. So looking glorious out there, and if his partner is tuning in, should be very proud of him. He's been playing great, looking to not only march on to Worlds, but put up a real fight to win it all.
Now we hear from Chill as Central Alpha closes the doors on their round robin, 4-1. They move on to the bracket stage 2, number 2 seed through the Rocket League here at the CONUS Esports Championships. We still got one more match though for Rocket League on the day for day number 2 of our CONUS action. After that, we get to Call of Duty, but before that, it's going to be East and Mountain Bravo after this break. Welcome back, everybody. After the break, we're getting set up for our last round 5 match, our last Rocket League match of the night here for day 2 of CONUS 2026. We got Call of Duty coming up after this one is done, but Andy, we got one more to close this one out before we head to the brackets on day number 3. And let's get right into the mix because we're going to be looking at Eastern versus Mountain B for our matchup here. A matchup where Eastern is looking for their first win on the week, and maybe even one of their first map wins as well across it. For Mountain B, it's bounce back time for this squad before they head into day 3.
Yeah, so I am eyeing up the website, and it's saying set wins, which I assume is meaning match wins. And I'm seeing a big fat goose egg right there. So unfortunately for Easton, this might be a tough conversation. When we did get the previous look at this roster, there was some tough results. I think they started off against Western, right, which have turned out to be the best. A bit ran over there, and I don't think that helped their confidence along the way, but it certainly hasn't been a fun story since. But for Hamjam, Rook, and Chip Slayer, this is a case of go out in this series with nothing to lose, stick your chest out, play for pride, and just do something. Do something at this event. You throw the entire kitchen sink, leave nothing on that table, and just say you played your best Rocket League here at CONUS.
Yeah, and we got to look at Chip Slayer going into this one. I mean, he's been a joy to watch. He scored that goal earlier on in the day when we had them on versus Central Alpha. You go into this match as well, and you look at him to, again, put some goals on the board for Team Eastern. Hamjam, Rook, I look at them to kind of find their place in this roster. I think Hamjam in general has had a little bit of issues when it came down to some defensive saves for the team. A couple whiffs really costing them some goals that, against. And then Rook, oftentimes when they're setting up on the offensive side, I look at Rook and he's doing a great job at stealing boosts, but I think that you got to stop looking for the overarching play like boost steals and start setting up with Chip Slayer on these offensive plays to try to make some passes.
Yeah, I like what you're talking about there. It's a case of you got to do step 1 before you start thinking about step 2. And this team, maybe overcomplicating a little bit, got to go back to basics if they're going to make it work, especially considering the team that they are up against. Now, Team Eastern here, they've, we mentioned a lot of things about them, but on the opposing side of things, we are, of course, looking at Mountain Bravo. Now, this is J-Dubs, Camilo, and Fruit Loop. They'll be coming off the back of that tough loss that they had against their sister team in Mountain Alpha. Lost 4-2 overall. Definitely could have turned that story on its head. Sent it to overtime as well, and kind of feel like you've seen the prowess that they have. It's just about the word that seems to be the name of the day, basically, consistency. Can you hit that level over and over again? If so, you become a much more formidable threat here, especially Fruit Loop. I think that she's a star in the making.
She is a star in the making, and one of the things that we talked about in their matchup versus Mountain Alpha that kind of fell away was Fruit Loop's attempts on those offensive plays. You saw a lot coming from Camilo and J-Dubs in those last couple of games, but for Fruit Loops, it's that consistency, knowing how high her ceiling is. We want to see that ceiling all series long, and started off great versus Mountain Alpha, kind of tailored off towards the end, but definitely look at her to really pick it up going into the series. Like you said, just be that forefront for the team. Here they are on screen. Team Eastern, Ham, Rook, and Chip Slayer. Mountain Bravo, J-Dubs, Camilo, and Fruit Loop. All 6 of these players entering in their last match of the group stages, getting ready to close out day number 2, at least on stream, and get into that day 3 matches to kind of watch forward.
I think as well in this series, what I'm going to do is the last time we saw Central Bravo, I kind of called out a player in particular. Said, you're the X factor in this team. Let's see you kind of come online. I am going to look at, sorry, not Central Bravo, Mountain Bravo, my bad. But Mountain Bravo, I said to J-Dubs, look, you're the X factor on this team. I want to see you kind of pop up with all those goals. He did came out, scored a hat trick. So I'm going to do that again. I'm going to try and go from, we usually curse on this side of the desk. I'm trying to instead lift this boy up and kind of put him on that front foot. I think this is a team where, as well, you could score a lot of goals in this one and really boost your confidence heading into playoff.
Yeah, you really could. You really could kind of go into this one, but let's get into the series and let's get started for this best of 7 and kind of look forward to our predictions here between both of us, because I had a little bit of clarity when I was kind of putting down my my topic. I had Eastern taking a couple games here, but quickly I was remembering, the highs of Mountain Bravo, Andy. And I think that this team should have no problem in this series.
No, definitely not. I unfortunately for Eastern, I don't think they've done a lot to give me a lot of faith that they're going to go far. So Mountain Bravo, on the other hand, while their record isn't particularly pretty, it's a case of they're a sleeper team. They're definitely a squad that could have walked out of this group stage with a much more positive record. So yeah, I don't see a way in which Mountain Bravo don't walk this one home. J-Dubs has scored plenty out there. Fruit Loop is incredible, and Camille played that backline and pretty much everything in between very well at times. Again, it's about consistency, but I think they take this cleanly.
Yeah, no, you and I agreeing on this one for sure. So all that's needed to see is if Eastern can prove us wrong in this best of 7. I'd like to see them put up some fight here. And I look at Chip Slayer to be the one to do that on the offensive zone, already driving forward into the half of Bravo.
And if Team Eastern are going to make this interesting, it's going to be a lot about these contests, especially little 50-50 aerial battle moments where you're just hoping to continue to apply pressure, sending that ball towards your opponent's goal, not really let them out. It's going to let you squeeze up, control the boost spawns. Well, be a bit of a nightmare, but, well, J-Dubs will take pretty much everything, including the net. There's a demo involved in this as well as he gets support in. And perfect clearance coming through. I'm not sure who it was. Maybe Camilo with the demo, and that just opens the gap. And within, well, 31 seconds, we'll be one up if Mountain Bravo.
J-Dubs on the backside. Going to pick it up in their zone. Out to the neutral for Fruit Loops. Back to J-Dubs, clearing it out. Front of the net, nobody here. J-Dubs, another one for Bravo within the first minute. Still 15 seconds until we hit that 4-minute marker.
Talked about it. J-Dubs could walk away with a hell of a lot of goals from this matchup. Plays his cards right. And how that could build his confidence through today and into playoff bracket time when it's going to really matter how he's feeling, how clinical and efficient he can be. But honestly, if I'm Fruit Loop and J-Dub right now, I'm probably thinking, sorry, Fruit Loop and Camilo right now, I'm thinking, I got an opportunity to get my name on this score sheet a hell of a lot too. So I'm going to start to play forward, sniff out some opportunities. And J-Dubs, to be fair to him, backs off, makes the interception just in front of his own, but does also get blasted into another region.
Cleaned up there by Camilo, and yeah, I mean, Eastern looking for the clear out. Fruit Loop takes Rook out of the play, not before he saves it, so no goal there for the net. Everybody scrambling to clear it away to the corner. Rook finally knocking it away over to Chip Slayer, pops it up high. A little happy to clear that back into the zone of Eastern, and I think everything's going to reset for a second. Jake's going to wait for it at the neutral zone. Back into it, looking for the shot up. Rook, nice read on the ball there. Gets over it. Takes it back away from their net.
Camilo be denied by Hamjack. And at the front as well, Chip Slayer will also get across. So start defense at the minute. And oh my lord, perfect ball it seemed, but no one manages to make a touch happen. No connect. And oh, J-Dubs gets it on target afterwards. Hamjack gonna loop it up. Chip Slayer punched it clear, but it's immediately handing possession of that ball straight over to your opponents because Camilo's tracked back. J-Dubs up now, and well, yeah, as soon as Eastern think that they've spotted an opportunity to counter-attack, Mountain Bravo send it straight back home.
Yes, they do. J-Dubs upside down, clears it in to the net. Great passing plays coming out from Mountain Bravo. And you can see it again off the kickoff. J-Dubs already in the skies, looking to put it on target. I mean, you miss it there if you're Chip Slayer. Fortunately enough, it was a little high over the crossbar. It's number 2 for Fruit Loops. Over the net, knocked away by Chip Slayer, playing some backboard defense. Rook looking for the clear, and he gets it away. Fruit Loop back into the zone of Bravo. Happy to just carry it forward alongside the rest of your team. Set up for the pass. It goes through. Camilo shot on. Chip Slayer gets a piece and tosses it up.
Going to continue the battle for this in the corner. Chip Slayer's going to help him out. Feels like any time this ball crosses the halfway marker, it is never in Mountain Bravo, Team Eastern possession. Mountain Bravo simply returns to sender pretty much every opportunity. Both Camilo and Fruit Loop unfortunately contest for the same ball there, essentially mugging each other off. So, Milton trying to punch out your ham jam. Rook's there, way off target though. J-Dubs will just help that on its way. And a double demo though, that could be the opportunity for Chip Slayer to nudge home. And oh my god, Camilo spawns up and gets back in time.
What a save coming out from Bravo, keeping it scoreless on the other side for the counter attack. Chip Slayer in front of the net to Camilo. Camilo this time not gonna miss. Calls you out for it, saves it on the goal line, brings it back on down. 4-0 lead with 1:13 left for Mountain Bravo in game number 1.
I think as well at this point, it's not even just the 4-0, it's the dominance. It's, if we had a possession statistic, it's got to be something like 90-10. If we had a heat map of where the ball's been at pretty much all times, it is inside the eastern half. Slayer, I mean, you've had 2 of these little poachy efforts, and Camilo's been back for both of them. Just hoping for, well, something to brighten your day. But these teams are here for good reason at CONUS. Best in the world, and want to defend with their lives regardless of the scoreline. Punch clear, and just getting not even close. Chip Slayer was kind of there to just hang around, but driving into the back of that, he's going to be not involved in the play.
In front of the net here one more time. See if he can get one in before the time expires for game number 1 here. 15 seconds. Chip Slayer not able to connect with Rook there. Tried to go high. Fruit Loop clears it out. 10 seconds. Nice save from Rook. Over the top. Goes back in. And Rook saves it again. In front of the net. 2 seconds. Fruit Loop going to pick one up. And it downfield. As soon as it hits the ground, there's game number 1 closing out. Mountain Bravo pretty handedly on there. You see J-Dubs on top. 9 shots on goal. Incredible stuff coming out from the man in G2.
Yeah, walks away with another hat trick. 9 shots. Kind of sums it up, really, when you look over the other side. And between all 3 players, you've only attempted 3. It's tough. The amount of dominance is certainly not reflected in the scoreline. It only says 4-0. This almost felt more dominant than some of the 8-0 games that we've had, purely because I don't think Eastern, apart from maybe 2 flickers of hope, they didn't really see the ball in the opponent's half. So this is tough right now if you're an Eastern fan. Mountain Bravo, though, we've spoken about them. Their record undermines how good they've been. It doesn't really tell the full story. And, well, right now they kind of reminded us, look, we're a great team. And despite the fact that Team Eastern on the opposite side of things, you know, they've kind of been on the struggle bus through CONUS so far. Doesn't matter. We're going to put the sword to them the same way we would anyone else.
I agree. And, you know, it kind of like looks back to even that matchup that we just had on stream for Mountain Bravo versus Mountain Alpha. I mean, you just talk about how close that series was in its own right. I think that tells a lot about, you know, what is going on right now for Mountain Bravo just overall across this entire tournament. So seeing them taking down Eastern in this fashion, this is going to be a good confidence for this squad going into the remainder of the tournament. Of course, you know, Eastern, I'm really trying not to kind of like break down on these players. It's a class that we've seen for the past couple days that, you know, they are outclassed.
Certainly are. But of course, CONUS, you know, this is all about enjoying the moment, enjoying the event. Well, there's certainly a couple of things. I guess I couldn't say anything. I'd be bloody awful if I was trying to play in this. But it's a case of, I'm just going to try and keep hyping up Mountain Bravo and talking about how good they are. And Camilo forcing one home there. We talked so much about what he does on the pitch. And every now and again, when he decides he wants to push forward, he's a threat. Although he was probably going to have thought that he should have took that one home. Wrong side of the post in the end. J-Dubs pulls one across goal. Buck trying to get out. And no, it goes in. And I think Camilo will get a bit of help here as well. I'm pretty sure there's a bump that comes through. Camilo's up over the top. Fruit Loop, yeah, just knocks Chip Slayer into the back of the net to aid the path of the ball. 2-0. Just over 30 seconds. I think it's about 2 seconds slower than it was last time. Same old story.
Same old here for Mountain Bravo. Opening 2 goals. J-Dubs just sails in a third one all the way across. All the way into the net there. Ham Jam tried to pinch it off the top crossbar. Just didn't get there in time. And we pick up where we left off. Dominance here from Mountain Bravo.
It is. It's, if anything, somehow more dominant than match 1. And oh, dearie me. Well, Camilo just decides to do it all himself. The alley-oop and the slam dunk. All on his lonesome. Again, if I was in this team right now, I'd be thinking I can get me some goals. I'm going to play on the front foot for absolutely everything. This is the dominance summed up in pretty much a neat little package. Ham Jam's under it. Keesler ain't going to get close to it. Every time the ball comes down this end of the pitch, I'm just like, oh no, another one.
I know, it's just in front of the net looming, and you just feel like it is on its way. Keesler flips in front of the net. Rook's going to knock it away to the corner. Milo now. Bouncing it over to the side. Off the post. Ham Jam. Keesler. Somebody's got to hit it. Finally, they do. Shot down low. It's a fast one. Rook clears it with the save. Back into the corner, though. Can he get it out of his zone? No, Fruit Loop denies it. There's the demo from Camilo. Back in front. Ham Jam trying to save it. He doesn't need it. It's the post coming in to help again. 4th player on the team. Really showing up here.
Hold on. 4 now. And signs of life from Team Eastern. About into the second half of this game, and I tried doing this on day 1, but Eastern were in a really tough spot, and saying, look, why don't you just aim to win the second half? I've played a lot of sport over the years. I know you have, and sometimes you're just getting drubbed by a better team. And you turn around and you go, look, lads, why don't we just try and win the next minute? And that's kind of what Team Eastern needs to set as their little milestones right now as J-Dubs slots home the 5th.
J-Dubs there just finding a slot above the defender. 2 minutes, 50 seconds in game number 2 here, and it's 5-0 for Mountain Bravo. J-Dubs down. Over Keesler. He gets demoed. Ham Jam full boost. His teammate gets demoed too. Keesler's going to spawn up right on top of the ball. This one is absolutely chaotic. And Keesler still somehow manages to save. A shot, though, from Fruit Loop, and this one will meet the back of the net. Saying hello, 6-0.
Simple as you like. Guides this one off the corner. If anything as well, I'd be feeling like this is a little bit of shooting practice. You get an opportunity for Mountain Bravo right now to really kind of, okay, let me set my angles. Let me try a couple of efforts from various positions, because you're going to get a lot of them. So, finding that free flow and just building confidence. That being said, how the hell Fruit Loop walks away winning that, I don't know. Felt like she was completely up against it, and yet will still retrieve the ball. And now knocks it over to Camilo, who actually decided to invest in the boost instead. He's not particularly worried right now about whether or not he has possession of the ball, because, well, J-Dubs has got it all under control. You're going to quickly get it back anyway.
Oh, here comes Ham Jam up the side. He's going to fumble his way on down. Cleared out by Camilo. Off the corner, it's an open net. Fruit Loop, though, a little early on the shot there. J-Dubs, don't worry, he's there to put in number 3 for the game out of J-Dubs. A hat trick there for 7 in total. And you can see there at the top of his car, flips around. Keesler just a little late on the side roll. 1 minute, 40 seconds in game 2.
Alright. Team Eastern at this point, I think, playing to defend the 7 that they've already let in, because it was a very passive approach to kick off. And, well, Camilo will nudge it up. Fruit Loop will send this back into the corner, and I think this is where Mountain Bravo have been very impressive. Relentless. They're not letting it get out at all. As soon as there's an attempt, it's like, we'll squeeze it, for the very least, into the corner. win the contest there, send it back into the mid part once we're ready. They've not given Eastern a second to breathe.
Yeah, they have had 0 chances on offense, it feels like. Even when they do, you see Chipslayer just fumbling over the side corner. He's not able to hold control of that ball, crossing into the opponent's zone. Hamjam backflips. Fruit Loop sends it on down. Time draining here. 30 seconds remaining in game number 2. Hamjam going to get it past the first defender there. And Fruit Loop immediately grabs this one, puts one on net. Chipslayer there to defend it. Hamjam, can he clear it? Find the goal for his team. Not yet. Chipslayer, though, in front. Camillo saves it to the left side. 11 seconds. There's the demo from Hamjam. Should give a little bit of a grace in front of the net. The stop for number 8. 3 seconds. Will they survive? There it is. Mountain B taking a 2-0 lead with a 7-0 win in game 2.
I'd argue convincing would suffice. Mountain Bravo. We get hat tricks out of J-Dubs again, and then this time Camilla will get in on the act 2. The number of shots there is 17 registered. I'd argue there was probably more. East just 2. Yeah, that's kind of how that one went. Unfortunately for Eastern here, Mountain Bravo are not in a forgiving mood. They're not in any particular, let's say, position to give any opportunities over. They're being pretty clinical about this right now, and Mountain Bravo will, just stroll into that 2-0 lead. I think our 4-0 predictions are looking pretty, and Team Eastern gotta figure something out. Throw something new out there. It can't get much worse.
Really anything at this point. I don't know. It's hard to sit here and look at, Team Eastern and expect things to change, considering this is their last game in the group stages. It's been the same story every single time they've been on stream. I'm sure that for themselves, it doesn't feel good to lose the way that they've been losing. And I do have to give them, a little bit of, I'd say, love in saying that they've been kind of going through this good sportsmanship. And so, like, to see that Team Eastern still sticking it out towards the end there, I mean, hats off to you guys. I can only imagine, how it feels to sit here and play the game, losing the way that you are. Not pretty to watch for sure, but they've stuck it out, and we still got 2 more games.
Yeah, well, what I will say is, obviously, CONUS, incredible event. Everyone gets together, has a great time. I think if you Team Eastern right now, you're just thinking, look, we're going to play these games out. We know we're outclassed right now, but we know that after this, we're going to get together with everyone here and have a hell of an evening. So I'm sure they're trying to make of it what they can. This is just different in class. It's like, when we play 8s early on in the season, and for some reason, we invite in a couple of the Challengers players, and they just torch us relentlessly for 2 hours long. That's basically what this is.
Oh, yeah. It's just, you know that you're just outclassed by some players. It happens to us, when, like you said, in those lobbies that we play for Call of Duty even, just a little too hard to match up against players who excel in this area. And so far for Mountain Bravo, I mean, we talk about this team who, across a lot of their matches, struggling to get some offensive pressure in, struggling to get some goals in. Here in this game, I mean, maybe this is what's going to change things up for them to start to get the feel of what it's like to score.
Well, usually, you're at least 2-0 down by now, so it is better in the third game. And I agree with you. I think for J-Dubs, moments like that where it's like, okay, can I attempt an awkward effort there where I bounce it off the board and just drop it in? Like, get all your angles on point. You will face tougher tasks tomorrow, and you want to make sure that you're feeling it on that frontline effort. Because we've spoken about this team again. The record kind of defies them a little bit. It certainly doesn't tell the story of how good this team are. They've been incredibly close in pretty much everything we've seen them play, even when they're on the losing end. And if you can get someone like J-Dubs firing on all cylinders, that could be the difference between those tight series going against you or going for you. And moments like that, J-Dubs just trying to arrive. Can I guide that one in? No? Well, what's the feedback here? How do I change that up next time?
That's kind of what you're looking for. So a good amount of time here for Bravo, running that clock 1-0 up. Onto the sidewall, back into the zone of Eastern. Hamjam looking for the clear. Rook should find it. It's a low shot, though, and Chipslayer won't get there. So an open net underneath. Bravo excel to a 2-0 lead. 3 minutes left in this game. And Fruit Loop in front of the net, happy to take those passes in and clutch up for the squad in those moments. So great passing coming through. Great moments to look for. No rushing from Bravo, just making sure that they're polishing their plays and looking for passes.
And yeah, stuff like that. Glorious work by J-Dubs. I think he initially is considering the effort on goal and then realized, actually, I'm a little under this. I'm just going to angle myself to pop this back into the middle. Miller's already gambled on that. It's easy to like for the third. So, again, just teamwork moments, little bits and pieces like that. This is where Mountain Bravo are going to profit overall. Obviously, a victory is a victory, but I think when you're looking ahead to that playoff bracket, this team are going to upset some people. It's what can you walk away with? Chipslayer might get a goal here, gets up and over, and no. Demo comes through as well, so for a brief moment, you are 3v2. J-Dubs lift that one off the line. Fruit Loop can try to do it all herself, and go too high on that shot attempt.
Jam on the back wall. Knocks it on down. Fruit Loop looking for the double touch. A dunk number 4 in. Styling on these plays. Fruit Loop, she's looking great in this game 3. And not a worry in the world to put that shot away. So for Mountain Bravo, I mean, going through the entirety of this one, you just look to be crossing your T's, dotting your I's, getting the job done across this last game, and no pressure at all, I'd say, on them to get this one done. I mean, they are handling this one with care. Not to mention this, if Mountain Bravo win versus Eastern, it is a considerable jump over both Eastern and Central Bravo, because they do hold the win over Central Bravo with a 4-0 win yesterday.
Yeah, really not sure if that win's going to come through, to be really honest with you. It's a hotly contested series. Camilo is just going to clear that one out. Chipslayer tonight again. I go back to something that you said last time out. Look, it's been a tough time, and it's been a tough series, but you can see that Eastern, I mean, even moments like that, Hamjam just scrambling across to make the save. They're giving it their best shot. And the fact that that hasn't wavered at any point is impressive. You may have spat our dummy out many a time in our ranked lobbies. We certainly have. And it wasn't as tough a run as this. So yeah, fair play to them. Just keeping at it, keeping going. Milo's going to try a little bit of something on his roof. And Hamjam, oh, there we go. Pops one in. Nice shot indeed. And well, Camilo's made to pay for the fact that he was trying something a little bit fancier. Hamjam says, cheers, brother. I'm going to also dunk this off the other side of the bar. Get us on the board.
Nice shot there from Hamjam. Goal in the slot there. Put you on the board in game number 3. Fruit Loop, though, carrying it over. Looking for the double touch again. We've seen this story before. However, written a little differently. Doesn't go in. Hamjam. Chipslayer working in tandem, getting it out of their zone. Fruit Loop's going to read the cross right. Sends it back on down. Back out to Camilo. Shot. Not very powerful. It's a light touch. Back on down. Slayer looking to cut this one in for the shot. J-Tubbs quickly just snatches that back on down. A quick shot throw. Camilo won't get it. Hamjam saves it again.
Oh, I thought Chipslayer dropped it just into the path of Brook there, but I think Camilo does enough to get across his vehicle in the way. Ensure that you can't make that pathing in that you wanted to. J-Dubs eye this one up from a distance after not really getting involved in the initial effort, and does arrive in time after circling back. Well, the demo comes through. That's Camilo off the board for a moment. And there goes Fruit Loop as well. So J-Dubs all by himself, but actually gets an effort off on goals. That's going to buy the time needed. Everyone's to respawn in. Well, we've already talked about it. There's no surprise. It's the end result of this one. You at least get one on the board if you are Team Eastern, but Mountain Bravo in cruise control through the entire series.
Yeah, 6-1 in game 3, 7-1 in game 3 of Brazil to close it out. Oh my goodness. Camilo, last second, Fruit Loop off the post and in. I mean, that is dirty work coming out from their side. Mountain Bravo now leading 3-0 in the series. Well on the way to a fourth one. It has been cruise control, like you said, and you see Ham Jam did get that win. A little bit of a misstep for the opponents, and nice to see Ham Jam taking some control in those opportunities that have rarely been seen throughout this series. So for Team Eastern, going into this game number 4, hey, this is your last chance in the group stages to take a win under your belt, a game win in a best-of-7 format. It's going to be difficult to be playing a lot of defense, but can they turn that defense into offense?
I mean, that's the question, right? There's been very little of it thus far. I will say, looking at those stats, by the way, love to see Fruit Loop getting on the hat trick act. There's been J-Dubs for 2, Camilo with 1. Now Fruit Loop gets hers. But yeah, if you are Eastern right now, we got to see some aggression. As much as, like, we know what your defensive play looks like, and I understand why you would want to go, actually, I'm going to sit back. When it's 0-0, maybe. As soon as that first goal goes in, we've got to see aggression. It doesn't matter how ugly the score gets. It's been pretty ugly anyway. So I've got to see us at least trying to string a couple of these things together. Again, if you're Team Eastern, you're probably aware you've come into this tournament a little bit outclassed. And for Mountain Bravo, as you said, this is a big game because it will lift them 2 spots in the group standings, likely into 4th place at the very least, and build, hopefully, lovely little momentum into the playoff bracket tomorrow. And oh Christ, 8 seconds. 8 seconds. All right, I said I wanted to see aggression if you can see the first goal. Let's see it out of you, Easton.
Party don't stop, Andy. Mountain Bravo party do not stop in this series. Opening up that goal. Fruit Loops looking for another one. Not able to take that shot, but Fruit Loops actually over on the Octane this time, not using the Fennec. So maybe switching something up in game number 4. But already has amounted to a goal here. You see Camilo going high-low. Not from above. Camilo redirects it to the backboard. Backboard for J-Dub, sent to the right. Off target. And Camilo for the 3rd strike goes left this time. So everybody takes a bat at the net, and all 3 of them missing.
Camilo here tried something just incredibly different. Fruit Loop will turn that one high. Right now, a few different things. Yeah, I think I doubt Mountain Bravo feel the need to really continue to bang the same drum. Fruit Loop will push Chipslayer out of the way, and J-Dubs, who has stuck to the same car, will not miss from there. Slots home. Might be an awkward angle, but we've watched him do this off this left wing multiple times. Despite Rook's best efforts, it is far too powerful to be kept out.
2-0 up for Mountain Bravo now off of this one. J-Dubs is looking to send it on down again. Ham Jam should swat this away. Up on the wall. Ham Jam playing some good backboard defense, but Andreas Camilo tucks that one down for goal number 3 in this one. He's using the Mantis too. I didn't even see that. So he swapped up his car. I remember when the Mantis came out. I want to say 2017, 2018. I thought it was the coolest thing ever. And then all the people who plays RLCS, nobody's like, no, this isn't good. I mean, it's Octane or nothing. You know, even at the time there, people were using the Batmobile, like the Batman vs Superman one. But other than that, nobody wanted to use the Mantis. I thought the Mantis looks cool. And it does. It looks like
it does look cool.
It looks like, you know, like a Hot Wheel I would have as a kid.
Yeah. It looks cool. Clearly, the players at the top level read it pretty quickly, and we're like, nah, this don't really work for us.
Just too thin. It's just like the thing is, it's hard to make those plays when the car is like long like this. Like the Dominus, you can get away with it just because it still has a little bit more thickness to it. But for the Mantis, there's just a lot of shots that you miss because you can't get power behind the shots.
Yeah, the way that the physics work inside of this game, it is unfortunate though, because as you said, it is a beautiful vehicle. It's very pretty, but I think unfortunately it is a case of Camilo just having a little bit of fun with things. Hey, let me see what I can do while I'm on the Mantis. So, well, right now his team are leading 3-0, so you're not too concerned about any different play in the strat. Fruit Loop will send this downfield. Ham Jam tries to touch it down. It's a heavy touch though, and spills out for Fruit Loop. That's this one. Chipster's actually going to get there, and oh my lord, right off the stanchion where the post meet. Would have been, of course, purely a consolation prize at this point for Team Eastern, but every little helps.
Backboard down for Fruit Loop. Time running out in game number 4. Gonna clear things down to midfield. Ham Jam picks it up in the air, sends it back in. Mountain Bravo zone over to the corner. Ham Jam looking for the shot there, not able to find it. Kept in front by Chip Slayer. Rook tries to go for third man in line, taking the shot at net, but beaten out on the defenders. A little too quick to get into this one. Mantis beats out both defenders, flips it high. Looking for a Fruit Loop, drops it down to the right. Camilo still on defense, waiting things out. 1 minute left in game number 4. Here's Chip Slayer going from one end to the other. Tries to get the reset, but gets in front of the ball. Would have made no difference at all. That one's going to send to the corner here. Just with under 50 seconds left to this game. Chip Slayer goes for the demo on A-dubs. But even if so, there is no shot to follow it. Back down into the side of Team Eastern.
He was minding his own business right there. Like, what the hell? Like, what?
Whoa.
What's this guy saying to help me for? Like, oh, Chip Slayer, F on goal, and Fruit Loop will deny even that one. No need for it, really. Let him have one. But unfortunately, Team Mountain Bravo here just not in the mood to be charitable. Milo pops it up. Fruit Loop with another effort. Close range for Camilo with the tap in, and the Mantis shall bag another. 4-0 to round it out. It is the closest of the games we've had in this series. If you're just joining us, this has been incredibly one-sided. Mountain Bravo letting everyone know they do have plenty of talent in this roster. Team Eastern, it is a continuation, really, of what has been the groups. And, well, I just hope that they're all really enjoying CONUS.
Yeah, you and I both. Ball's going to go down. Kept in the air one more time. Popped up by the Mantis. Chip Slayer into the corner. Ball's very much alive. But there we go. Mountain Bravo 4-0 to close out the group stages here for Rocket League in CONUS 2026. It is 4-0 in the game. 4-0 in the series. And that is going to conclude what has been a very exciting group stages so far, Andy. For Team Eastern, got a feel for some of these players. I mean, fortunately not for them. Like we've heard from some of these players, as soon as the competition is over, it is buddy, let's go get some drinks. And I think that's what Eastern are looking forward to right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, let's face it. If you, me, and I don't know, pick someone, Brody, decided we're going to team up as a 3 and enter this competition, we're going to get run over. We're going to get literally and metaphorically absolutely battered here. So it is a case of, all right, well, look, we're going to go and have a great time all the same. And I think for these Team Eastern players, you get to go, you get to play on land. That is a unique experience that not many people are ever going to get to say. You fall into that 1% bracket there, and it's like, okay, well, with some of my greatest friends, with my brothers and sisters, we're going to get to now go out and have a great time. So, of course, for Team Eastern, that is exactly what you should be looking at right now. A couple of these goals are egregious. It's just difficult to stomach. But yeah, again, Mountain Bravo, they were not for being charitable. They were ruthless in this one.
Yeah, I think across the entire one, I mean, there was that one ham jam goal back in game number 3, but aside from that, it was not charitable one bit from Mountain Bravo. They looked pretty steady across the entire series. They're looking steady to go into this bracket, and I think grabbing that number 4 seed as well, because they've beaten out on Central Bravo. So holding that head-to-head is going to be good for them, especially in the map differential, winning 2 4-0s now in your group stages. So seems like we got ourselves a little bit of a setup here towards the end, closing out on this series, and we got J-Dubs waiting on the other side. So I'm excited to hear from him on what he has to say, Andy, for the series when we do bring him in.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if we ask too much about the series, more about the
about the day or the week.
Yeah, the group play in its entirety. Because unfortunately, I think, what do you think of the series? He's like, well, we walked this one, so yeah, I'm sure we'll get some great answers out of J-Dub as soon as he's ready. And yeah, man, I'm looking forward to hearing what he's got to say.
Yeah, let's bring him in here. Let's talk over with him on how it's been so far. J-Dubs, big win coming out from you to close out the group stages. Let's talk a little bit about yesterday and today in terms of your performances. I mean, for Mountain Bravo in general, you guys have the win over Central Bravo as well as Eastern, but a couple of those losses versus some of the Alpha teams that you do have, very, very close, especially today's game against Mountain Alpha. Where do you think you guys are kind of losing out on some of these close losses?
I think we've been struggling on second man positioning a lot, which we've talked about as a team. We've played the Central A team in scrims, and we've had better matches against them prior to the tournament. I know for me personally, it's nerves. This is my first showing. Fruit Loop is the one with all the experience, so she's got all that to worry about with us because we're new to this.
Well, I mean, I'm glad that you bring it up. This is your first LAN. I think that, well, me and Seymour have talked a lot about you guys. We think that you're a little bit of a sleeper team, to be completely honest. A lot of close series. Think you can go a long way in this tournament. But how's it been going from day 1 to day 2? Do you feel like you've grown with the pressure that comes with being on LAN? There is a hell of a lot of it.
I mean, I think we did play better yesterday. I know we have our upper bracket round 1 coming up, so we've got to make sure we're on our game for that. But looking into the bracket today, tomorrow, it's just important to stay consistent and not get too in our heads. There's a lot of matches still to play.
Well, we try and bring up the term X Factor here on the desk. We try and talk about which of you players are going to step forward and kind of be the difference in the series. I'll brought your name up, for example, several times. If you would kind of pick that player in your team, who would you say that is and why?
I would say Fruit Loop for sure. To start off again, the experience of being on LAN is everything. She's been our team captain for sure through this, and she's a very consistent player. It's easy to know that we have her on our team.
I got to ask you in particular because, we know that, you have attended some Rocket League LANs, especially RLCS LANs for the World Championship as a spectator. Now, as a player itself, being on LAN, what's that feeling like? I mean, you talk about the pressure, you talk about how it's a little bit nerves, but, just real, genuine, kind of raw. What's it like?
I did not imagine it would be this much, honestly. I've played online tournaments for many years prior to this, but being on LAN is different. I don't get how those pro players do it. There's a lot of fans in the audience. It's a lot of pressure.
Well, I'm sure you got a lot of people watching back home too. Do you got anybody you want to shout out, J-Dubs?
I know my mom and my girlfriend are watching, so and my brother probably too. So they're cheering me on, cheering us on as a team. It's motivational.
Well, big shout out to those at home. Big shout out to you two for joining us on the interview. Thank you for coming on, and looking forward to seeing you guys play in the brackets.
Yes, thank you so much.
And Andy, I mean, getting into now the nitty gritty of Rocket League. We're through the group stages. We're going into the bracket play, and you hear for J-Dubs for their team, like, maybe they're not playing as well right now on day 2. Still more games on the day. You have upper round 1s. Time to turn it around And I think I'm really excited to see what they can do coming off of a win like that, where they feel like they're the stock standard better team over Team Easter. And now moving into the upper bracket, I'm sure that they can carry that momentum.
I hope so, because this is, again, a team that I think has more to say than just scraping through to Worlds or just being in that 4th place lineup. So, yeah, I'd love to see what they do in this bracket. I think, obviously, you're going to get a tough seed, but having placed, I believe, in 4th. So, yeah, it might be a hard first matchup, so maybe a lot of your momentum gets cut short there. But then it's a case of, all right, well, build on a lot of what you've done. He talked there about the experience the Fruit Loop has picked up and brought into this team. Build on that. Use that to calm those nerves and set yourself into a nice early flow. And while you're here, this every single day counts as experience. You may have done a lot of lands in the past. Players often get one day, and it's kind of like, all right, go away, digest it, and think about what you got to do in about 6 months' time. These guys get to do that every single day and kind of warm up into this tournament. So I'm really excited to see what they can do. Again, I think Mountain Bravo, I don't think we're done seeing them yet.
No, I agree. And as we close out on the Rocket League, we still got 2 matches of Call of Duty on the day. We're going to be jumping into the upper bracket side. So Call of Duty has also concluded into their group stages. So a little bit of a break from our stream, longer than usual to get set up for Call of Duty. We'll see you guys with some more CONUS on the other side.
Introducing Hardpoint, a respawn game mode where teams fight over a neutral objective that moves around the map. The first hardpoint has a short delay before it activates. This allows players from both teams to take their positions for the initial combat. Once it activates, teams can start earning points. To take control of the hardpoint, teams must have at least one of their players on the objective, where they will earn 1 point per second of control. If both teams have players on the objective, neither team scores points until the players from one team are removed from the objective. While a team is collecting points, the game clock is paused as long as points are being earned. Each objective location is active for 60 seconds before moving to a predetermined next location where players will once again be able to earn more points. The first team to achieve 250 points or have the most points when time expires will win the game.
In Overload, the map is split in half with opposing teams respawning opposite each other throughout the match. To earn a point, teams fight to secure the Overload device and deliver it to one of 2 enemy detonation zones. Only one player can carry the device at a time, and if the carrier is eliminated, the device falls to the floor for anyone to grab. If it is successfully delivered or lost out of bounds, the device will return to one of 3 centralized spawn points. Matches are split into 2 halves, the first one ending after the timer expires or either team scores 4 points, after which the teams will switch spawn locations. Teams can claim victory by reaching 8 total points or having more points after time expires. If the final timer ends with both teams tied, sudden death begins, a 2-minute no respawn round where the first team to eliminate the other or score a single point wins the match.
In Search and Destroy, teams compete in round-based, single-life combat over 2 bomb sites. One team is designated as the attacking team, where their goal is to plant a bomb at either bomb site before time expires. The other team must defend these bomb sites, preventing the attacking team from planting the bomb at all costs. Additionally, either team can win the round by eliminating all members of the opposing team. If the attacking team plants the bomb, a 45-second timer will begin where the defending team must now defuse the bomb before time expires, even if they have killed all enemy players. Defusing the bomb takes 7 seconds, so players must ensure enough time remains to secure the round. Teams will switch sides after each round, and the first team to win 6 rounds will claim victory.
Dude, I was so happy. I was like, finally, I get to play in one of these, you know? I feel like I have a lot to offer competing-wise, and AFG just hasn't seen me on LAN, so now it's my time to shine.
Playing Call of Duty CONUS is way less stressful because I'm not airborne. I don't have to worry about falling out of the helicopter, losing stuff. It's just a game, so it's not as stressful now, not nearly. Unless Jake is getting upset and yelling.
I've been here since the beginning, but all roads lead to me.
Been in AFG for 3 years now. I missed qualing last year. I'm back now this year. My name's Vengeance because I'm back.
Having Vengeance back in the tournament with me, I don't think it really means anything. I had Dante Cabasa and Hale on my team last time he played us. It's not really something you can hold against a player. But having him here with the team that he has now, if we win this one, I mean, that's something.
Having Brandon next to me is cool just because 2 years ago, he taught me a lot of how to play the game. Last year, it seemed like I was actually putting a lot of it together. And then being able to have him in my ear, not letting me have to think, is going to be good.
I think we're going to do fine. I think we'll get that 4th spot. I'm pretty confident we'll get the 4th spot. Going into Worlds, I think if we actually have some practice time, there's a chance that we can make that Grands or even top 3. I'm never coming in outside of this tournament to take anything other than first. I've been in rooms with pros. I know what winning looks like, and this team has it.
Playing Yodak in my bracket, I mean, I think there's going to be a little, fun there, but he's nothing without me.
I'm finally happy to be here. I'm excited to play, and I'm happy I'm here with some friends. But I just went 16 and 30 yesterday.
I'm coming out there with confidence. I'm coming out there knowing I'm the best player on the map 24/7, no matter who I'm against. I see Hale on the other side. He's going neck against me. That's it. Me and Hale started this year together. It's only right that I'm the one to end his.
I mean, I would say when everyone goes against me, I'm kind of getting the best version of them. The pressure's on me, but I don't really let it get to me. This team, I think we have a lot more potential. I think we have a really well-rounded squad. Nobody here is beating me in a way that matters, including revenge.
I've learned a lot, especially this year. Coming out of Black Ops 6, I feel like I was good, but I didn't have the smarts. Now, I'm ready to take everything this year with my practice and everything with my boys, my teammates. The knife's always in the toolkit. I keep it in my inventory. You know, I might pull it out. Never know, but people gotta watch out, you know.
Oh, that's my heart and soul right there. Can't do nothing without Smoke, so playing my last year with Smoke is pretty amazing. Going out with this team means a lot to me. I would say it's like one of our highest chances of actually taking everything. This is my last one. I'm taking everything.
We weren't supposed to be here, and now we're here. Now what?
I've been playing Call of Duty since I was about 6 years old. I've been ready for this way before anyone else was ready for it. I had the dog in me.
I love my teammates, so it's gonna be a good dynamic. Umeric, you know, he's a smelly boy, you know how it is, but we're both better than Yodak, that's all that matters.
My hit list would be probably, I'm going with Charms, I'm going with Jake, I'm going with Hale. I want Kuzo too, but he's my ride home from the airport, so I'll probably take it a little easy. And I might get a couple TKs on the other Jalen.
We play this for fun, people play it competitively, so I mean, if we beat you, I mean, that's your loss.
Last CONUS, I got absolutely dogged on. Put it in perspective that I can't be competitive on a mouse and key anymore. Time to put the switch, show everybody that I can shoot back and that I am not a free kill on the map.
Being a previous world champion, you know, try to bring in the experience that I had with those old guys, with the new guys, and really just try to help lead them through, you know, try to be an IGL for them and help them out in any way I can.
I don't have beef with anybody, except that Central 2 team is way too confident.
Just turned 30, so still competing at like a decently high level is kind of fun. It's here to enjoy it and see all the new up-and-comers and the young guys enjoying some of the opportunities I didn't have when I first joined.
Honestly, it feels like an advantage being the youngest one here. I can think of things outside the box that people have been playing for a while and have multiple lands maybe won't think of just based on their experience. I didn't come here to get experience, I came here to win.
This is Air Force day to day. Nothing's normal in the Air Force. You gotta be able to roll with the punches, and this just feels like a normal day to me. They dropped me before, they called me back. I'm not asking why, I'm just undroppable.
Really chaotic when we dropped brought in Fluffy, and then we had to bring in Claw as well, but we pulled it together, and I really believe in these guys. Hi, my name is Reaper, and I'm here to play Call of Duty.
I told you we'd be back in no time. We had to get ready for Call of Duty, though. And honestly, this is going to be an exciting one because Rocket League has been such a treat. I know the Call of Duty boys have been waiting to be on stream as well. Welcome back to CONUS, everybody. My name is Seymour. With me is Enigma. Andy,
Yes,
our
sir.
bread and butter, Call of Duty, ready to go. Come on, give me the vibe real quick.
As you said, bread and butter, right? Like, as much as Rocket League has been a blast, and it has, there's nothing quite like a good series of Call of Duty to really get the blood flowing. And I'm looking forward to it. You and me have gotten the opportunity to cast over so many of these names and faces. You got to see them there in the vid dog. I met a bunch of these boys out at COD Next. Nothing quite like this community, but also nothing quite like the Call of Duty boys that play in it. Going to be a lot of trash talk being thrown around inside of the venue over at Keesler Air Force Base. Just looking forward to getting some gunfights going, man. Get those bullets flying. Yeah, it's going to be a hell of a time.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about it, too, as you just kind of like fired me up for this one. I'm just soaking up all the excitement for this. We got quite the group stages from all of these teams kind of leveling out into our bracket play. I think that for everybody is just kind of getting situated into this bracket and figuring out where your spot is. And for both of these two teams, Central Bravo and Eastern, it's going to be exciting to kind of see how things fare out between these two teams going into the bracket play. So let's start with introducing Central Bravo, kind of get into the mix on talking about these squads and breaking down how they have looked so far throughout the group stages. Central Bravo, 2 and 3 out of the group stages. They win 7 maps. They get 7 points. So coming into this one, not the brightest, I'd say, scoreline, but still a team now looking to turn things around.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is Graths, Yodak, Argo, and Prox. Now, I recognize a bunch of these names, and I probably should. Yodak got second at Worlds and replaced Crusade on the first place CONUS team. Argo got a couple of firsts at Weary 2023, CONUS 2025, second at Worlds 2025. Prox, I feel like I didn't know much, and the description that we're given is onliner, so that might be kind of why. Although I don't know who put that down, because that's not very complimentary. And then Graths as well. He's going to be relatively new to me. It has been around for a long time, but not really playing on the front, just more a part of the group that exists around CONUS.
Yeah, I think that it's going to be a tough one for a lot of these 4 members just in general because of who sits across from them. And it's going to be the Eastern squad, who also hasn't had the greatest showcasing throughout the group stages, looking to turn things around now in the bracket side. 1 and 4 match up against the entirety of the rest of them. They lost 3-2 in Game 5 against Central Bravo in Round 4. So looking for a little bit of revenge now is going to be Reaper, Claw, Fluffy, and Cryptic.
Yeah, and we definitely recognize Reaper and Cryptic. Cryptic took part and did incredibly well at Erie 2024. I'm not sure if he won, but I remember him being in the late stages. For Reaper, first at Worlds 2025, second at CONUS 2025. That's quite an impressive CV. For Claw, I know very little, I'll be completely honest. But for Fluffy, there's an interesting thing, not just in the sense of, like, this guy comes out of Seymour Johnson, which were a team that kind of got run over, but he was there shining light. It was that Vidoc right there where Fluffy was like, these guys dropped me and then brought me back in. And he's now going out and proving why he should never be droppable again. And series like this is where Fluffy has to kind of come alive. So I'm looking at him to be the X Factor in this one.
Yeah, even Fluffy was sitting there. He's like, I'm not sure why. I'm not even going to ask why. He's like, I'm just here. They dropped me. I'm back. He's like, I'm ready to fry now. So see if he and Reaper coming back together can make some differences for Eastern. Yodak sits there. He says that I've been in winning rooms with actual pros. I know what winning looks like. This team has it. For Central Bravo, record-wise, I mean, you know, a little bit to fix going through the rest of this bracket for sure, but there are some wins to talk about on top of things for Bravo. Still going into this upper bracket, looking to change that narrative. Let's look at the map set for this best of 5, kind of round out exactly what we're going to be looking at for the settings here, Andy. We start things off with Sake, a little bit of fun there with one of our new maps added to the pool, then Search and Destroy, Exposure, Overload, then a 10 Hardpoint, and a Raid, Search and Destroy.
I was talking about it yesterday. What I really wanted to do was get to cast over some of the new maps. I'm going to be rewarded instantly with the Sake Hardpoint. Now, I haven't had the chance. This will be my first time getting to cast over it. Done a lot of watching, obviously, in the CDL. And I like the way that it flows. I think it rewards a lot of fundamental caller duty without it being a case of just lockdown central. You're going to get a lot of breakthrough attempts, especially with the NPC and the method that's currently providing. But yeah, really looking forward to watching how these two teams kind of play it out, because we talked about it yesterday as well. How much time have you put in? Have you actually put the hours in to get yourself into a spot where you understand Sake better than your opponent? Because if so, that's going to give you a handy advantage walking into this series.
It is going to give you a good advantage. I think that for Sake, for one thing to kind of look at, map's not that big. It's quite easy to rotate from side to side. And for a lot of these hills, they're kind of referenced as money hills for the most part. You know, you spawn up quite a distance, you know, and it's really easy with how many angles and how many corners there are in this map to really set up on some of these hills, like your P2s, like your P3s, like your P4s. I mean, those 3 in a row are quite deadly if you're not being, you know, a little bit proactive in these setups, looking for those back spawns, looking to get some early rotations into these hills. It's quite punishable. So kind of look at both these teams, like you said, to kind of showcase what they know about this map, show that going to Sake is actually a good tool to have in your arsenal for the rest of this tournament. And I hope for both of their sakes, because we know a lot of these teams at the top will have some reps on Sake. That is going to be the case. Let's look at our predictions, though, Andy. Let's get a kind of taste of what to expect from these two. I got Central Bravo 3-1. Do you think they're going to go 3-0? In the group stages, it was a 3-2 for Central Bravo. So both of us think it's going to be an upgrade.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how comfortable I'm sitting with that. Honestly, I might have been a bit more confident in saying 3-2. Actually, this might go down to the wire. Just trying to look at the rosters there and how finely I split them. But I don't know. Central Bravo here, this is an upper 1, if I remember correctly. So for Central Bravo here, this is a case of come out, simply have learned a couple of ways in which you can improve in that last series and also go from a hotly contested series to a little bit of a walkover. I'm still expecting the maps to be close, but I don't know. I got some faith in some of the old boys that have been around for a while.
Yeah, I have some faith here in Central Bravo that they should be a team to get the job done and close out on this series as well. I think that just in general, when you look at, Yodak and Argo playing together, that should be good enough for them to kind of have that, dynamic chemistry from Lachlan to play well in this best of 5. But it's going to be hard to tell, especially with a map like Sake. I think that, you and I for Rocket League now, we've gotten a handle on a lot of these rosters throughout day 1 and day 2 for COD. We don't know how some of these guys do mix up still, so we still have to learn.
We do. Sorry, I apologize. I'm getting cramp in my left calf, so that was a moment right there. Gym session hit a little different this morning, apparently, and as I went to rock back in my chair, my left leg said absolutely not. But I agree with you. I don't have a hold on my calf, but we also don't have a hold of any of these rosters. We've got to find out what they look like. So let's break off with our hard point in Sake to find out what we want to know.
Yeah, and this one's going to be quite interesting because Eastern are holding on to the better side spawns for those P2 rotations that will be in the top right left of your minimap when we do get there after P1 is done. So what Central Bravo essentially need to do is not only fly through this P1 hill, get as much time as they can, but also look to flip these spawns over time.
Yeah, you can see that Prox is already considering doing that. He's playing out through rocks, should catch Reaper in the back, does. But now going to be alerted to his presence. Thankfully, kill from Nixrox will also just alleviate any rotators over. But Cryptic's just going to... Well, I was going to say clear it out, but caught looking the wrong way. A pick up from Prox there. And Reaper's going to be forced to back off through short.
Yeah, fighting their way in the back line. Eastern trying their best to hold on to these spawns. Claw, big win on the top of those stone steps. Reaper closes the kill onto Yodak over at New. Cryptic's going to join up with the team, and you have the setup as well as the back spawns. Garth, or Graths. Can he punch a hole in this one? Fluffy pushed up. Watching for the first play. Couple shots in the back there on Nixrox and Yodak. 3 kills there. Prox goes down, and that's a clean 4. And then some from Claw. Early body shots going to be noted.
Yeah, lovely stuff. That's one way to make your rotation matter. Just get the instant wipe. Tries to push out, though. Will be met pretty quickly. And, well, there's a flood through the middle of the map, actually. If you are going to be Central Bravo, Reaper just trying to hold on. Watches the backline. Will pick up Nixrox. So Nixrox actually survives that somehow. As we switch away, that'll be the break back in. Central Bravo looking to reestablish that lead from P1.
Yodak with a double kill. Yodak with 3 from the top cobble steps. 17 seconds here. Split spawns. Central Bravo and Eastern, so a little bit of chaos all over the place. Claw to play for that scrap time. You do have a player at New. That's going to be Prox cleaning up Fluffy. Reaper top window. It's going to leave Cryptics alone. Reaper, can he be enough to disrupt the setup towards New? As you do get a spawn out from Yodak, you need to see Eastern work a little bit quickly to get this break.
I love what Nixrox did early here, by the way. Just took himself off, made himself a bit of a nuisance. Has allowed the rest of the boys to flood. That being said, 2 and 2 will be the traded feed right now, and Fluffy goes to work big time to break this hill wide open. Cryptic will close the door on that deal. Walk away with a handy amount of points unless Central Bravo can hit this again. It's all right if they want to. You talked about it, P4. The next one can also be a pretty good one to set up for, so probably one last roll of the dice before you get in that rotation.
Here we go. One more shot. Graths down low. He gets traded. Prox in for the contest, and 14 seconds being fought for here. Cryptic, MPC runs out of ammo. Yodak pistol whips him. That scrap time's going to keep Central Bravo in the lead. Rotations over to New. It was Nixrox being a little ahead of the curve, but as he goes down, 3 players there to worry about from Eastern.
big win by Cryptic there because I think Yodak's just looking to reinforce Graths on the point. By his loan, some big fights in the back line here, and Fluffy will win one, but Prox then trades over towards short. Prox finds Fluffy as well. Now that should open up these back spawns. That being said, Hill's going to be contested, so likely splits rolling through. And right now, Flaw's big kill through the middle on Cryptic is just going to give them a bit of a lifeline to hold this from the front.
Don't worry about having those trophies down. Nixtrox is in a great angle, holding that side window. Should be able to shoot a couple of these players in the back if they're just sitting on this rock. As soon as they go down, Nixtrox hops out of the hill. Yodak trading. Reaper jumps across. 20 seconds here that you'd love to pick up if you're Eastern, trailing by just about 5 points. Into the hill is Prox for the contention. He's going to lay down, wait it out. Hoping a couple of his teams can come to the rescue. And Cryptic gets around this one. 2 players standing for Eastern. It is going to be a lead change heading to the 5th hill, where it's already Central Bravo looking to get a setup.
Got the numbers here if you're Central Bravo, but you're not winning the gunfights. Claw pops yet another multi-kill with the MPC in hand. Graths tries to play out through the front. Kind of split this defensive line through the back. Doesn't get there in time. So Fluffy now to lead from the front as Bravo trying to overwhelm through the mid-map. And there's your first try and gain numbers advantage. B2 coming in from long. Needs to get active in order to free you up.
4 players going to hit this one from the left side of the map. Opens up the doors is Graths. First player going down. Everybody's going to swing together. 3-for-1 trade. Fluffy the only one standing at the P2 spawn, so should be able to hit this one right away, but it's a brilliant break from Central Bravo. Only down by 25 points. Cryptic for the top. He's going to go down. And the rest of Eastern just taking the long route. Try to wrap this one and get that set up over to P1. However, Central Bravo doing a fantastic job at just holding on to a lot of this time.
There they are. We'll get the last flurry of kills to walk away with a little bit of scrap. Yodak staying alive on the stairwell there. Cryptic though finds 2. So the setup though is not really in as the spawn comes in for Prox in the back line, so he can just cut off reinforcing numbers. Fluffy's found first. Nixtrox then answers his head's turn. Cryptic. And well, you basically get the assist into the second, but it feels like he's doing a lot of work around these points right now, breaking at will.
Breaking it quickly there. 117 and counting. Eastern just staying ahead. My arms reach. In and around the back. Prox, if he can take a couple of these players out of the hill. Fluffy notes himself, gets down. Red Arrow's going to be surrounding this one, but Central Bravo haven't found any way into this hill. Finally, Graths taking down Yodak, or sorry, Fluffy. He'll take some of that pressure out, but going into P2, losing out on these rotations again. Eastern have themselves a great lead and a fantastic setup.
Central Bravo just struggling to get Yodak and Nixtrox into the play here. Yodak running that AR doesn't look particularly comfortable, seeing a lot of spots where honestly might favor an NPC. So Nixtrox himself just not really involved in the play until too late, too often. And the fight in Brick, well, it'll largely light up in blue with a kill feed, and Eastern hold again. We'll try now to repel this second wave, which is largely splintered. You're relying on Yodak and Grass to pick up some kills through the middle. Just let your boys out because Claw's pushed so far up, and here comes the Hellstorm.
Oh, look how far Claw is. Unfortunately, he's going to drop. Hellstorm from Cryptic. It's going to take down Graths, but 2 versus 2 on this point, and in through the side door. Nixtrox now playing for the break. 1 versus 1. Reaper, 2 HP. You lose the spawns in the back, and it's a team kill. Not going to stop the break. Down by 50. Only 17 seconds here. Claw fighting their way back, looking to take every second away from this Bravo team. Still spawning so far away from the rotation.
Poor investment of the Hellstorm, to be completely honest with you, but it won't matter. Everyone just breaks straight back in. 9 and 21 for Yodak, 9 and 15 for Nixtrox. Gotta see those two come online if you are going to get back in this matchup. Can't afford for those numbers to be so negative. Despite the best work from Prox and Graphs, asking them to go double pause at all times. A little bit too much to handle considering how closely matched these two teams often are. Trade Fest will ensue. Prox will pick up the final one on Fluffy. You repel the first wave. Gotta hold out this second to get back into the game. Great time to do it would be right now.
Yes, it would. Shots to the Sproke from Cryptic. He's traded by Nick. 3-on-3 here. About not excited to lose out on Nixtrox. In through the window is Fluffy with the NPC. Ripping through the setup. Prox and Grouts, they drop. Spawns now into the back alley with 16 seconds. I mean, you're just going to chalk this one, give it up. You do have Cryptics working here. I don't think anybody's noticed this one. Cryptics gets caught by a stun. Proc's going to clean him up before he's able to make some damage.
I do like the Central Bravo decide to slow this down and sets up into a full rotation. Got to be aware of Reaper wrapping through the north side in through Brick. That's going to be Prox's job. He's also trying to watch short at the same time. But you got to win these opening fights, repel this. If you're going to hope to hold it down and you're just trying to watch too much, and Fluffy will find the first, but you do get answer in kind from Central Bravo.
Ratson through the window. He stays alive. Gonna get in behind is gonna be Reaper. Now his turn from the side window. Can he make some damage? There's a kill. If the rest can capitalize off of this one. Claw with the NPC looking to cut some distance. He gets towards the main rock. However, as soon as Prox is going to find him and Nick around the back, making some mincemeat out of this setup. Another 3 go down. And that lead, which is once about 60 points, is now only cut down to just about 20 and counting.
Trophy's going to save Central Bravo for a moment there as well. Final gunfights go on for all. Rotation on for 4, but Prox will find one. One of those kills is actually going to be on the opposite hill, but it doesn't matter. 3 of them in the feed. Yodak starts to come online here. You can see him just growing into this game. Online, you come out a little bit cold. You certainly put under pressure. But you are answering, and you will see a lead change unless there's an instant break here from Easton. And 2 hills ago, wouldn't have thought this was possible at all. Not with how good they were looking.
Oh, lead change is going to be what Central Bravo are hoping to latch onto now to close this one off. Claude and Reaper, it's a 2-for-1. They get in. Keeping this one even. Proxer on the outside finds himself streaking now. See if he can turn it into anything more. Cryptic says no. A good double in the feed, looking to punch on forward with Claw. Is that a Hellstorm I hear? No, it's not going to be a Hellstorm. It's nades over the top, and Yodak clearing out Cryptic, trying to clear out the rest of this Eastern squad, still with 13 seconds off this hill, and they need to rotate to new.
Trying to get out right now. Central Bravo basically being hemmed into your own spawn, but you do eventually clear out all, start to make the movement happen. Prox is going to go high, play the top side of this barrel's room. Claw just trying to keep an eye on all the different angles, react to the fact that you've just lost Fluffy, but Prox is happy to be shaking Claws very well to recenter onto that fight. You're holding for now, can win it here, largely going to be hotly contested as all P1s are. Central Bravo is just about keeping this alive for that P2 rotation.
Reaper down low, 3 down, into the hill. Central Bravo, there's 4 clean. All 4 members still alive, so you have the ideal setup that you want. Can you hold off the second wave is the question. You don't win off this hill. However, neither does Eastern. You definitely can hold that one close to the chest, knowing that Eastern's going to easily be able to break this one back in. Prox trying to steal away some of these kills, maybe some time too. The real issue is going to be that fight in the back between Braths. He is battling for his life against Claw. Even if he does win that, he still has so much work to do.
Yeah, Claw's done so well. We'll come back to it because the rotation's on, and, well, realistically, Claw's done pretty much everything. Finds 3 on rotation, holds the back line and slows it long enough so that the boys just flood in through the front. 10 seconds required. Bravo must find the break.
They need it. Gonna play around the back. It's Prox, but it's the fight through the front that you're looking for. 6 seconds is all you need if you're Eastern to close this one out. 2 opening kills. Fluffy a double. Cryptic with a pistol out. Gonna close out this game with 4 seconds. The spawns so far from the hill. It's Eastern opening up with a sake.
Claw was everything in that final moment. Just as Central Bravo had found all the momentum and built their way back into this matchup. Moments like this from Yodak where he finally started to come online, getting in best play. But he plays out, you get that P1 break. Central Bravo then hold it. They got all 4 bodies alive. Claw decides, I'm not even going to try and contest this. We don't need to. What I want to do is stop Central Bravo getting any sort of setup going on towards the P2 side. So he wraps all the way through rocks, finds Graths initially, and then wins the second fight somehow. Honestly, completely unsure about how he gets away with it, but bounces off the rock with the Omni movement, essentially slides out, decks the second. Then he's got that long fight through the backside. You spotted it, you called it out, but he doesn't even really take it. He just tucks himself off in a corner and says, come and find me if you want. My positioning stops you getting the spawns, and my boys are arriving at the front of the new hill. So all I have to do is wait. Then still comes out with a win, and from there, it's just the foundation to close out the game at a time when you really look like you're about to lose it. Claw goes huge. MVP for Eastern in that one.
It's perfect. I mean, you couldn't ask for something better out of Eastern with the sake pickup. I mean, Central Bravo did a great job at, bringing themselves back towards that end of the second rotation, and you go into rotation number 3 as well, and it's as close as really anybody would expect with how close these two are on the or leaving the group stages going into the upper bracket in round 1, but I mean, some of these players from Eastern just having such a good game. Fluffy Claw off of these breaks was so good towards the back end for this P2, especially holding off that last wave that Central Bravo was throwing at them. What a way to start off this best of 5, Andy, especially for Eastern coming in looking for an upset. They opened this one up 1-0, now leading going into the Search and Destroy, which brings us into Den. Kind of switches up the pace as well, because Eastern, at the same time, they were winning so many gunfights. I mean, they got to feel good going to this map too.
No, without a shadow of a doubt, I think as well, the way in which you closed it out showed a lot of resilience, because you'd fallen behind initially, built your way into the lead, and it looked like you were giving that up, and you know what a gut punch that can be. So then to stand tall, stick your chest out, and still close out map 1 there, despite some mistakes that you'll have felt that you'll have made. I mean, yeah, you're looking great going into map 2, and inside of the venue, of course, you'll be letting your opponents know exactly how they just lost that map 1.
Oh, yeah.
So that's always a lovely thing to have. But map 2, S&D, of course, you go back to the same fundamentals. Find your first bloods, play around the timer when bombs down. Don't do anything dumb. It sounds incredibly simple, so often it's proven not to be.
Yeah, and it kind of goes into one of those situations, like we heard from Crow. It's like, if you don't get fist bumps on the other side, I mean, it can turn into a little bit more than just business as usual, Andy, going for a match like this. So, no, heading into the Search and Destroy, yeah, you get to ask yourself some questions within that sake, like, are we tossing this out the window? Are we kind of ruining what could be an easy win in this map number 1 with the way that Central Bravo started off this map? Yeah, it was a good comeback from Eastern, or from Central Bravo for sure, but Eastern in the end, you know, they get the job done. They close it out 250 to 219 going into this Den Search and Destroy. The only question is, what do we get from these NPCs yet again? Because we saw so many plays from Cryptic and Claw with the NPC, and you go into something like the Den and you're just thinking, how many plays can really be opened up from players like that, knowing that even on the defensive side, if you're giving up the rooftops, you can flip that map so fast, set up some pinch plays, and I mean, the NPC is so fast at killing. You do not want to let these players through.
No, I completely agree. And on the opposite side of things, you look at Central Bravo, and one of the players who was really struggling to get his way into that first matchup was Nixterox, who was running the NPC. So you got to see a little bit of a flip with that if we are going to see this be more contested, not just head down the same path. That being said, your AR is always going to be incredibly important there. Yodak was struggling to come online, built his way into that first map. So he's got to continue that momentum. Kind of ignore the opening half of that game. Just go, look, I come out slow, I came out cold. It's the way it can work online sometimes. Got to shake that off and build your way into a map 2 incredibly quickly. We will have Den. We all know exactly how this plays out. A lot of bang-outs on these rooftops, and you're going to get a lot of bodies in that direction.
Oh, yeah. Well, Fluffy right away. He snuck the sniper. Yodak, top lights. Opening first blood. Prox there to help out. Fluffy, can he get the trade? He will. A lot of damage is done off that early break, and you do know that Nixterox still has that VS Recon out on this side of the map. So you recover that bomb, get away, see if you can maybe equalize elsewhere. They're going to quickly wrap this to be.
I like it. Very heads up. To at least isolate one player over here who might be looking for intel. The name of that player is going to be Grass, and I don't think you've picked up on anything just yet. And honestly, Cryptic actually asking for a sniper through the mid onto Nixterox. But all of a sudden, if you get isolated here as Grass, you could fall into a 1v2 all of a sudden, and you make the right decision to back up, but you're being hunted.
Oh, you don't want to give this one up, though. You've gone a little too deep. Grass is backed up, and looks like Prox is going to help him force this one back. Bomb plant. Grass is going to know that they're going to go quickly for this one. Can he get the player off the bomb? Fluffy scrapes away, looking for Cryptic to help him out. A lot of damage done on both players, and Cryptic doesn't do enough to assist Fluffy. An easy retake right away. Central Bravo wasting no time at taking this first round.
I think Grass does incredibly well, to be honest. You have the numbers initially. Nixterox has played his way up through mid. He's on that jump up. So you're probably thinking, all right, well, if I just pressure in through Dojo, we've got ourselves a wonderful little timing here. The problem is, just as you're setting that up, Nixterox falls. Grass recognizes all of a sudden he's under pressure and just about gets away. That doesn't happen. This retake never comes through. Obviously then squeezes forward, but I like the body system that's played as well, because they know that one of the opposing players has a sniper in hand. He's going to be forced to use his pistol in that moment if he misses his initial shot. you just stick together, hope that you don't get collided, and pray to the dear gods. But once you win that first gunfight, it's purely about overwhelming. So, yeah, great stuff from Central Bravo. And what do you look like on the offense?
Questions looking to be asked. Does Cryptic keep the sniper out? Imagine it. He's just peeking through mid. Looks like Nick has put his away. It's going to be 3 players hitting over towards A. Nick's going to join up on this one. You have Cryptic on the cross with the AR out, though. He's put that VS Recon away, and they line up almost for 2. It's a team nade from Kratz. He drops it to Marty Tom. Already a 4-on-2. Nick looking to turn things around. Claw draws out a team kill as himself. It's a 1 versus 1. Claw up top. I think he spotted him. Teammate's going to call this one out. Nick back up. He didn't see each other. Nick didn't see him. The bomb is down. This is a game of cat and mouse, a game of hide and seek now. The timings have been so awkward. Nick chasing shadows all the way through. Lots of time for it as well. He's going to check perfectly. He reads them like a book, and Claw won't know what to expect. What a chase there for the 1 versus 1. What a weird round.
He was talking about it in the vid doc. He's one of the old heads here on this LAN. Putting all that experience to use to know how to hunt down Claw there. Very aggressive on. Doesn't give him a second to breathe. Counts his timings and knows that he's good on this hunt. He's on the right track. Closes out. But you're right. A weird round. Felt like you get that initial first blood. There's then the teammate that comes through. You're in a 2v4, yet still somehow come out on top of your Central Bravo. Yes, you get that 2-piece, but then it's also the team kill on the opposite side that just opens that up for you. So
yeah,
kind of difficult to analyze other than just a complete cluster. And we go again.
I mean, yeah, I was going to say something that I might not be able to say on what to explain that as, but
nope.
We go into round number 3, and opening nade from Nick. He's on 4, streaking with the MPC, looking for a little bit extra too, as he's just dancing on the edge. Here's the corner. He actually doesn't fully clear it, so he doesn't know Claw is there.
It's a weird one, that angle as well, because Claw might have just spotted a toe out of Nixterox.
Could have.
But I don't think so, actually. You've decided to back off here. Simply hit a rotation. The problem is any mid-map pressure is going to be met with force. Yodak and Prox lay in wait. And, well, Claw doesn't really check that either.
Surely you don't go mid. Surely you don't wall bounce here, because they're going to hear that. Do they hear it? I mean, they should have. Wraths? There, now he spotted it. And the jig is up. 17 seconds, though. They got to get the bomb down.
Numbers going to flood. Wrath's going to find the first. Got Yodak as well from range, and that's going to give Prox what should be a freebie. And lovely stuff there. And, yeah, I mean, I like the idea from Eastern of, okay, we got the intel that there's a couple of players over towards B. I don't know if you really had that intel, but whatever. The call comes through. We're going to rotate it quickly. As soon as you get in this room and there's no gunfight, that bomb has to go down.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I mean, try and batten down the hatch and lock the doors, but you're inside a panic room, and it's going to get hit from all sides.
Well, you know, if you think about that Game 5 loss, I'm starting to see why there was a Game 5 loss. Yeah, Search and Destroy from Eastern has a lot to be desired when, you know, on either side, just trying to clutch up some of these 1 versus 1s and just have some direction on where to take this bomb when you are the ones attacking. See if they can put a defensive round on the board here. You got close angle being held by Claw. Cryptic not too far away. Bomb already going down inside the smoke, and Claw seeing nothing really. Damage on the Fluffy. Yodak's going to chase down that first blood, looking to stay alive. Reaper quickly trades it inside this bomb site. A beatdown from Cryptic on his own teammate? Surely not. Surely not again. 2 versus 2.
He's got to make amends. Grass will actually find Reaper, and now you know Cryptic's on the hunt as well, and sends him for a hot dog. Oh, Grass. Oh, baby. He's having himself a map. Cryptic, God bless you. That's 2 rounds in a row. I'm pretty sure he got the team kill the last time out. Either way, I don't know what that beatdown was meant to be. It's got to be a mishit or a panic of some kind. But my, oh my. Central Bravo having their way in this search and destroy. I'll go back as well to even the first blood. How Yodak manages to bounce out through mid and get a kill first before being dropped with 2 guns aimed in his direction, I have no idea. just unforgivable. And then we go to the rest of the round. My lord.
My word, yeah. That is an absolute breakdown. Nick, back on a 4 spree still. Actually, he hasn't died yet since the one prior to it. He hasn't had any action. There's shots getting traded here over towards B. It looks like that should slow things down in this plant. First blood from Fluffy as he's completely on into enemy lines. Other side, map's completely flipped out, and the bomb still hasn't gone down. I mean, the indecisiveness might be the bane of this round, but it actually might open up an opportunity over to A.
Only if they get the bomb down quickly. They were egregious of not doing so last time. Won't be long until Central Bravo suss this, and you can see the movement already. Yodak's trying to get into position. Not a fight you really fancy with the NPC, but he can get to this window, and yeah, it does catch Cryptic in time.
Down to Fluffy. 1v3. Oh, that's a weird one, but somehow still alive. Smoke down. Can he get lost? Checks for the bomb, and you know he's going to be in here. Fluffy finds another one. He gets away. Grats! Oh, my word. Oh, he's going to hop it. Fluffy's got to go.
Surely we get there. Surely we get there. Surely
Fluffy's got to go.
There.
He's getting it. No, he doesn't.
Oh, my God. I mean, to be fair to Grath, the smoke that was down earlier was definitely messing with his aim assist in that moment. So he's probably thinking, that's one that I should be getting, because the smokes is one of those weird ones where like half a pixel smoke's coming across your screen, so you lose your AA. But holds his nerve, finds it through, and well, Fluffy will get a 4 spree that moves him closer to a Hellstorm, I guess, but that is a small silver lining on a very, very dark cloud right now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that is scary. Nearly Fluffy icing up in the 1 versus 1 there. If he just left a second sooner, we'd be looking at a 4-1 difference. Instead, looking for the 6-0 sweep. Fluffy kicks off the next round with the opening first blood. I'm getting planted. And Grath's going to take a few shots in the exit, but it will be a 3-on-4 for the retake. It looks like Reaper's actually missed the timing. He's actually going to catch Yodak there. All down to Grath's. Not going to be a flawless 6-0 this time.
Yeah, I like what Bravo are trying to do, but as soon as you lose that player, I mean, Yodak, when he punches through the opposite side, he's basically got to be the one finding the timing on Reaper. As soon as that doesn't happen, as soon as he's caught looking the opposite way, it's basically curtains. You can just use your 4-man advantage to swarm that bomb site. So, we'll get a set of circumstances at least fall in favor of Easton. Not something we've been able to say much through this map thus far. Fluffy doing his best at 7 and 4. We're gonna need a hell of a lot more of those if this team are going to get themselves anywhere close to taking this map. Central Bravo currently leading in the first bloods, my friend, but not by anywhere near as much as you would have expected. So, yeah, Easton gotta figure out to turn these first bloods that they are getting into some sort of purchase.
Just curious, what is the number?
I've got 4-2.
Oh boy. Haven't been able to translate it yet. Their first blood coming through.
I missed that one, but I think it was Claw.
I think it was Claw too, but bomb's getting planted right away. Nick inside the server room evens things up into 2-on-2. Bomb goes down. You do have Reaper on the patio. Need to be isolated from Bravo. There it is, Cryptic. Can he clutch up? Brings it into a 1 versus 1. He backs away. He's going to give himself a little bit of space here. Inside of it, what a check from Cryptic, and he just jumps off the map in joy. 5-2 we go. Back-to-back rounds for Eastern.
I thought Nick Starox had managed to open this up enough by finding the kill in small. But I feeling, I don't know, maybe there's a weird check coming through, or we've got empty pockets or something, but why we're recharging that at the doorway, knowing that Cryptic is essentially set up, I couldn't tell you. So, will be, as you said, 2 rounds on the bounce. It's a long way from putting pressure on, but suddenly if you make it 5-3, those questions of doubt start to roll through. Central Bravo here going to send that bomb towards B, but stack in mid-up, and they'll isolate Cryptic with it.
Now there's your opening first blood, Fluffy. Oh, what a kill that would have been if you could get the bomb down. Other side, it's Reaper. Still missing out on some of these timings. Fluffy tries to get active through mid, and Yodak just sitting in wake. Taking that kill. Making it into a 4-on-2. Full steam ahead. Reaper forced away from this A-bomb site. Claw just re-clearing through computer. They can get something going here in the 2 versus 4. You do have the Lake flank through Yodak. I'm not sure Eastern's going to be ready for that.
I don't think Yodak needs to do anything with it, though, to be completely honest. He can just let the rest of these gunfights kind of bring out. And yeah, he gets, well, over-aggressive, but unfortunately, Reaper without cut down Claw. For Eastern's 3rd team kill, this S&D, Nade's going to drop dead, won't do much. Reaper's had to go high. Yeah, 35 seconds, 1v3. Won't even get the first. Sees it out to Central Bravo. Do a really good job initially. I mean, you get that first blood, obviously, but you talked about it. That kill would have been massive if you managed to drop the bomb, if you're on the side of Eastern. I'm going to assume that's a team stun that comes through and unfortunately lands flush onto Fluffy. And because of that, you then get away... flush onto Claw, sorry. Because of that, Fluffy gets away and basically starts a bit of a sprint fest that then, well, Yodak's going to cover over and find the kill on the player trying to trade out. So, great work. Then put those numbers to use. 6-2. Comfortable, really, but a weird S&D. It's been a minute since I've been able to cast a little bit of search consistently, and yeah, that's one for the books.
Yeah, I mean, you just even look at the first blood column. 4 first bloods for both sides across 8 rounds, and you just think back to the early rounds of that search and destroy and how many times Central Bravo actually gave up their lives, still managed to walk away with those rounds. I mean, I think about over towards A. That double kill through the window off the teammate from Grath's, the fact that you can't close out on a round like that, I mean, really hurts to look at, you know, in the end game of this search and destroy, knowing that, you know, there was maybe 2 or 3 rounds that Eastern should have won in this search and destroy. Yeah. But in Central Bravo, you just call that one ice, and sometimes you can't teach it in those high stress moments. You know, Central Bravo just able to clean up properly and win some really crucial battles across this one. I mean, a good, respectable battle back from Eastern towards the end of this game to avoid getting 6-0 swept in this search and destroy. But, I mean, if you're going to take down a team like Central Bravo, I think Eastern really needs to step up in this search and destroy, especially considering they lost in a Game 5 yesterday. You don't want to lose in a Game 5 today again.
No, you certainly don't. The one thing I guess you have for Eastern right now, you look the better team in the respawn, and we will get 2 respawns before we see that Game 5. So if you're going to use your ascendancy, now's a great time, because then you can at least avoid a search and destroy, which seems to be Achilles' heel right now.
Yeah.
But for Central Bravo, yeah, I think that, I don't know, 2-year plays got off to slow start, so you're probably thinking, all right, we're warmed up now, we're ready to go, we're feeling this LAN environment, get us into that overload.
Yes, into the overload indeed. We're going to take a little bit of a break here on stream. We'll be back when the overload is prepared. We got exposure coming up after this quick one. Welcome back, everybody, to CONUS day number 2. We're into the Call of Duty portion, and already 2 maps in. It's a tie game between Central Bravo and Eastern. Andy, the hard point couldn't have been as close. The Search and Destroy couldn't have been any more one-sided from Central Bravo's side. I think for Eastern's sake, you're going to be feeling good going into this exposure overload, knowing that you have looked pretty put together inside of the respawns. However, on the other side, you know, Central Bravo and that Sake, we're not too far behind you. So now that you've kind of let them in that into this game 3, all rust has been swept away for Central Bravo. Going into this exposure, everything's going to be evened up in the respawns.
I don't know who will be feeling better, because yes, if you are this Eastern lineup, you win that respawn, and typically that translates into good respawn performance. That being said, it wasn't exactly comfortable, and it felt like Central Bravo did start to find their way back into the game, and 2 of their players in particular, Yodak and Nixrox, got those very slow starts. So you're probably thinking, all right, we were just a little bit slow on land. That happens sometimes. You come out of the blocks a little bit sluggish. They then go to the S&D, and if you're Eastern, you might be a little bit annoyed about how you've thrown that away. 6-2 doesn't sound close, and to be honest, it wasn't particularly close. But there were like 2 or 3 rounds where Eastern dropped team kills that probably flipped the way that entire round itself would have played out. You take those 3 rounds, you likely put yourself in a winning position of a 6-2 scoreline on the other side of things. So it's a weird one for Eastern right now. You're probably thinking, okay, that one got away from us, shouldn't have happened. Whereas on Central Bravo side, you just won. You started to pull it back in the initial hard point. So I think this hands very nicely in the balance. And what that does for you, me, and everyone tuning in, it sets us up for an absolute beauty of an overload.
It does, and I'm excited to go to exposure. We didn't get to see exposure at all yesterday. Was a reverse sweep yesterday, so that was fun to watch. But I'm a big fan of exposure overload, and I think that this is the only map in all 3 that generally feels quite even for a lot of teams. No matter which side you do spawn on, obviously spawning on the ring side is going to feel a little bit better, knowing that you have some better defense towards your zones. But we've seen some setups crack through those defensive setups. We've seen good offensive attempts from the P3 spawns that you do see the side of Central Bravo starting on. So we can see if they can start things off and take things off from what is technically the less preferred side, but still expect them to do some damage.
Certainly do. Yodak will commit instantly by a grenade. Trades will go in favor of his teammates. Prox himself walking away with the final 2. That will let you scoop the device. I don't know if Graphs wanted that right there. Catches a stun flush. Going to send it now towards that southern lane. Nixrox is actually just trying to clear out top mid here in P1 and that ring with a nade. The bodies will stack, and, well, yeah, Graphs doesn't really get much purchase with the pistol. Nixrox is here to still be a little bit of a pain in the ass, but at the end of the day, it will drop in hands of Eastern now, their effort to walk down this lane.
And that's why you see how hard it is to truly crack through that defensive setup. If you don't have a player through ring quick enough, and Nixrox isn't there, it's nearly impossible to cross through that lane unscathed. 3 there for Graths. That's going to slow down this counterattack. Graths now has been unleashed, so he can get lost over towards ring and see what he can set up for his team on this opening play. And with that kill into Claw, this should be a capture in. Can they get by Fluffy is the question with the NPC. Good stun. No. Beautiful stun from Fluffy.
Oh my God.
And a double kill with the pistol out. That's going to stop this effort.
Graths picks up 5 in a row, including 1 deep in order to open up that lane. But Fluffy just decides to pop takeover. Fair play, young man. Perfectly timed stun as well. Definitely denied a capture in the moment. We're headed down south again. Nixrox does well to find the first. Fluffy, though, with the instant trade, will hand you numbers advances. Device is going to go, but Graphs nade from deep. Blocks Cryptic out of the air. Reaper there for a trade attempt, but Graths again. It feels like basically Graphs against Fluffy and Reaper stick everyone.
Well, they're going to slow things down a little bit, try to get some control of their spawn. Claw. Did Nick see him there? Reaper's do a little bit of damage to the front line. Claw, how do you get away with that? He gets 2! There's the cap for Eastern. Kicks things off with an opening detonation at B side. Central Bravo took a little bit too long to get out of their spawn, and unfortunately for themselves, Claw still wrecking some havoc on that side of the map. You can see Cryptic's going to pick up the device, run in for push number 2. Oh, but he's going to get there, Claw. to be dealt with. Nixdrox clears out that spawn finally, but 2 opening detonations there, and that is exactly what happens spawning up on this side of the map, and how easy it is to influence there from Eastern has been shown.
I don't know what Central Bravo's game plan was there, to be completely honest with you. It might not matter, because you're likely just going to walk this one home, do drop it into, at least get back within 1, but yeah, that second device, it spawns on the northern side, spawns over towards tank, and for some reason Central Bravo decides to flood mid out. Well, I think Eastern did the math and went, well, you've nobody here, we're just going to walk this in. So, 2-1 though. Next device opens up in the middle of the park. Gonna be trying to play it through this stairwell. Next rock's gonna do the right thing. Back off your Liz boys into the play. Pre-fire's gonna tag Flaw up. Send him back down, but only into the waiting arms of Prox, who actually is gonna get run over.
Prox goes down. Ball is gonna be moved over to Solar. Everybody's gonna be giving this one up. You do have a flank coming in from Claw. Nobody's gonna be watching this one, so Claw can do some damage to the setup for sure. Failures gotta start worrying about pushing out towards the device, and they do just that. Graths is gonna drop Fluffy. Graths for 2, really slowing down this approach. Kind of saving the day there with Claw. He nearly soloed another capture.
Good act with a great nade, but the reset comes through. The only body in mid really is going to be Prox for now, but he wants to bide time, see where the gunfights fall, and see if he can get his teammates into the play. Claw with 2 though. Should open up stairwell. Let him back in towards the middle, trying to almost collapse around and find another route. But Prox, well, he was alive for an incredibly long time, did a hell of a lot of work, and now 3 kills in the feed. Should let Central Bravo push forward. The device is picked up. It's just trying to figure out exactly where your opponents are spawning and which side to hit.
There's capture number 2. Cryptic, not going to get there in time. Looking to clear out your spawn. How does Graths get a kill there? I'm not sure. But after an opening 2 captures from from Eastern, that looks like Central Bravo didn't know what to do with this ball. It has been a really good stabilization from Central Bravo to even us back up on this map. You can see Claw has tried to get through. He's got a Hellstorm as well, so might be helpful in stopping yet another capture, but you don't want to lose it too early. Here comes capture 3. Prox is going to get the kill on the Reaper, and there it is. Halftime's going to be finished off. A lead for Central Bravo, 3-2, swapping sides.
Yeah, done very well to recover there. 2-0 down. As well, some of the decision-making that put you into that position had me very concerned for the future of Central Bravo in this matchup, but answer with aplomb. Nixdrox himself talks about how slow he was to build his way into map 1, 15-11 in the first half here of map 3. So I'd say shaking off the rust just a little bit. But also, in quick moments like device spawns in mid, Prox stays alive for so long just trying to get his boys into the play. He's 14-11 himself. Really only Yodak who's pretty slow out there. Cryptic on the opposite side. He's on the struggle bus. Those 2 right now kind of out of the picture. The other 6 players in this lobby are waging war. Central Bravo's 3, though, going to be leading the roost for now.
Oh, Cryptic. Outside dirt. He's going to slow down this initial push. 3 go down, 4 go down. And here, this is where you can start to flood through. Fluffy drops the device. The NPC looking for a second one. Prox trying to find some players off the spawn. He won't have any success on that effort. Everybody from Eastern fighting their way back from the spawn. And fortunately enough, handling business. That one could have been a little bit uglier if not maintained. And they do a great job at slowing everything down and getting back into the gear.
Once again, just biding time. An innate understanding here of what he needs to do. Yes, he doesn't walk away with a kill, but it just lets the rest of his boys back into the engagement and slowly play cleanup. Nixdrox with 2. Yodak just trying to play in from dirt. Doesn't walk away with much, but it's a hell of a lot of pressure. Softens up several targets. While Reaper does pick up 2 kills, Graf is just going to lay in wait here. Stun catches flush. Returns with his own. I think that lands onto Cryptic in the end. The close corner play for Yodak, who's still struggling to get going here. Will be traded out, but the numbers overwhelmed. Device still not scooped, though. They're not confident if you are Eastern about where to pull this device to.
Double kill through the middle of the map for Prox. Clock's on down. Oh, try to tuck away. I like that from Claw. Giving him a chance to hit that reload, but won't be able to stabilize in time. Little map, Yodak. What a win. Pistol nearly taking a Cryptic too. All going to be carried down to dirt side. You can see that Prox trying to work himself an angle or the opposite end. Prox, Grath's trying to finesse this one. How does that end up going in? Another one from Central Bravo, and Grath's just barely splitting right through the Red Sea to get number 4 on board.
Yeah, that feels like one that Easton should have prevented. 2 players in the right position. Grass is just going to throw a little bit of movement on it and walk it home. Oh, my lord. That's called timing, if you ever look it up in the dictionary. Fox had the right idea. Execution, not quite. Yodak wins that gunfight? What? We just changed away from Yodak, who should have been dead to right. Pistol in hand and pulls a player off of a heady. Claw's going to pick up 2 to at least slow this push down. Prox, though, goes big. Finds 2. Should be able to walk this home. 5-2 up. Central Bravo making it happen out here in this second half. Went 2-0 down. You wouldn't know it because ever since then, it's been lights out.
Yeah, it's been 5 unanswered now for Central Bravo as we swap sides to on what is known for the better half. As soon as you get that spawn trap in, it's really hard to break. Central Bravo have been doing a good job at just keeping Eastern honest. Spawn of the device down over towards Dirt. Nick Strox trying to keep them away from the device, and he has bought some time for his team. Graths in general just posted up with that M15. Prox on the other end. You're pinned down right now. Nowhere to go. And dig in your own grave right now, and they've brought shovels. Seems like those shovels are actually getting themselves out. Cryptic gonna pick this one up. Good layout, and this should be an easy capture.
Great work here from Eastern. You get that refill mid if you're Central Bravo. So what Eastern decides to do is actually, all right, we'll just push straight through your spawn and win all the important gunfights. It gives you the gap. See it out. Cryptic's gonna read one. Does clean up Fox. Device dropped in the middle. Perhaps just finding Fluffy. Yeah. Oh, Nick Strogs smoked Cryptic at close range with the M15. Device will just sit neutral right now, no man's land. It's Yodak in through the backline, who's just being a pain and cleaning up too. The boys can't even spawn. The problem is that might cause some weird spawns. Claw decides to invest. The Hellstorm does get 2, all on Nixter Rocks, and well, Fluffy did say he might bring the knife to the party. Drops 1. And Graths answers in kind, trying to get rotated over here for the second, and gets coverage in from Yodak as well. And while Cryptic is there, we'll all be traded out. A Hail Mary defensive play comes through, 30 seconds left.
Oh, weird spawns up in L. You can see quickly everybody from Eastern trying to get through this mid-cut. Contest over towards the tank. Yodak hiding behind it with the pistol. Good shots, but won't clean up. Claw, Prox on one side. Wraths on the other. 2 kills yet again. Spawn up deep into the enemy side. Another rotation through mid-cut. Graths might not be ready for the flank here, and Claw cleans it up. Prox is going to keep this one in favor, but not able to get that cap this time around. Jumping over the top. There it goes. Runs out of time, and Central Bravo with back-to-back maps sending this one into their advantage.
Ruthless through the middle portion of that map. I mean, the late stage of the first half, yeah, sure, great, but it's the early stage of the second half. They come out, all guns are blazing. You get several moments where, again, over time, just refilling that mid portion of the map, just controlling it. I talk about the way in which at times Prox would slow things down and just kind of buy time for his teammates. It felt like a more of a unit, an understanding about how they want to play around each other. Also, Yodak is the most hot and cold player I think I've ever seen in my life. He starts off at something like 8 and 17, finishes like 23 and 26 or something, whatever that digit was. Ridiculous stuff. But yeah, on the opposite side, unfortunately, Cryptic just never really got himself going. Tough map for him. And, well, unfortunately, Overload, it is a team game. It's a very much so a numbers game. And if you haven't got one of those bodies consistently in the fight, it's going to lead to your squad being under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I think there was just a really, really good length in this map 3 where you were getting nothing out of Eastern. It was just continuously getting beaten down after losing those 3 captures in a row on that first half. You swap sides. Things don't change. You do a good job if you're Central Bravo, just slaying out around this device, slowly working your way into a position to cap. You got Grath finessing as well when he's the carrier, doing so much to just disrupt Eastern in their setups. This moment alone over to Dirt, it was great to kind of build your way back if you're Eastern. You fight your way through Dirt, you capture that 3rd point, move back up into the middle of the map, and they nearly get 2 off of that over towards the B zone. Central Bravo really need to do a lot to fight their way back into a comfortable spot, but once they do, that game was over. 5-3 on exposure overload, back-to-back maps. You see Central Bravo take the swing map mode combo. That is going to be momentum heading into this Den hardpoint. Now, you and I, we didn't get to really see this matchup yesterday between the two teams when it did go all the way to 5. Not sure if it was a Neslo. I'm not sure if Central Bravo, won the map for hardpoint to force that search and destroy in map 5, but realistically, with the way that map 1 went, we might be getting a repeat.
I agree with you. I'd love to know exactly how that went down, because it's a case of so often the previous series between two teams can tell a story of how the next one's going to go. Unfortunately, we're just going to have to play it out inside of this one. And I go back to, again, the fact that map 1 goes to Eastern, for me now feels a lot like basically two players just couldn't come online for this Central Bravo roster. I think that Yodak in particular gets off to a slow start and does start to build his way back in. Kind of similar to the Overload, actually. If he can avoid doing that, Central Bravo will become an incredibly dangerous team. But also Nixterox, he was also very slow in map 1, but came out guns a-blazing in map 3. So yeah, Easton got to find their way into things. I'm looking at Cryptic. I'm looking at him to be the difference. You and me have covered over him for multiple years now. Has been a great player in those years. And you can't be dropping 12 and 29 or whatever that was in map 3 and then not look to set it right in map 4 to force the game 5.
Yeah, and you're going to a hard point. I mean, you looked comfortable back in that map number 1. You did a good job at, dictating a lot of those rotations back on Sake. Den, it's going to be quite similar. I mean, you look at yesterday when we saw this map, we highlighted it. NPC is going to have so much influences for when we do get to those P2 hills, those P4 hills. And, you still have the opportunity to wrap that M15 and flex over to it when you get to those bigger hills like 1 and 3. So as long as you're the team rotating early, getting those setups, I mean, we've seen teams just dominate on maps like Den all year long. So for Eastern, is this going to be difficult? Yeah, but the series has been difficult for the entire time. No reason why they can't close out map 4, send us the distance, and once again have an opportunity to take down Central Bravo in 5. My biggest worry, the search and destroy. Not too worried about the hard points.
Well, I agree with you, because the thing is, if Eastern do somehow manage to overturn the momentum that is currently with Central Bravo, you push yourself to that S&D and you look outclassed last time round. But we will wage war. Of course, P1 so often just about a little bit of a back and forth. We will end up in a situation here where colors have changed, names just need rotating over so we can get that fixed. But it's all about jostling for P2 positioning. Yoda's getting himself pushed up into couches, quickly cleared out. But look for any of the players here from Central Bravo. Just trying to squeeze on through, flick this out.
Opening gunfights. It's going to be Central Bravo in for the time. A little bit of mid-map presence from Reaper. See if the M15 can get some eyes onto this one. No, Nixterox is going to rip him from that position. Fighting their way forward. A lot of time from Central Bravo off the opening of this game. And now over to New. Eastern looking for the setup. And they hold on, though. Yodak, a double kill through couches. They're just looking to flood on through. 3 go down, and this is going to be a clean break. Fortunately enough, Claw's going to get 1. Can that be enough for the rest of the team to get this break back in? Fluffy trying his best. Hasn't been able to get through yet, though. Fighting here is going to be Central Bravo to try to hold on.
There's this contest at front for Central Bravo. Eastern have just soaked up so much time. Oh, Central Bravo soaked up so much time. Nixterox now just going to grenade off in towards couches. Walking to his 0-3 right now, just needs to step into things. But Yodak, well, I talked about it. If he doesn't start slowly, this squad are going to look pretty damn great. 7-3. His team are 65 points to the good. And that's much more like it from that man. But rotation, well, unfortunately for Eastern, you've hit old with all of 15 seconds left. So you're going to hand a relative rotation over to Central Bravo. That being said, 2 bodies get their claw. Fluffy. Do the damage. Should get P3 locked in. Big win.
Yeah, this is a big lead, too. Heading over to P3. I mean, talk about dominance on a map. It's been pretty much one-sided off the opening 2 hills. Finally, you get Eastern in somewhat of a foothold here. Nixterox has the Hellstorm. Not going to use it for this one. Instead, opting in for the guns, and so far it has been Eastern holding on well to this P3 hill. You know that you have grass to worry about inside Dojo. Players off spawn, though, should be able to clean him up, and they will. Prox falls off the map. Reaper and Cryptic hold on, and it's Eastern still with 23 seconds closing this lead.
It's a big help, Easton. Just Central Bravo. Looked like they were going to roll this one over with some early momentum. Easton have answered well. That being said, Central Bravo will find a little bit of scrap, and well, we've all seen this moment before where all of a sudden scrap time's handed over. Those final fights then mean you can just punch straight through Dojo. Cryptic gets himself into the right place and finds 2 huge kills. Stop Central Bravo in their tracks.
Oh, Claw, good shots there. As it took a little bit for Eastern to get going, but looks like the shots are hot. Ixtrox clears out those trophies. Stun should get through now. Yodak catches the flank. 2 for 1. Yodak looking to fight on forward. Prox behind him. Good shots at the M15, but can he win this last one with the pistol? Prox does it all. 3 kills in. That's all he's going to find, but he's bought some time for his teammates to get here. See if they can hold this lead.
Bravo just decided to hit this over and over again from the front. You are saving that Hellstorm for a later day. I don't know if that's the call from Nixross, but then again, your team have managed at times to put their foot in this hill. Speaking of which, Prox will just get a little bit of time on the board, but I think everybody's just going to give this up. Do you read Fluffy rotating in through small? I don't think you will if you're Yodak, so you're going to get smashed in through the back. And the refill is going to be in for Easton, so Bravo now. You've lost so much of that momentum. Had yourself a 65, 70-point lead. It has evaporated. Nixrock's coming in through couches. That's a big one. Almost gets the stick onto Claw. And well, while isolated, you'd have expected Claw to be picked up there, but instead he stays alive. Boys do work elsewhere, but just like that, you will get a break back in. Sit neutral, and we are tied as close as you like.
I mean, 3 hills it takes, but this one almost a lead change for Eastern. They did a fantastic job at battling their way back. Oh no, Clay.
Fellas.
Yeah, it's just who puts the banana peel on the edge of these rooftops, I swear. Sometimes the mantle just doesn't work, but even still, Eastern need to find themselves a break here in P1. Contest is going to come through. Nixrox wastes no time on charging forward with this NPC. Great double kill. Reaper left alone, and Nick is just going to clean up all 3. You can see there is a lone member behind enemy lines. That's Reaper. The hunt is on to see if they can find him. Claw. Actually, not Reaper. Looking to do some damage here.
Claw and Yodak basically had the wildest COD timing in the world. They essentially passed like ships in the night over in P2, and that's what's going to destabilize this entire setup. Otherwise, you pretty much got this right if you were Central Bravos. That's going to be a frustrating one to watch back. Being said, still have the spawns, still have control of the hill. Prox going to pop one into couches, and while the trophy, it might have softened the blow just a little bit, it weakened you up enough to make you a soft target for the ensuing gunfight. And this will be the second time now Central Bravo have looked very good at P2. Very happy to get these SMGs up in the face of their opponents, but control that back spawn for just long enough. It's now going to flip out, but I don't think you mind if your Central Bravo can just begin to set up the rotation for P3.
Yeah, you got a good enough lead here, so with about 50-point difference, head over to the new hill, see if you get that early setup. Rock's just tucking away in the middle of the map. Still has that Hellstorm, too. Didn't need to use it.
It's not a
in
bug,
that
right?
first rotation. Sorry?
There's not a bug as to why Nixrox has had hold of this for so long.
I mean, I don't think they really feel they need to use it. Especially on a map like that. I mean,
when the hell he got it?
He got it back in, like, Hill 2. First rotation,
okay,
so...
right.
Yeah, he's just been kind of sticking on this thing for quite a while. But the one thing to talk about for Eastern is we do get that Hellstorm being called in for the break. That's going to take Eastern out of the hill. Nixrox still threads it with the missile. Takes down a good 2 kills there. Opens up the door for a break-in for Central Bravo to hold this 20-point lead and see if they can grow.
There's that experience coming through that we talked about. Just waits for the right moment, bides his time, not only in terms of calling in the Hellstorm, but also when to bring the hammer down. It will still result in a hell of a lot of time for Easton, but it could have been much worse. After some great play, Nixrock's going to meet pretty much everybody in the Dojo corner. And Grass springs into action. Prox though going to be cleaned up. Grass is actually weak as well, and everything falls the way of Easton except Yodak, who, well, nearly walks away with 2 and will destabilize for the moment. But there's actually going to be a spawn coming for Grass over towards the outside here by pillars. So the fact that he's still in there, Prox then gets 2 at the front. Central Bravo will get away with that one with a rather rogue spawn, but And Eastern, all their hard work will amount to pretty much nothing. Going to hit this from the front.
You know, one of the worst bad habits that I'm sure a lot of people have learned from Black Ops 6, Andy, is that trophies don't destroy trophies anymore. And you saw there for a moment, Eastern get the break into P4. You go to throw the trophy, you realize that there's an opponent's one right there. You close the trophy, you take out the opponent's one, and as you're dropping it again, you've missed that timing, and now you've allowed Central Bravo to break off those close spawns. You don't need to worry about that anymore, but it is still a bad habit that you've learned from Black Ops 6, and that punishes Eastern for this break into P4. Central Bravo gonna hold their lead going into the third set of rotations, and you gotta feel for the boys in red right now.
Awkward moments. Fox, well, he threatened to be another one of them, but Cryptic does enough, and does a lot to soften up Nick's Rocks as well. Brass buys his time to be able to hand that information as well out over to Yoda. Then again, you'd like to win one of the gunfights, to be completely honest with you, and slows it down. Oh, it gets a little bit caught trying to leave. And, well, you will get the P2 side spawns if you are Central Bravo. So you want to invest in this fight. You don't want to do it by overextending, however. And, oh, Reaper does a great work to flame too. You get the rest of this time, the lead will change yet again. But again, it's probably that investment into P2. Central Bravo have been so good there on the previous 2 rotations. They won't mind handing over the lead as long as they lock this down. And they aren't doing right now. You bully it, rip it away if you're Easton.
Yeah. I mean, first set of rotations and the second set of rotations, it was no one but Central Bravo really dominating on this P1 hill. So to see some good time there from Eastern is going to feel good to at least tie this game back up going into hills 2, 3, and 4. 182 to 189. Still 2 minutes and 38 seconds. There's so much time for this to get drawn out to the wire. So he's seeing if Eastern can get a quick break on P2, if they can. Central Bravo got to be really scared going into 3 and 4 because that's where Eastern have looked their best.
I don't know what the hell I'm watching sometimes. I just watched Eastern with a great setup be 4-pieced by Central Bravo. Central Bravo in a great setup, then get 4-pieced by Eastern. Eastern have put all 4 bodies as well inside of the point. So the nades are catching everybody flush. There's not enough trophies down to really provide the coverage. There's one getting popped as well. Grass is going to support Nick Strox on the initial. Trade is at least in for Reaper for now. And the bodies do flood through, but it eventually lights up in blue. And Central Bravo will regain hold of P2.
It's for just a moment, but that's the first time we've actually seen a lead change for Eastern across this 10 hardpoint. Down to the wire, heading into P3. It's going to be a quick rotation, 2-on-2 for the road to 3. Claw looking for the 1 versus 1. Grath's on the opposite side of 10. M15 versus NPC. And looks like Grath's going to have 2 players to worry about. No problem for him. 3 go down to the feed. All you got to worry about is Fluffy. And with the shell out from Yodak, the break is in for Central Bravo. Only 30 points away from winning map 4 in the series.
Yeah, you're flooding this as a 1, though. Cryptic's going to be isolated inside a dojo. You're going to get a wrap from Fluffy out through that defender side. It won't get in, though. And actually, no, the instant break happens. Claw finds the kill. Prox now just trying to look over from this wood side. Does get help as well, and 3 bodies fall. So Reaper on his own to try and withhold and withstand and draw the line. Doesn't happen. Central Bravo can win. Eastern must flood.
You get the flip, too, and it looks like Grass is going to read this one. Yodak coming into flood through dojo. 2 players in the break, 9 seconds. Fluffy through mid. Tower's gonna be Reaper. Reaper goes down, and Uchel out the front hill. 3 seconds left. Somebody's gotta get in there. Fluffy, though, down. Gratz and Yodak close out the series. And Central Bravo avoiding a map 5, taking down Eastern in 4.
One of the wildest hard points I've gotten to tune into for a second. But if you're Central Bravo, you'll be counting your lucky stars that you're so good at holding down P2. Not necessarily in that final rotation. That was, yeah, all 4 dead pretty much at once. But before that, you took away the lion's share of your points in both rotational sets through that P2 hold that you had in place. Talked about how good a lot of these players were throughout that matchup. Yodak getting off to that strong start, as we said. But Nick Starox with a, quite frankly, ridiculous performance. 22 non-traded, 34 across the board. He comes into that vid dog talking about, oh, well, I'm glad that at my age, I can just compete at a high level these days. Compete? Brother, you're putting up numbers like that inside this lobby. You were frying all the way. A huge point as well. A huge part of the victory in map 3, the swing map, to make sure your boys were in a great place for map 4. So, yeah, great stuff out of him. I think he's got to be the MVP of the overall series. But I will say all 8 players really shone throughout.
I mean, you clean up your sake a little bit, and I think that this Central Bravo team certainly is somebody to look at to make some waves here in the upper bracket after watching the way that they play their Search and Destroy, as well as their Overload. I think there's a lot of positives here, and that Sake only blemish throughout this series. You look at the S&D, nearly a 6-0. They give up a few towards the end there, but pretty decent cleanup at the end. Troublesome start on the Overload as well. I think that you had Central Bravo playing into Eastern for a couple of those moments, but I mean, we saw 5 captures to answer back simultaneously, and it really opened up the floodgates of this entire series. You saw Eastern really struggle with the overall power that Central Bravo were bringing to this best of 5. It bleeds into the next one. A great opening, 72 points unanswered through P1, P2 from Central Bravo. And even though Eastern did a good job at climbing their way back in this map number 4, you get over to those big hills like P3. If you can't make those breaks in the money hills, you are going to struggle at closing out these maps, and they do exactly that in that map number 4. A 3-1 victory, Andy, over the Eastern squad. That is going to send East down to the lower bracket, and Central Bravo move forward. We got Prox in the interview booth, and we can bring him in here, get our first look and taste at what's been going on the Call of Duty side. Prox, welcome, my friend. Congratulations on that win. I'm going to kick things off right away with just asking about how things have been going through the group stages, because yesterday you went game 5 versus this squad. What changed up going into today versus Eastern that made you take it in 4 instead?
Honestly, we ended up switching roles. I was playing the sub, but now I'm taking that AR role, whether I'm holding spawns or sitting back, sitting a hill, whatever it makes the team win, But there was a role switch, and it's been working out.
Well, I'm glad you bring it up early, actually, because we haven't had the opportunity to cover over you boys at this point. Really, this is our first real look at you, gents. Talk me through your system. What's the setup between the 4 of you? Why is it making you look so damn good on main stage?
Honestly, it's just we're meshing up together. Grasp was the RAR. Put him on a sub, made him play a little bit faster. Just making everybody more comfortable on the map.
Well, I mean, speaking of comfort, you come out here, as Seymour said, make it look much more comfortable with a game 4 rather than a game 5. What was it, though, in game 1 that went wrong? We did a lot of talking about how good you guys looked through maps 2, 3, and 4, but was it just a slow start on land to kick off your day, or was there, just something that doesn't really match for you on Sake?
Honestly, it's just Sake P2, P3. If you don't rotate for P2, it's hard hill to break. Same thing for P3. If you're hitting it at like 20 seconds, 30 seconds, you're spawning in the back, and the other team's already rotated, so it's a long run from P2 to P3, so got to be early for that one,
Yeah, well, there's been a lot of changes in competitive Call of Duty for this season, just in general, when it comes down to the map pools. I mean, you got Gridlock, Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, Sake, Hardpoint. You've been the addition of Clifftown 2, Plaza, Search and Destroy, Fringe, Search and Destroy. How have you guys been feeling on some of these newer maps? Is it something to kind of look out for? I mean, your Search and Destroy looks fantastic. Do we get to see you play Plaza or Fringe this weekend?
You might see us play. Don't want to give out too much, but you'll see us out there.
All right. Well, I like that. I'm hoping that we get to see some variation. We've been seeing way too much Den, my friend. I'm just gonna say that right now. It's too much Den, too much Scar, and we don't even get to play most of Scar Search and Destroy. There's a whole bomb site that never gets touched. But yeah, that's for the future. I'm not gonna make you give up your strats right now. Prox, no, appreciate you for coming on. But before we let you go, is there anybody at home you want to shout out?
Shout out Herbie POL. Shout out my wife. Shout out my teammates. Blessed to be here.
Well, blessed to cast over you too. So we'll see you next time you guys are on stream. Prox, good luck out there.
Thank you.
And we're getting into the nitty-gritty now for Call of Duty. Appreciate the improvements coming out from this squad on Central Bravo. Yeah. Changing up the role going into day 2 already. I mean, for Grass, he had the M15 out so often. So to hear that they're putting him on the sub, trying to make everybody play faster, it makes sense because in Call of Duty, especially for Black Ops 7, this is a faster game. You want everybody to be playing at pace.
Yeah, it's a weird one because for once, first time in a while, a lot of people are talking about, is it now too fast? So you have got a lot of work coming through with this NPC, and so you want your your sharpest shooters to be on that sometimes. And yeah, I'm seeing that move over for Graths, although, of course, seems to be flexing pretty much back and forth. So, I mean, it must have done something, because you look at yesterday, they obviously went to a game 5 previously against Eastern. They see this out here. It could have been in 3, really, if you hadn't gone off to that slow start on Sake. And then you look at yesterday, well, the group stages in general, and they've gone, what, 2 and 3 as a record? So they clearly felt, all right, if we want to be competitive here, not only get through to Worlds, but then try and win out at CONUS, we got to find a way to make ourselves a little bit better, and clearly seeing an instant upgrade.
And the upgrade, see how far it carries them through the upper bracket, as we get to see another one of these upper round 1 matches coming up very, very shortly. We got Mountain versus Western A on the other side of this break. Folks, you're watching the CONUS Esports Championships. We'll see you soon. Some more Call of Duty. Welcome back, everybody, to the CONUS Esports Championships. As we're into the Call of Duty side, we got one more match before we close out on day number 2. And into the upper bracket, we're looking at Mountain taking on the Western A Alpha team. And this one, Andy, a little bit scary here because we got to see Mountain yesterday. They get reverse swept. Going into today, I'm sure they're going to be a little bit angry going into the bracket on righting some of those wrongs.
Yeah, just a teensy bit, right? Because they feel like they should be one of the favorites for this tournament, have the opportunity to upset the people that are the favorites of the tournament, and then go reverse swept. So yeah, looking across at that roster, especially players like RT, you know he can get a little bit hot under the hood sometimes. And when he does, sometimes it lights that fire under him that means he just wants to come out and absolutely kick ass. So I'm looking forward to this one. But alongside him, you've got an incredibly strong team. So yeah, I'm looking across this one, feeling relatively one-sided, but you never know. We've seen strange things happen before.
We have seen stranger things. Even yesterday in that reverse sweep, I thought that was a pretty strange thing to kind of watch. But I want to know who we're talking about. And let's introduce our first team for this matchup. And get a look at kind of what we're dealing with here, Andy. Mentioning this Western Alpha team, we haven't seen them on stream yet, but Prom, Nov, Gameric, and Twan winning just one map across the series just through group stages, going into this upper round, looking for a big turnaround, and I'm hoping that they can show it.
Yeah, I'm also hoping that they can show. Also, Gameric was giving the absolute beans out to everybody, putting him on blast in that vid doc, talking about how many people he has as like #1 hit list player. So I'm looking for him to come out and show us exactly why he's creating hit lists and to add a couple of scalps to his name there. So we don't know too much about what to expect for this team. Like Gameric is relatively new to this, so is Twan. We're gonna get North did play around Luke Air Force Base, and then Prometheus is. He got third, Weary in 2024, but didn't qualify last year. So there's a little bit of experience here, but largely this is an underdog tale.
Yeah, a big underdog tale for Western Alpha to see if they can kind of pull away a big win here against their opponents on the other side that we got to see yesterday to close out our day number 1. That's going to be our Mountain squad. We look at Revengeful, Chimera, Artie, Axis back on stream. Revengeful obviously has had lots to say about, if he ever gets to play against Hale, which I want to see on the stream, them play that Western B team.
Yes.
But yesterday, a big player that really impressed me across these 4 was Axis.
Agreed. I think that largely because I look at Revengeful, Chimera, Artie, I already know what you're capable of. And I think even when they have superstar moments, it doesn't surprise me. Axis coming into this package a little bit like, all right, I don't know you too much. So I really want to see, how you're adding to this team. And thought, if anything, he shone amongst a lineup of superstars. So, yeah, I'm excited to see what he can do now. This is a very strong foursome. I'm expecting these guys to be grand finals. Thereabouts. It's all about whether or not they can step up that level after throwing it away yesterday and getting reverse swept. So that's really their target. But right now, obviously, got to walk through this first hurdle of the gauntlet. I'm expecting them to do so, but you never know. You never know. Western Alpha could have a surprise up our sleeves.
Well, let's see the map set for these 2 teams. Western Alpha looking for the upset over Mountain. Where do we go, Andy, for this best of 5? Taking a look at it, it's going to be a Den map 1, Gridlock map 2, Den map 3. So pretty much a repeat of what we saw yesterday in terms of our first 4 maps, except you swap the Den hardpoint and the Scar hardpoint around. For this Mountain team. They lost both of those dens yesterday, so that's what kind of sent them the distance in that reverse sweep. If this does go all the way to 5, you get the fringe.
We do get a fringe, and I've not had the opportunity to cast one yet, so I'd love to get there. Not expecting to get there, but this is, an interesting map set. I think that with the Den and Scar, these are our old classics, right? Our favorites that we've gotten to tune into. It's nice to see a bit of variation in the S&D, and again, Gridlock, we got the opportunity to spot one yesterday. Largely going to be looking at that bang out over towards Showers, but every now and again, just throw in that little rotation over to B. Keep your opponents on their toes. Spread that defensive line thin, and those are going to be more creative in their moments and executions. We'll see that through. Obviously, maybe looking at that Overload to be a swing map in this series, if we can get it to be closely contested.
Of course. So looking towards this Den hardpoint to kick things off in this best of 5, to see who is going to lead in this series. Let's talk about our predictions here for both sides, Andy, because I've done a great job at battling back today on trying to close out on this. In fact, it's a tie series now between you and I, 13 apiece in this one. So we're both kind of tied up. We're not going to switch up our predictions. Both of us have Mountain taking this one 3-0, respectfully to the Western Alpha side. It looks like Mountain just look so good. And I wouldn't expect them to lose after losing the reverse sweep they did yesterday.
No, I'm expecting no mercy. I think they're going to be a cut above. I think they're a class above anyway, and I highly doubt they're going to come in looking to take the foot off the gas. There are times when you're one of these underdog teams where you're happy to roll up against a top 10 squad, and it's when you think that they're maybe just, a bit complacent about the way they're going to approach the series. I don't think you get that here. This, for me, going to be one of those moments where a team that's a little bit wounded, a little bit sore about the way yesterday goes, lick their wounds, and very much so are ready to come back with a vengeance.
Very much so. So, Den, a hard point to see if they can pull off the upset and upset our predictions as well going into this series. I'm looking at this one to be hotly contested on the submachine guns of Western Alpha. If they can get going, anything is possible. And we did see some mistakes coming up from this Mountain team. I mean, Den Hardpoint, Den Overload, that's where they lost yesterday versus Central Alpha. So for this Western team, can they show up and hand them a loss yet again? For Mountain, what kind of things did they work on yesterday into today?
Well, he's going to put this NPC to use instantly. Gets around the back of Chimeric in a heartbeat. Kimura will then find North. You talked about it. This meta now is so high-paced. These NPCs are able to just float around at will. When you just let someone like Artie loose, you can be incredibly comfortable out there on the map. Kimura with one. Chimeric will trade and does find the second. 17 points of P1 will have gone to Mountain 0, Western Alpha. Not particularly important. It's all about that rotation. For now, as Artie somehow walks away with a kill, it will be locked in for Western Alpha. Mountain just trying to consider when to make that hit push.
Yeah, a big thing that a lot of people have been kind of talking about right now is M15 or MPC has been saving careers for a lot of sub players in Black Ops 7 and just what it can do. And we see it again off the start here. Revengeful, 4 kills in a row, 5 kills in a row to start this game. He's actually got the M15 in the back, and that's going to be 6 in a row. So he's streaking, finally goes down to Knopf, but Revengeful does enough to allow his team those back spawns. They fight in for this time, forcing those rooftop spawns in mid spawns from Western Alpha. I'm trying to break in through couches.
The concerning thing early for Western Alpha here is it looked like it was all in your hands. You lose a couple of bodies in couches. There is a weird set of split spawns that kind of come through, but either way, Mountain just bullied the way in with overwhelming force. And so for Western Alpha to actually have punched the ticket back in, it does show signs of life. 5-3 for North. He's enjoying these close quarters engagements. Just stepping over, finds himself a 5-sprint. Might have had the Hellstorm as well with all the hill time he like scooped. But through the middle of the map, the rotation will be controlled by Mountain. That lead, though, cut to around 19 points for now. Make it 20s, get a tiny bit of scrap. George looking to play cutoff.
And Knopf was streaking. Kimura is going to put an end to it. It's on 5 in a row before going down through mid. Early rotations, and just look at the setup from Mountain. Got tower control. You got mid on watch. 2 players still on this point. And Kimura with the MPC locks down a double. He's going to get aggressive with his MPC, looking for all 3, and he gets it done for the team. Right back in, contest. Team nade from Axis actually removes Kimura from that time. Tuan looking to stay alive, but 3 go down for Western Alpha, and with the pistol, Axis makes it 4. 71 seconds playing 35, and just got to start thinking about this rotation.
We're just going to look over from blue here to get a bit of intel about where anyone's coming from. Kameric's going to find one low. Rory will trade. Oh, bounces out for the second. Might not read the outer player. That's North, who's not had himself a bad map. 55 points down as we look to open up P4 here. And North is going to be impactful. Now, the Never. A little bit of trade fest. It doesn't particularly suit anyone. It will be Western Alpha in control of the hill for now. And that will be the kill that lets you get a little bit of a stable footing here. Foundation to push out from.
Okay, so Western Alpha. A bit of a change up, and I like the positioning of Knopf. Would be able to keep some control over towards rooftops. Axis will fall. flood in through computers. Prometheus there to meet you. Chimera, the only one alive now, has to cross into the back of Throne Room. Flies at the point with Artie. And it's not going to turn into a break. Knopf, last one in. Axis won't get through. Player is going to be able to flood back for Western Alpha for the last bit of time here. You flip out spawns, and actually might be good for Western Alpha trying to get this rotation to P1. Although, Chimera with a big catch there onto Knopf. 3 go down. Mountain will have the setup.
Artie actually does incredibly well towards the back end of that P4. Finds the first, slows it down. His head's turned towards him, lets his teammates activate elsewhere, and then pops out for the second. It doesn't do much for P4, but it does get you a cleaner rotation into P1, forcing that Western Alpha team to push out through couches. And you are being crossfired into a death box right now. Axis just staying alive! Oh my lord! Jimmies and shakes and slams Twan. Great stuff out of him. Now just gonna keep an eye on pretty much everything. Let his boys activate around him. And the opening chunk of time here will go your way. You're also finding a spawn out for Western Alpha, and the spawn in for P2 now comes through if you're Mountain.
A little overexertion there into Broken. Gameric stays alive. Wasting a lot of time and effort from Mountain. Not as much time on P1 as you probably could have. 4 go down, and last bit of scrap time should go their way. Into P2. Chimera, Artie. First one's going to be in there. Artie gets ripped, though, by Knopf, and it's going to be Chimera now looking to hold on. See what he can do. Laying down prone. Chimera, team killed by Axis. A little bit of pre-fire from Axis, and fortunately, it won't be enough to keep Western Alpha in on this break. Artie with a double kill. We'll shut that down. 3 in the feed. They get 4. That forces away Western Alpha.
Which does become scary now. Mountain have found their flaw. 6 kills unanswered. Make that 7, 8. Kill feed continues to just light up blue. Get one back on the board finally if your Swan's trying to push out through rooftops. And honestly, a last send here, and unfortunately the spawns have actually flipped in for you at P2. And while Mountain are unlikely to want to give up a single second, I think Revengeful there is happy to die. Just get on that rotation early. You're likely going to be bet by Knopf on the route. Axis is going to get through tower quickly. And Knopf's just going to control mid. Does a great job of that. However, numbers advantage still for the boys in blue. That being said, damage has been done, so he'll be Axis on his own for a moment.
60-point lead. Into P3. This is where a lot of time given up over towards Mountain, and already getting aggressive with the trophy kill onto Twan. Well, he's just tucking away, bouncing on the wall. Oh, see you later. Nice shots, Prometheus into Dojo. 3 players gonna meet them. Twan not able to make it 2. Revenge walks out on top. Dojo control. You're forcing those spawns out towards Throne Room. Prometheus. First one up to bat. He quickly strikes out on that play. 23 seconds. And it looks like you're cleaning up all of it if you're Mountain here.
Good time. We'll get Gameric at Patio, but he's quickly snuffed out. Vengeful. Do you read Prometheus? Well, you snap either way, and then you have Artie over for coverage as well. He's managed to find himself inside of guns.
So you get all 22 seconds and the rotation, Andy.
Yeah, you pretty much take it all. Axis will be cleaned up eventually by Gameric, but I don't think you really care. He's basically going to spawn in the back of Throne Room, which then just lets you set up for the setup. So, yeah, you hold it from here. Mountain of 1. Western Alpha must find a break.
Don't worry, guys. In position. Close this game. Artie swings out. Prometheus dead. Spawn out towards rooftops, and Artie's looking to meet them head on with his NPC. Twan trades it. Still 2 players inside to lock this kill down. Spawns in the back for Mountain to hit this. 11 seconds. Gotta break now. Into the front Axis with a triple kill. Chimera on the rooftops. He swings it. He's got help. Artie closes it off. 4 seconds. Nobody should touch this one. And that's gonna be game called in the first one. Western Alpha. They came out swinging off the first couple of hills, but Mountain quickly stepped up. And they took him down in that second set of rotations. Pretty clean.
Yeah, we talked about it. It was one of those moments where Mountain looked to have just found their flow at that second P2 there. Kind of, okay, now all the guns are blazing. Now the rotation starts to come smoothly. Revengeful 27 and 19, by the way, had his way with the NPC in hand. Unfortunately, look at the other side. We're seeing players below 2,000 damage. We can talk about rotations and such all we really want. I think that Mountain were honestly quite happy there just to overwhelm with sheer force and show the class above that they are. We'll take a quick look through the highlights, of course, of that matchup. And although the first and partly through the second set of rotations threatened to make this incredibly entertaining, I think at one point Mountain here just pick up 100 points completely uncontested.
Yeah, and that is not easy to come back from. I gotta say, Western really impressed me, and Knopf especially, considering that, last time these two met, Knopf had a pretty lackluster hardpoint on the gridlock. He was 13 and 27. This time on Denton, looking a lot more comfortable. I mean, 13 and 8 at this point, 15 and 9 going into the second set of rotations. That's why it was kept really so close. I think Mountain really were playing into the scrappiness that Western Alpha were looking for. A lot of misplays, a lot of chases, and Western Alpha just played to their chests, accepted those challenges and took them hand in hand. And as soon as you started to get Mountain in that second set of rotation, recognized like, okay, we don't have to chow everything. We can just play for these rotations. That's when you notice the game get especially harder for Western Alpha. So, I mean, to see things change up as quick as it did, 105 points, all you get after it was pretty much a tie game going into the second set of rotations, like, that is... I mean, Mountain really put their foot down.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think it's one of those sometimes. Again, first game, online, you kind of can come out of the blocks a little bit slower, but also I think some squads maybe are going into some of these matchups, and we saw this in some of the Rocket League that we cast, almost a bit complacent and not really recognizing or respecting the threat on the opposite side. But when that starts to kick in, all right, fellas, let's lock in. Let's make this nice and clean from here. And that certainly comes online. We'll give North plenty of credit. I think you're right. He's really stepped up after some of the struggles he's seen in the rest of the tournament and gave his team a real strong chance with that spree that he went on. But yeah, apart from that, it's hard for me to talk about many positives. So we look ahead to the gridlock S&D, and I forget how this went the last time we got to take a look at Western Alpha on this. I'm sure you've got this lined up. I'm sure you've got this ready to go. But yeah, it's one of those where I'm looking across at some of the numbers over on Western Alpha, and yeah, the S&D it leaves a little bit to be desired.
Let me jog your memory a little bit. It's a whole lot of shower play from Mountain. And every single time we see them on the defense, you imagine that they're going to go to the showers, see if they can win some early gunfights, take an advantage in lives. Not afraid to take those scrappy gunfights at all. A couple times we saw some B plays yesterday, and I think, for Mountain, you'd expect them to do that a little bit more versus a team like Western Alpha than they did versus Central Alpha in that closing match for day number 1. However, for Gridlock especially, that going over to that B site early for those breakoffs is susceptible to losing some of those long gunfights from an M15. So I think for Mountain, they're going to be feeling pretty comfortable to just pick up that bomb, hit A, just constantly hit A.
Yeah, with how dominant the SMGs are in particular, I think that is where you're going to pop them. And I think you're probably going to plot a third as well, because that's the strategy. So then you force your opponent over to B. It's often the hardest side to lock down, especially if you don't get pushed out through L or towards that back house side. And to be honest, the play will likely be from Mountain. But what we'll do, if they've played in for B, we'll just rotate in back through our own spawn side and essentially just stop you being able to push out, trap you into that bomb site. I remember one yesterday, actually. They did that. They basically reinforced in, popped the smoke on top of the bomb, and just had one ninja defuse because they'd forced the opposing team to back off all the way down the other end of long. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a bit more of that here. I'm trying to find ways and think of ways to build Western Alpha into this map. And honestly, I think he just got to show us something.
Yeah, I think that, one thing that was highlighted is, Knopf for Western Alpha. And in that game 1, Knopf had such a good start to that Den hardpoint. So I think I look at him going into this Gridlock Search and Destroy to continue with that. Yesterday, he was a little bit of a liability against this Mountain team. So to see him have a second chance, a second go at this one, I think he should be able to kind of step up and have a little bit better of a game to help his team win some of these rounds. They played the Raid Search and Destroy. He went 3 and 8 on that map mode combo. You expect in a Gridlock he's going to be looking, kind of having some self-reflection and seeing if he can just win some of these gunfights. I mean, Search and Destroy overall, it's hard and easy to get overwhelmed in this game mode, especially if you don't know the timings, if you don't know what to do. And for Gridlock, if you haven't been playing some ranked play, you might not know those timings right off the bat. But I'm really looking at Western Alpha to kind of clean up their search and destroy, make it a little bit easier for themselves. Don't rush these timings. Just play at your own pace. Look for these first bloods. If you get a first blood, expect the challenge from a second one. If nobody does challenge, then you just play those numbers in for a retake or for a site take. It's just, it really comes off those opening duels, I think, for Western Alpha. If they can avoid giving up these early first bloods and kind of take some from themselves, you build off of that slowly, and that's kind of just the essentials in search and destroy that I look at from a team like Western Alpha, just trying to steal one away from Mountain.
I agree. And I think if we're talking about then those first bloods, I think with Western Alpha, I'm looking at North. If you do rotate over towards B, he was pretty solid with that M15 in the last map. I'm looking at Gameric. If he start to hit the showers, which we likely will, he was pretty solid with the SMG, and he's been pretty solid throughout the entirety of the tournament, arguably Western Alpha's best player.
Gameric, most competitive player in their matchup beforehand for groups. But not going to mean it's going to be any easier when we do head over to this A site. It's the attackers just full steam bullying their way through this A site into the gunfights right away. Twan, the first one to go down. There's only one to be traded in throughout this entirety. Nearly a flawless round number one for the likes of Mountain. They drop one player, but they take the first round.
That is decisive.
Gridlock.
Is how I want to phrase it. Yeah, it is gridlock, but also RE is dancing in those shots. And we knew he would be as soon as he gets into that kind of position. But he's straight into the A courtyard and just cleaning up absolutely everything in front of him. So, yeah, Western Alpha now, what's your response? Well, they've decided, actually, we do want to play the bang out game. They will have numbers advantage for a moment, 3v4. You got to ensure you don't get blood off this nade.
Artie looking one up. And Prometheus. Oh, yikes. Whoa, Artie, that's a little BM. And not going to let him knife his teammate in the back. Still, I mean, he does go down, so lose out on that kill. Still trying to make an attempt over towards the showers. 3-on-3. Smokes down. Chimera might have an angle through the smoke. Revengeful sure does. And as soon as the exit does come down, Chimera, he's going to strike. Shoots Chimera in the back. Almost takes down Twan as well. 4 HP. Barely sneaks away. Does he go for the quick plant? Question. Oh, he's going to re-wrap it all the way back.
I don't mind this idea. The problem is, because of where Mountain already were, they got to that B-bomb so quickly.
Oh my god, he's going again.
I thought they would have checked it, but it's what, a triple bluff at this point where you might get away with it too. Oh my god, you will.
Oh my god, sometimes it's about chess, not checkers. And Twan has given himself an opportunity, and this one just doesn't know where the retake's going to happen. I mean, this has been so long since they've seen each other. A hit can come from anywhere, and that's going to be buzzing in the back of your head. Twan, really indecisive on where he wants to set up. He's going to back up, though, as soon as he checks this bomb. Top into the window. Where are they? I mean, this is so nerve-wracking on both sides as they're clearing this one as a full squad. Finally, Twan's going to be seen, and as soon as it happens, no chance in the world to take down Revengeful. Sometimes we talk about players with composure. Sometimes you talk about players with a little bit too much jitter in their playstyle. And that right there is one of those moments in a 1 versus 2 where you gotta just pick an angle, play for it, trust in yourself to take a gunfight. You keep running around, you're never gonna find a timing.
I think that's what he's hoping for, right? That's what he's just banking on, one of those moments where maybe acts of revengeful of like overstrayed and just step out in front of you, and well, he doesn't get blessed with any of that. Both can play pocket to pocket, and will isolate one, make it easy in the end. A B hit coming through for Mountain. Didn't see many of these yesterday, but you drop one in here. It's going to be enough to try and hold this off, and he will get all the intel and will back off.
How does he go for the chow though? Artie, it's away. Nade. Find nothing. Control goes down through mid. Numbers advantage for the retake. I'd like to see Knopf take his time here. No need to jump the gun. I want to give up this 4 versus 3, but it looks like they're going to take the fight to Knopf. Chimera evens it up. Artie's got the timing. Oh no, he takes him hostage. And you have no idea. Prometheus shot in the back. Artie, this is so disrespectful.
Oh.
Turn it off. Turn the cameras off. This is not safe for work.
Well, that's a violation. You said BM earlier. I think we just peaked at that. That's insane work out of Artie. Just, oh my god. All right, we're gonna watch it on the highlight reel as well. By the way, incredible work, really. I was with you. I thought that initially Western Alpha played that retake completely right. They find the first. Axis is so far out of the play. He's basically playing through spawn side. But it set it up for effectively a 4v2. Artie goes, all right, bet. Don't worry, I'll use one of your own guys to give me 3. Good lord.
That's a red card. I gotta say so myself. Oh, hit out to B. This is gonna be a fast one. Axis. Gotta be careful. Prometheus, first blood, over to B. Bomb can go down. Do they go for the insta-plant? Yes, they will. Fortunately, though, already Mountain trying to work an angle to see if they can even this up.
Bomb gets damage, but Gameric is also pushed through. Smokes. We'll tell you the Revengeful's there, but to be honest, all you need that smoke to do is cover your retreat, and he gets there.
What does he see, Kimura? Yes, he
does. Game 1v4.
Big plays coming out from Gameric. Superstar for the team, and he's going to get all 3 there, Andy. So, quick bomb plant over towards B. Western Alpha finally get themselves around. And you get a 1v2 a couple rounds ago. And this time, off that first blood from Prometheus, I like the confidence to just get that bomb down, let Gameric do his thing.
Certainly does. I mean, you got to throw in one of these B plays every now and again, right? It's just going to force Mountain every now and again, send a body off in that direction, give them less for when you get those bang-out attempts. And it actually rewards you with your first round too. So, investing in the short and long term if you're Western Alpha. But Mountain, they've largely just dominated this map thus far. And it looks like it's a play straight through the heart of the map. Oh, wow.
Merrick is quite literally trying to do it all. Tuan with the lineup. Beautiful double kill. Axis now 4 HP, just trying to run around. Not able to get the regen though, and in the smoke, he is burned. 2 rounds back-to-back for Western Alpha. Mountain, you gotta start asking them some questions there. I mean, this is suddenly starting to catch up to you. What is going wrong?
I mean, I've got to assume there's that Mountain are trying out a different strategy entirely. We have a new thing for our playbook. To be fair, Ori is clean through. If it's not for a bit of magic from Gameric, that round likely flips entirely on its head. And I think that Ori is maybe calling out that he's got the kill. And, well, Mountain push up off of it, which leaves them completely exposed when it turns out it goes the other way.
Well, trophy's down on A. That stun's going to give away a lot of info. He's going to know that there is one on the other side. Artie, first contact in the showers. Trenchwell will go down, but Artie's going to take this and run with it into the small room. Nearly finds a second. His numbers advantage for Mountain, so a lot of space gained on A. There is no entry back in. You shall not pass. Try your hand at the other site.
I've already seen this team triple fake before. One might just get the inkling that they've bought enough time to fake Mountain into a rotation. The decision then to push through mid's an interesting one. And that could have bought up a couple of valuable seconds because the bomb should be down by now. And that's going to afford Mountain to do, well, is already beginning to drop back through their own spawn. What's the hit look like? Is it all concerted through one door, or do you surround this point and collapse?
Artie's going to spot check. Sees nothing on bomb. Expect them to be double stacked in showers, and so they will. Merrick, blindsided. Tuan's going to trade it. Can he find 2? Tuan will. 1 versus 1. Axis with the hip fire. 33 HP, man. That is so close. Tuan almost gets the triple kill. What a play that would have been to tie us up in this map. 4-2, though. Mountain walk away with another one and push their lead back to 2.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea from Mountain, and we have the numbers advantage. We can just death ball this. What they're not expecting is Twan to go pretty damn nuclear. And to be honest, Axis is having to make that hipfire work as well with an M15, not a position he wanted to be in, and gets through by the skin of his teeth. So, Mountain, again, this has been comfortable through map 1 and through the early stages of this map 2, but gotta respect the opposition you're up against. We're going back to that 4-man bang out. You'll spread the line thin if you're Western Alpha. Likely going to be overwhelmed at the showers.
Already for the first blood. Vengeful looking to follow this one up. Quick flank from Gamera. Can everybody else stay alive and let this play blossom? And can you time this in quick enough to give Gameric a little bit of an opening? A lot of attention now over towards the front side. Gameric might sneak through. I'm not sure Gamera did see him, and no, Artie's going to get traded out there. 3 versus 3. Gameric now in the smoke. Just looking to disrupt some stuff, and he has allowed his team back in for a chance. 22 seconds, though, and you need to find some kills. Knopf gets absolutely nothing, and Western Alpha shut down in the round. 5-2 for Mountain. They get the bomb plant. They secure another one. 3 rounds up on map point.
I will say I absolutely love the intention out of Gameric there. Disengages from the fight and just hits that instant wrap. The problem is, he is probably making that call out. Look, stay alive, don't die. I'm trying to come in on the pinch. The thing is, because everything basically falls silent, I think Mountain read it, and therefore you end up with one player, I think it's Kimura in the end, just backing off, putting himself at an angle for the trade. And as such, that entire plan just falls apart. I think if you're pressing and applying that pressure, Mountain are all focused forward, and Gamera can do something pretty massive. Either way, it was banking on a Hail Mary strategy. And speaking of which, we're back at the showers.
Oh, we're back in the showers, and this whole map's been nothing but dirt. Clean off. Chaos ensues. Mountain holding their own, though. They're not even pushing to get aggressive. They don't want to give anything over towards Western Alpha. They've said, we've given already way too much, so let's see what Gamera can do over towards B. He's going to open up with a kill onto Axis now. Full control of that B building. Bomb can go down. See if they can push this one to 3.
Yeah, Kimura's just a little bit isolated here. Speaking of which, Revengeful is arriving at 18-wheeler, but finds nothing. 4v2. RT is just going to weigh up whether or not he wants to make this hit. Prom will eventually be overwhelmed. That should be all the intel handed out, and with about 20 seconds to make this work, odds are against you.
Odds are against, and the hardest part is going to be taking care of the players over towards the 18-wheeler. Merrick up top. Clean to bring this into a 3 versus 1. No chance for Kimura in this one, so good call from Western Alpha at baiting the play over towards A, expecting this one to be just an absolute burnout to close out this map. Instead, it's all a misdirection for Gameric to open up a route on B to get that bomb plant. You play the numbers, you shut down Revengeful on the flank, and there is no way back into the round for Mountain.
Called it pretty much perfectly. I think Western Alpha just has thrown that little different play in there every now and again. Keep Mountain on their toes, but it's back to a Mountain offense. We know where they've been incredibly comfortable. It's just overwhelmingly effective at showers. And Western Alpha falls into that same trap that happened yesterday. You got to go send it over towards B at some point, right? Hell no, brother. They're going to make it work over here at the showers again. And all 4 bodies are going to stack up.
Gameric might have the perfect flank. Not only that, it's Twan alongside him. 2 players that have just been exceptional throughout this game. The hard part is you've given up the entirety of this bomb site. We have never seen somebody fully retake this yet. Twan, though, the time is going to be absolutely perfect to stop the bomb from going down. Numbers advantage for Western Alpha. Can they bring this to a 5-4 deficit? All 3 players back to their side. The dust is going to settle. Artie is long gone. They're going to go back. They're going to go right back in. And Western Alpha haven't actually fully given this one up. However, it's been enough for Kimura to trade out 2 versus 2. Bomb site controlled. Bomb's going to get planted.
Yeah, not really can't get caught in that moment. He has to stay up and give the numbers advantage for the retake. And already nearly dies just trying to get out. 2v2.
He's finessing. Look at the confidence from Artie just playing around this rubble. So much damage peppered in. Chimera set up to put it away, and Chimera for 2 closes the map on Gridlock 6-3 over Western Alpha, taking a 2-0 lead in this best of 5.
Yeah, unfortunately for North there, and he'll not. You can't get isolated in that moment. It's what they're trying to bait you into, essentially, and you fall for the trap. So, Mountain move into a 2-0 lead there, and the thing is, the first blood's 5-4 in favor of Mountain. You're not going to be in a position where you've really dominated. It's just about clean up from now on out. A lot of those second phase plays coming through. If you are Mountain, you're feeling very comfortable at those. I think, honestly, the only time that they've really looked under pressure even, is when Western Alpha threw a different player into the book and shifted that bomb to B. And that being said, that also then resulted in one of the most disgusting highlights we're ever going to see, as RT drops a 3-piece with, well, having someone hostage. So it was all Mountain plays, and RT himself had a hell of a map.
I gotta say, they kind of took their hand off the steering wheel a little bit into the mid portions of this search and destroy. You got to give some respect over to Western Alpha for some of the plays that they were throwing in this one, and you can definitely see that Western Alpha are attempting to make some adjustments in their play style, especially for these map number 2s. And they do a good job at fighting through this Gridlock, I will say. And even for map number 1, I mean, the start to that hard point, although the end was, you know, a big deficit, the start of it was neck and neck. And, you know, at times you can see that, you know, there's just moments where Western Alpha, they hit that peak, and you can see that they actually have the ability to contest this team. And it seems like that peak just doesn't last, and they run out of gas, they start to fall over each other, and you just see flow state from Mountain, you know, just get back into the winning ways. And, you know, it happens in the Gridlock, it happens in the Den. It's just, how do you now expand on that if you're Western Alpha to see it through an entire map?
Well, that's the question that they've got to figure out the answer to, because I agree with you, the peak so clearly high enough. It's that floor. It means that they get run over. So Mountain, their ceiling is arguably the best team in this tournament, whereas their floor is still pretty damn good at all times. And when you're just not contesting that, it's a very difficult way. It's very difficult to build Western Alpha into this matchup and into this series. It's why you and me both predicted those 3-0s. That being said, we've seen plays from the likes of Gameric and Twan that do give them a little bit of hope. I just think that they're going to need a hell of a lot more of it to really get their way back into this series. Because Overload, that's when where all 4 players need to be on at the same time. You rarely get away with one player trailing in behind. And that kind of felt like the story of map 1 for Western.
It did. However, we've seen Mountain blow a 2-0 lead before on stream and get reverse sweeped yesterday to close out day number 1. Will it happen versus Western Alpha? It doesn't seem very likely. However, Mountain, again, we got to at least humble them a little bit and say what did happen. You say they're the best team here. Well, they haven't proved it so far versus Central Alpha. So let's see what they could do heading into this map 3. We got a break. We'll be set up for the Overload. We'll see you when it's ready on the other side. Welcome back, everybody, to CONUS date number 2 into Call of Duty. We got Mountain leading 2-0 over Western Alpha inside of this winners round 1 matchup. Quite the series so far, as Western Alpha, I mean, they have their highs, they have some lows, but it's been Mountain all over them when they do hit those lows. 250 to 105 in the hard point, 6-3 in the search and destroy. That brings us back to Den for the overload. Andy, talk to me a little bit about this map and what you kind of expect out of it.
I mean, unfortunately, what I'm expecting is for Western Alpha is a very difficult time, because Mountain are going to put those SMGs on the front line, basically play lead blocker and walk that device forward underneath that blanket of protection. I think that if Western are going to find their way into this, it's got to be about controlling those ball spawns, right? It's a case of, okay, you maybe have picked up a capture against us through the central ball. It's like, okay, we got to make sure we're set up on rooftops to instantly counter that play. Those are going to be the moments where gaps are going to appear. We know that sometimes this Mountain team can get a little bit ahead of themselves. We saw that just yesterday. And so that's where I'm looking at opportunistic plays to come through for Western Alpha to build their way back into this series.
I mean, I agree. I think Den is going to be one of those maps, though, for Western Alpha where you're looking to kind of hit that consistency across the entire map, number 3. And it's one of those things, too, for Overload, that if you could get some good rallies in and start to dominate in that kill feed, these spawn traps have even humbled the best of teams. And yesterday we saw that versus Mountain, that they really struggled on this map mode combo. It's where that reverse sweep started against them. So I got to start to see Western really play forward in a lot of these play styles, make sure that they're keeping Mountain on the back foot, trying to work some, plays, some flanks, some setups here to shut down and grab that device. It's going to be difficult for Western Alpha. I think that one thing is for certain here is that you need to start to see some of these players step up in the slaying category, and one of those has been Knopf, who I will say in that Den hardpoint was great, but across 5 out of the 6 maps that they've so far played versus Mountain, he's been one to have a negative KD, and I think that that is something you can look at to really improve for this team when it comes down to their slaying power.
No, without a shadow of a doubt, it feels like it largely leans on American Swan at the minute. Now, are we surprised to see the SMGs kind of having a lot of their way? No, but for both American Swan, it's a case of, can you both come online at the same time? Can we see you guys put on a performance and kind of try and overwhelm your opposing SMGs together? I agree with you with North. It's difficult with that M15 at the minute, and if you're feeling particularly uncomfortable, once those SMGs start to get up into your face, you're in a hellish blender at points. We're running Overload. You got to set up over the top of your SMGs and essentially control those long lanes right now, so you shouldn't be fighting the the SMGs too often here. You should be letting that battle go on out in front of you, and it's got to be clever positioning. For example, things like setting yourself up to cover over those reinforcements on the ball spawn, putting yourself in places to clear up lead blockers. That's where North has got to become more effective for this team.
Well, looks like we got a little bit of time before we get into this map number 3. Just some audio issues to deal with inside of the venue before this Den overload is set in stone. So I think this would be a good time for us to kind of step away, let them settle this one. Not sure how long it's going to be. So we'll throw it to a quick little break here on stream while we got the Den overload cooking up, and we'll see you when it's ready.
Dude, I was so happy. I was like, finally, I get to play in one of these, I feel like I have a lot to offer competing-wise, and AFG just hasn't seen me on LAN, so now it's my time to shine.
Playing Call of Duty CONUS is way less stressful because I'm not airborne. I don't have to worry about falling out of the helicopter, losing stuff. It's just a game, so it's not as stressful now, not nearly. Unless Jake is getting upset and yelling.
I've been here since the beginning, but all roads lead to me.
Been in AFG for 3 years now. I missed qualing last year. I'm back now this year. My name's Vengeance because I'm back.
Having Vengeance back in the tournament with me, I don't think it really means anything. I had Dante Cabasa and Hale on my team last time he played us. It's not really something you can hold against a player. But having him here with the team that he has now, if we win this one, I mean, that's something.
Having Brandon next to me is cool just because 2 years ago, he taught me a lot of how to play the game. Last year, it seemed like I was actually putting a lot of it together. And then being able to have him in my ear
not letting me have to think is going to be good.
I think we're going to do fine. I think we'll get that fourth spot. I'm pretty confident we'll get the fourth spot. Going into Worlds, I think if we actually have some practice time, there's a chance that we can make that Grands or even top 3. I'm never coming in outside of this tournament to take anything other than first. I've been in rooms with pros. I know what winning looks like, and this team has it.
Playing Yodak in my bracket, I mean, I think there's going to be a little, like, fun there, but he's nothing without me.
I'm finally happy to be here. I'm excited to play, and I'm happy I'm here with some friends. But I just went 16 and 30 yesterday.
I'm coming out there with confidence. I'm coming out there knowing I'm the best player on the map 24/7, no matter who I'm against. I see Hale on the other side. He's going neck against me. That's it. Me and Hale started this year together. It's only right that I'm the one to end his.
I mean, I would say when everyone goes against me, I'm kind of getting the best version of them. The pressure's on me, but I don't really let it get to me. This team, I think we have a lot more potential. I think we have a really well-rounded squad. Nobody here is beating me in a way that matters, including revenge.
I've learned a lot, especially this year. Coming out of Black Ops 6, I feel like I was good, but I didn't have the smarts. Now, I'm ready to take everything this year with my practice and everything with my boys, my teammates. The knife's always in the toolkit. I keep it in my inventory. You know, I might pull it out. Never know, but people gotta watch out, you know.
Oh, that's my heart and soul right there. Can't do nothing without Smoke. So playing my last year with Smoke is pretty amazing. Going out with this team means a lot to me. I would say it's like one of our highest chances of actually taking everything. This is my last one. I'm taking everything.
We weren't supposed to be here, and now we're here. Now what?
I've been playing Call of Duty since I was about 6 years old. I've been ready for this way before anyone else was ready for it. I had the dog in me.
I love my teammates, so it's gonna be a good dynamic. Umeric, you know, he's a smelly boy, you know how it is, but we're both better than Yodak, that's all that matters.
My hit list would be probably, I'm going with Charms, I'm going with Jake, I'm going with Hale. I want Kuzo too, but he's my ride home from the airport, so I'll probably take it a little easy. And I might get a couple TKs on the other Jalen.
We play this for fun, people play it competitively, so I mean, if we beat you, I mean, that's your loss.
Last CONUS, I got absolutely dogged on. Put it in perspective that I can't be competitive on a mouse and key anymore. Time to put the switch, show everybody that I can shoot back and that I am not a free kill on the map.
Being a previous world champion, you know, try to bring in the experience that I had with those old guys, with the new guys, and really just try to help lead them through, you know, try to be an IGL for them and help them out in any way I can.
I don't have beef with anybody, except that Central 2 team is way too confident.
Just turned 30, so still competing at like a decently high level is kind of fun. It's here to enjoy it and see all the new up-and-comers and the young guys enjoying some of the opportunities I didn't have when I first joined.
Honestly, it feels like an advantage being the youngest one here. I can think of things outside the box that people have been playing for a while and have multiple lands maybe won't think of just based on their experience. I didn't come here to get experience, I came here to win.
This is Air Force day to day. Nothing's normal in the Air Force. You gotta be able to roll with the punches, and this just feels like a normal day to me. They dropped me before, they called me back. I'm not asking why, I'm just undroppable.
Really chaotic when we brought in Fluffy, and then we had to bring in Claw as well, but we pulled it together, and I really believe in these guys. Hi, my name is Reaper, and I'm here to play Call of Duty.
Look, 3 things. Reaper, we got to work on that signature. Heartbreaks, I swear he was staring into my soul there. I got a little bit scared, but man, I love the trash talk that comes between these two teams. I think it's hilarious that, you know, Generic's sitting here like, you know, he's my ride to the airport. I guess I got to be a little bit nice to him, but funny guys, man. It's always funny watching this content.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. It's one of those. I wish we were in person just so that we could go on the night out with them all after with incredible characters. That being said, friends, after the matchups, foes inside of the matchups. And there's not a chance, right? I was about to say, surely not. Revenge will be dropped at the 10-yard line. And right now, Juan and Coach can try and recover this device and send it through the rooftops. And the Reapers will have to come through here. You didn't expect this at all. If you are Mountain, you will get those bodies in place in time. Should be able to shut this down pretty quickly.
Juan was trying to set up a flank through couches. It's going to be Gameric in with the NPC. Looking for some shots there. Revengeful. Stop on the goal line again. And Revengeful is going to have some assistance there to take down Gameric. 3 go down. Juan could be following. And so, yeah, Gameric could have cleaned that one up. And Like this is going to work back down the rooftops. No need to rotate here for Mountain. They're going to take a shot over towards this B zone. If they can get a capture in. First one on for Dan. As soon as you go through the window, Twan, we're going to pick up a few kills there. Gamirik in the assist. And if I was Western Alpha in this position, I'd just kind of hold on, see if I can let this device reset, but you pick it up. And oh no, 3 go down. Artie finding the last one too, so that spells trouble in for the detonation at B. First one in for Mountain, and Western Alpha really got to figure out just letting that reset back to mid would have been the better call.
I think so, because also then you get caught gun up, pistol up. That's a tough gunfight to win regardless. Device will spawn south side now. And while Mountain should be able to get possession of it, or at least dominance over the location of it, will flood out through lockers. Just means that West now can leave some pressure. More playing into small here, wins the gunfight. 3 blue in the feed, should be 2 lead blockers in place, and that's 2-0 on the board. West Alpha will spawn on the rooftop side at least to get over towards this new ball, but I'm looking at like 1 and 6 out of North. I'm looking at 3 and 7 out of Twan. They got to come online, or this one's going to be over before it's even started.
Yeah, 2-0 start here for Mountain, and you try to make a rush over towards the rooftops. 3 go down. You have a player in your spawn that's Prometheus. Can he get something going here? Well, for a second you thought so. He had a double kill. Artie will cut that device off inside P2. Prometheus still very much alive here. And Twan was trying to send home that first capture, but when Artie gets shot in the back, he's got some teammates there to assist. Was out the rest. Now it's just cleanup duty. The remainder of Mountain to see if they can work their 3rd capture down the map.
Well, they were making plenty of progress with it, but North with 1 and Twan with a very well placed grenade will drop that device in the middle of the rooftop, essentially at spawn point. Decides to just send past it for a moment, try and take the gunfights. Doesn't reward them with much. Artie finds 2. Prom's just going to try and hold it small and does a great job of doing so. 2 kills. Axe is going to try the flank. Does get Gamirik. Surely you turn and face, and well, it doesn't matter if you do. Picks up the 2-piece. North just going to try and cover over this for a moment. Liz boys back into the play. Actually draw yourselves up even at this point. Clean reset, minute 20 on the clock. This is better from Western Alpha.
It is.
Let's see them on the front foot for once.
I just haven't been able to kind of hit that home, though. Like, you get to the finish line, and as soon as you're there, the finish line moves a few steps further. And Mountain have been doing fantastic at hitting those goal line stops, recollecting themselves, maintaining this lead. Device is going to be interrupted there. Revengeful will clean this one up. He's alone in this effort, trying to go for that last-ditch cap. Noff. Another denial there on the rooftop side. And you can see the rest just bunkering up to see if they can mitigate some damage from this side of the map. To say this is technically the better side on Den definitely puts it into perspective. Western Alpha's troubles for sure. They've been doing a good job at keeping it at 2, though.
They have. Toronto goes to great work. Get the bottom has gone out. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? What just happened? What on earth just happened? Twan finds everything, does a great job of punching out. You think he's got the numbers advantage. Twan dives off the map, and I don't know what the hell happens to Gamirik, but you just get turned on and burned on with a pistol. For it to be 3-0. And all the positives that I was about to talk up, and now Prom's taking this device to where your opponent's spawning. We got good one up.
Back the other way, though. Good pivot out.
All right.
Okay, maybe. Anybody got stunned? Any stuns out here? Prometheus, there it is. In for at least 1 at the end there before halftime. Western Alpha. Oh my goodness, what a show that was. I can't believe you slip off the route. You do everything. I mean, you study for the tests. You get the teacher's help. In fact, you know the answers to the test too. And then you show up for the test and you forget your pencil at home.
Like, this is best play, and deservedly so. Unfortunately, milliseconds after this, Twan just decides, you know what? I, wanna die. And throws himself off the map.
You know what? No. I don't want to hold this.
Yeah. What do you mean I just made a great play? That's not what I felt I was going to do in this series. No, I don't know, man. What a weird last 60 seconds to that one. Anyway, Mountain 3-1 up, looking to close this with a clean sweep. Axis going to lane waiting. One incredibly aggressive. He's just walking into M15 sightlines there. Vengeful Nardi with 2 of their own. Commercials try and hold out from top. Broken will be swarmed in a moment. Vengeful gets himself tucked to the side. Twan's going to at least try and hold out on that B side. No scoop off the device just yet from either side. Mountain happy to just simply play kills. Punch forward with overwhelming force.
On the reflank there, team kill into Axis. Device going to be scooped up. Chimera going to be that lead blocker. We'll have the read into the staircase. A little awkward. The defense will stand. Nice double kill from Knopf. You made the right play there, Chimera. I think you just over-adjusted a little bit on that aim. Gets ripped by the NPC across 10, too. A 3 go down, and you cross into Dojo. Will this be a capture? Stuns, nades, everything being thrown out there, but Knopf's going to get the second cap in for Western Alpha. You have tin control as well, and if you're not careful, this might be a rally to even the game.
Up here, I don't know, but he's getting line share of the kills in this exchange. If you are Mountain, Komodo's going to try and just get pressure up through mid. B-side spawn for Western Alpha and allow them to get pushed up in towards tin. Trades are afoot. And Swan, he puts in great work, but actually all the bullets into Artie's body won't matter because Komor's there to cover from mid. It's going to let you now push forward in towards couches. You don't really have the bodies here. You're just trying to get back in time, and Knopf just gets to Artie in the nick of time. Komor is in your backline though, and the problem now becomes you have no foundation at all. Gameric goes big in couches for 2 though.
Merrick's been just a shining star here. Artie. Oh, see ya. One this time. Opposite Chimera finally going down. And Knopf clears out couches. 3 kills. Going over to the rooftop. Spawning deep into Thrones is going to be the remainder of Mountain. Still 2 players to worry about on the rooftops. And Axis, a little ring around the rosy. Alongside Artie. Picks up that device. Tries to run it in himself. Axis drops. Couches being jumped into. Revengeful. Grabs it. Tries to run it right down. And 3 kills. Mountain just getting a little over-ambitious in what is possible for these plays. You got to remember, it's only a 1-point game. You don't want to be making mistakes in position that Western Alpha are in.
I thought Knopf was just throwing himself off the map there. Obviously will help him to his grave regardless.
If you let this reset, it resets back over to 10.
It does. It does. And, well, RT might actually be in the best place for that.
It resets.
And there you go. Yeah, RT will actually try and just sprint across the map. Will be shot at by Knopf. Thinks he has the timing. Nade's going to go out. I like the idea. Gameric, though, he shuts it down. And then plenty of damage into the second. Revengeful with the trade. And with a second as well. Should allow you to squeeze forward. Axis found a 3rd off screen. Revengeful just trying to play lead blocker here. Trying to support. And, well, you get a kill if you are Knopf. But that 4-2 will now make you feel a little bit more comfortable if you are this Mountain roster. Edging ever closer to sweeping this series.
Takes a little bit longer. I'm really not sure why so many players are putting so much emphasis in trying to make these rooftop attempts. Dojo is clearly the easier side to push, and we see it right there on why that's possible. I mean, try to fight down these staircases is just impossible from P2, it feels. And nothing has been going for Mountain. I'm not too sure. I mean, like, it makes sense now that you got the rooftop spawn, but before that, it really felt like insanity. Throwing yourself at the wall again and again. Revengeful in the flank, he's going to be taken care of. 3 players set up in a line. 53 seconds. Western Alpha to kind of figure out how to get capture number 3 and maybe even 4 to send this one to overtime, but rotating over towards mid, seeing if they can set up for a Dojo play. That ball is going to be stopped and dropped into the neutral zone.
I'm just trying to take away, signaling to everybody there's 30 to go. Western Alpha, we're going to pull this off. You got to get that first one in at least now. The problem is the device there. It's so tantalizing to just scoop that and try and make a forward move, but you've no protection, you've no players out mid. Actually, I like what Gameric does. He just baits Revengeful in, tries to just sprint through mid. I love the effort. I love the idea. RT's there, though, so just pick that up. Drive it forward, drive it home. Won't get there, doesn't matter. 4-2, Mountain with a clean 3-0 to kick off their playoff bracket run.
A clean sweep in upper round 1, and, you know, it wasn't clean, it wasn't pretty in the overload, but you get the job done on the Den. Western Alpha, what a joy it was to kind of see them kind of hit some strides across this map, across the series just in general. I mean, you got Gameric, he is a monster with that NPC. And to be fair, even swapping sides there, they did a great job, at least in the slaying aspect, at just keeping up with this mounted team. It's just when it came to grabbing that device and have some direction on where to go with that device, that's where the issues do derive in a game mode like Overload. Doesn't surprise me whatsoever. It's a difficult game mode to kind of depict, and if you don't have the practice, if you don't have that understanding, it really feels like you're just kind of throwing your hands at a brick wall over and over again, expecting that brick wall to crumble, and it does not crumble at all. In fact, that mountain stands quite tall over the likes of Western Alpha. You get to look back at this highlight through all 3 maps, and I think the one thing I do want to kind of point out here for Western Alpha is that at one point in all 3 maps, it was a considerably close game. They were doing a good job. It's just in the long run, they fell apart.
Yeah, it's consistency, right? It's moments, it's lapse in concentration, it's getting 2-pieced in moments, and, well, yeah, getting 3-pieced when you have the numbers advantage bomb down. This was a 4v3 with complete control of bomb site at one point in favor of Western Alpha. And it's moments like that, unfortunately, just go against you. And there's not really much you can kind of compensate for it with other than the other guys are just better. You're right, Western Alpha clearly have a ceiling that lets them compete against very good sides. And make no mistake about it, Mountain are going to be one of those teams. Minimum top 3, probably talking grand finals, waging war to take CONUS home. So it's tough to be really harsh on Western Alpha here, but if they want to be one of those sides up there trying to compete, you got to find ways to take that ceiling and lift, not just lift your floor, but find that ceiling more consistently throughout these maps.
And I can be a little bit harsh on Mountain, to be honest. This series was not clean whatsoever. I mean, you look at any other team. I mean, if this is Central Alpha, the way that you're playing these dens isn't the greatest. I mean, a lot of those setups were broken over towards P2 constantly. P4 was a struggle to find somewhat of a stability. You go into that gridlock. I mean, you're just banking on your guns to win some skill checks. You go to the Den Overload, it seemed like they are really fumbling at what to do with that device, just like how Western Alpha was kind of doing that. It was not a pretty series for Mountain, to say the least, even though it was a 3-0 sweep. So, yeah, you know, a lot of people are going to be talking about this team. I mean, I was talking about this team to be, you know, one of the best here. I'm not sure if they were playing with their food. I sure hope not, but, you know, that is definitely a series that you look to improve on going forward throughout this upper bracket. But we do have Artie to talk about it. I'm sure he's going to be able to answer some of these questions. So let's bring him in here, my friend, because I'm sure everybody's going to be asking, I mean, you know, what are we doing here, taking people hostage in a search and destroy, man? Come on.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you saw it. I think it was the round before on our defense. I really wanted that knife kill on prom.
Yeah.
But I don't even know who it was, but I got behind someone and I was like, this is a perfect opportunity. And then I got 2 after and I was like, well, that's a highlight reel.
It was. They've been playing it nonstop in the highlights too, and making sure that everybody's been able to see it. And it's just a moment like that, Artie, that I think you just love the confidence that comes out from you as a player. And it is something that I kind of wanted to kick off this interview with asking. It's just a whole change up into the system of CONUS in terms of this entire split in general, with kind of switching up these teams and being able to play with some new members on your team as well. What's it kind of been like with the new format?
The new format's been really fun, actually, just because, like, last year it wasn't like God teams. It was who was working the most, who was working, like, putting in the time. This year with it, it's kind of like, okay, we know all of these good players and we can make that team. And now it's like mainly about who's putting in the work and putting in the time.
Well, speaking of work and putting in time, obviously we've cast over you guys twice now, main broad. And yesterday, unfortunately, on the wrong end of a reverse sweep. Today, although it's clean in the end, it's a 3-0. Some of the maps were quite closely contested, a lot closer than I think I initially expected. So what do you think is the work going into what is going to be an incredibly fun playoff bracket?
I think the biggest thing for us is like just emphasizing that a lot of the little stuff creates the big stuff. So just like teamwork, small talk, things like that. Like that's really what makes a team great. Anyone can be good, but that's what puts you up with the greats.
I really like that. It's the intangibles. It's the things that don't really light up a scoreboard, but they're the reason the numbers take care of themselves. I love that answer. I think that's great. One of the things that I got to ask you personally, obviously I've cast over you for the last few years. You've always been a bit of a highlight reel player. How fun is it right now to have this NPC? Because I'm watching you dance around showers and light things up, man. It feels like we shouldn't be allowed to put this thing in your hands.
Yeah, the NPC came out as the new gun, and I remember there was one day we were testing with it. It was me and Revengeful, and I was like, this feels like an actual sub. Like, I feel light on my feet, and I can bounce around with it. This feels like an actual sub, and I've been loving it. Way better than this.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's definitely changed the entire game, I'd say, even with the new maps coming through. And I got to ask you guys, too, because you see Gridlock, coming in for your search and destroy rotation. Haven't really seen anything else from that. I mean, you guys ban out the Sake for this tournament. Have you guys been staying away from these DLC maps that have been added? Or, what's the kind of vibe for your team in terms of the map pool?
It hasn't really been staying away. It was more of just we want to try and play a little bit of everything as much as we can. We've had scrims where it's like we played this, we played that, and we know how we do on the hard points, but going into S&Ds and stuff like that, we're kind of like, okay, these are slower maps where we're like not as good, we're not really clubbing people as much, so let's get these in as much as we can. That way we can see what we're like on play day, play time. And I mean, we've been doing good, and then other times not so much. But
just to be clear, are you saying that Gridlock is a slower map?
100%, yes.
With the amount of just hangouts you have in the showers.
I was gonna say, unless it's S&D and we're going A and my comm is already just fly through, then I'm like, okay, I
guess there you get to dictate the pace, right? You're getting to choose where to hit, but yeah, Gridlock, hardpoint, you feel is a slower one, not one that you want to really participate in.
Gridlock hardpoint seems like it is a bit slower just because it kind of reminds me more of like traditional Call of Duty. You have more of like 2 hits at a hill instead of the 7 that we have now.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I like that. I think that's definitely a valid take for it. I do have to ask you too, with all these new maps, just because I know you've been around the block and playing Call of Duty for a very long time. If you could choose one map to add to Black Ops 7 to kind of improve the map pool from any previous Call of Duty, what map would you put in here?
Ooh, any previous Call of Duty? I think I would probably go with... Oh, I don't know the name of it, but I think it would be Trolley, and I think it would be perfect. But it was the castle map in Ghost. I think that would be hilarious.
Stonehaven?
I think that would be hilarious.
Right, get him off.
All
get him
right.
off.
With that, Artie, I'm going to kick you off this interview. Thanks for coming in, my friend. We'll see you tomorrow with some more matches.
Appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
Oh, I can't believe he said Stonehaven. That is ridiculous. I mean, any map to make it a little bit more competitive, I'm thinking like Stronghold from Black Ops 3, Frequency from Black Ops 4. I mean, you maybe want to add Warhawk in there from Ghost instead of Stonehaven. He chooses Stonehaven, Andy.
He's, I know he's trolling, but that is like the ultimate troll as well, because like, that guy is running an NPC. On that map, it ain't doing a damn thing. That is open fields and long lanes, brother. You would have a hellish time, but Artie, always the Joker, always the prankster, but it's just the idea of that coming into this game, it shudders, but I will say the team themselves doing a great job here. I think that all 4 players on it looking good, and obviously going to want to avenge that reverse sweep, and we get to cast so much of that going on to these next 2 days. I'm excited for that.
Yeah, well, tomorrow we kick things off again with Rocket League as we're out of the group stages into the upper bracket, into the bracket just in general. So really curious where teams are going to level out after what has been probably a very fun round one upper couple of matches for those players. We close out, though, the group stages of Rocket League. We move into the upper bracket of Call of Duty, and a couple of great games to look forward to tomorrow as well. When we are done with Rocket League, we're going to be looking at those lower elimination matches to kind of level out and progress through what has been an incredible CONUS 2026, folks. Remember to follow along on Air Force Gaming, because we got more action on day 3 tomorrow. Same time, same place, 9 Central, 10 Eastern time. We'll see you there. Have a great night.
What I would do